Chapter 1539. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A black ghost hand the size of a cattail leaf fan was dancing randomly in the air. Its 5 fingers were clenched, but the rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token was struggling, trying to fly out. The dark eerie ghost hand was being attacked by this Soul Beast token. The ghost hand was protruding, its 5 fingers were trembling, it was about to lose its grip. However, even if Soul Beast token escaped the ghost hand's restriction, it could not escape from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It could only be said to have escaped from a small cage to a large cage. Fang Yuan thought to himself, this immortal killer move Great Thief Ghost Hand uses rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core, with rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo as supplementary. Thus, even rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token can be forcefully stolen. But, this move cannot last long, it does not have a ceiling effect on Immortal Goo. I'll have to work hard to make this Soul Beast token my own. As he thought, Great Thief Ghost Hand was getting more and more desperate. Soul Beast token Immortal Goo was about to break free and escape. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already arrived at his destination with Great Thief Ghost Hand. Heaven's Sealing Mountain. This was originally used by Fang Yuan to seal his immortal zombie body. It was targeted at Providence. But now, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was occupied by his split soul. He had become a rank 6 time path clone. He could not use Heaven's Sealing Mountain anymore. Go. Under Fang Yuan's control, Great Thief Ghost Hand entered the cave inside Heaven's Sealing Mountain, entering the Goo Formation. Fang Yuan activated the Goo Formation. Great Thief Ghost Hand stopped shaking. Soul Beast token Immortal Goo was temporarily suppressed. Even though it was still struggling, it was much weaker than before. Suppressing Soul Beast token like this is not a long-term solution. The urgent matter now is to find a place to refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo as soon as possible. Fang Yuan thought of this. He did not slow down. After leaving Divine Bean Palace, he left through the loophole of Peach Blossom Maze, leaving this battlefield. He left just like that? Fang Yuan's actions made many Goo immortals very surprised. Chen Yi gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. Not only was he being targeted by Qing Chou, he was also being harassed by Fang Gong. Such decisiveness. Fang Dichong praised leisurely as he looked at Fang Yuan's departing figure, deeply moved. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he immediately encountered countless soul beasts. The number of soul beasts was huge, and they covered the sky and earth. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. However, he quickly changed his mind and restrained himself. He didn't slaughter them and hunt for soul cores on a large scale. What he needed to do now was to quickly refine this rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. As for that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace, let the 3 of them fight for it. Fang Yuan had a very clear understanding of himself. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Fang Yuan could only fight rank 8s and had rank 8 battle strength. If he joined the 3 rank 8s now and fought for Divine Bean Palace with them, there was little hope. There were too many variables. Once he exposed his Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his identity would also be exposed, and it might even lead to Fang Clan's counterattack. This was not worth it for Fang Yuan. Because he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang Clan and use Green Ghost Desert to help his soul path cultivation. His alliance agreement with Fang Clan was also a factor. It was not easy to resolve this alliance agreement. He needed time to prepare. Even though Soul Beast token was taken by Fang Yuan, Green Ghost Desert's Soul Path Dao marks were still corroding Fang Clan's Peach Blossom Maze battlefield killer move. Surrounding the battlefield, there were still a vast number of soul beasts gathered here. Fang Yuan easily left this place. Because he had the killer move Yama, he could make full use of ghostly concealment. Even Qing Chou could not find him, not to mention other soul beasts. He flew rapidly without hesitation. After flying out of Green Ghost Desert, he confirmed that it was safe and there was no one around. He stopped and landed in an ordinary desert. Fang Yuan went deep underground and set up a temporary Goo formation, carefully erasing his aura and traces. After doing all this, he started to focus on dealing with the rank 8 Immortal Gu Soul Beast token. Soul Beast token was refined by Qing Chou, it was filled with Qing Chao's will, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine it. This was the most basic part of Gu refinement, solo refinement. It was to refine an existing Gu worm. The essence of this solo refinement was to use one's own will to replace the Gu worm's original will. Gu masters used primeval essence to refine mortal Gu because it was unique to them, they had their own will. Gu immortals used immortal essence to refine immortal Gu, it was the same logic. Wild Gu worms contained wild wills, they were untamable and hard to refine. But man was the spirit of all living beings, if he snatched someone else's immortal Gu, the difficulty of the Gu refinement would be even higher. Fang Yuan had planned for a long time an inquiry doc, he was not unprepared now. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Affection and Rank 7 Immortal Gu Self-Love. Fang Yuan first took out these two Immortal Gu. He first activated Self-Love Immortal Gu on Soul Beast token. Qing Chao's will in Soul Beast token was immediately affected, it started to love itself. No matter what Fang Yuan did, this will would not take the risk and detonate Soul Beast token. Next, Fang Yuan activated Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into it. The two different wills came into contact with each other and instantly began to fight. Love was not a will that was good at attacking, it was quickly destroyed by Qing Chao's will, unable to form an army. But there were still a few bits of love scattered in the Gu insect Soul Beast token, and they hadn't been completely wiped out. This was the specialty of affection, it was also the effect of self-love Immortal Gu. But with the passage of time, these remnants of love would gradually be annihilated. Fang Yuan continued to activate Affection Immortal Gu, sending waves of affection into Soul Beast token. No matter how much affection entered, it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will, it suffered little damage. Qing Chao's will was inside Soul Beast token Immortal Gu, it was very strong and stubborn. Immortal essence expenditure was intense, but Fang Yuan could endure it. He had ample immortal essence reserves, his immortal aperture development had given him great confidence. After a few minutes, Fang Yuan finally stopped sending affection into Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. There was a lot of affection left inside, even though most of it was destroyed by Qing Chao's will once it entered, the remaining affection was still at its limit, it was impossible to grow any further. Only then did Fang Yuan inject self-will into Soul Beast token. Once self-will entered, Qing Chao's will was enraged, it charged forward like an enraged beast. Compared to this, Qing Chao's will was like a gentle breeze against love will. Fang Yuan's self-will and Qing Chao's will fought, the situation was completely one-sided, Fang Yuan's self-will was utterly defeated, it could not gain a foothold. For example, Soul Beast token was like a camp, it was already the territory of Qing Chao's will. Fang Yuan's self-will was like rushing ashore, it could only inject a small amount each time, it could not spread out, Qing Chao's will destroyed any amount that came. But Fang Yuan ignored it, he continued to inject self-will. His advantage was that he had sufficient immortal essence and an endless supply of self-will. Meanwhile, Qing Chao's will was separated from Qing Chou, it had no origin. 15 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, as time passed, Fang Yuan's situation was getting better, he gained a foothold and eventually split the world with Qing Chao's will, each occupying half of Soul Beast token's territory. Qing Chao's will surged intensely, it knew it was not Fang Yuan's match, it wanted to detonate this Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. Thankfully, at this time, Fang Yuan's remaining affection will activated, weakening Qing Chao's will's determination. At the same time, Fang Yuan injected fake will to disrupt Qing Chao's will's judgment. Finally, Fang Yuan injected a large amount of self-will in one go, his army surged like a tide, drowning and destroying the remaining Qing Chao's will. I finally refined Soul Beast token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, his forehead was covered in sweat. This battle was even more tiring than commanding an army of tens of thousands of men and horses in an unparalleled battle. Looking at the time, 3 days and 3 nights had passed in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I have wisdom path methods and a suitable immortal goo, otherwise, would not have been able to refine this goo. Sigh, even though I have great thief ghost hand and can use ghostly concealment to recreate a trace of thieving heaven demon venerable's divine might. But in the end, it was just a coincidence that he became a monk halfway through. According to rumors, thieving heaven demon venerable has a move, Steel Heart. It targets the will inside the stolen immortal goo and can instantly refine the immortal goo. It is amazing. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He put away Soul Beast token and quickly got up, flying towards Green Ghost Desert again. I have Soul Beast token now. With the killer move 180 slaves, I can enslave that Qing Chou. With Qing Chou, I have high hopes of obtaining Divine Bean Palace. After all, it has the greatest influence on Divine Bean Palace. Even if I face the backlash of Fang Clan's alliance agreement, I can ensure that I do not die. If I can obtain Divine Bean Palace, it will be a huge gain. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. He was greedy. After obtaining Soul Beast token, he wanted to seize that rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace. But when he flew to the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, he was stopped by a Goo Immortal. Friend, please wait. The one who stopped him was an ordinary-looking female immortal. She had a sweet smile and was brimming with rank 7 aura. What do you want? Fang Yuan willed and slowed down. The female immortal smiled. I am He Gu. Seeing that you are flying so quickly, you must have a goal in mind. Right now, there is a huge change in Green Ghost Desert. I heard it was caused by a huge treasure true inheritance. I wonder if you have any information? I am willing to exchange for it with a huge sum of money. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but he felt something amiss. It turned out that Fang Clan had caused a huge commotion by snatching Divine Bean Palace. All of the soul beasts in Green Ghost Desert were stirred up. This could not be concealed. Countless Western Desert Goo Immortals sensed it and came over. Fang Yuan spent 3 days and 3 nights refining Soul Beast token. Many Western Desert Goo Immortals had already come. I'm afraid the battle has already ended. If the 3 sides are still fighting intensely, none of them will be able to conceal the battle between rank 8s. How can these Goo Immortals not find out? I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Who will obtain Divine Bean Palace? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. Note, this book has stopped updating for 100 years. Today's update was an accident. Chapter 1540. So that's it. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Fang Clan's Goo Immortals and obtained the information. This battle over Divine Bean Palace had indeed ended. Fang Clan was the one who obtained Divine Bean Palace. Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder Chen Yi left in defeat. He told Fang Clan to take good care of Divine Bean Palace. He would come back to take it in the future. As for Qing Chou, it also escaped. It had a deep foundation. It did not only have a rank 8 Soul Beast token, it also had other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, among the 3 Immortal Goo houses, Chicken Dog Coop and Inquiry Dock were heavily damaged. First Supreme Elder Fang Gong was also heavily injured. And Divine Bean Palace, which they obtained, was almost half destroyed. However, after Fang Yuan contacted them, Fang Clan still promised to give Fang Yuan compensation. According to the alliance agreement, the compensation was very high. But Fang Clan's Goo Immortals wanted Fang Yuan to wait for a while. Because the commotion this time was too huge, they could not hide it for long. News of Fang Clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace would be deduced soon. At that time, Western Desert's Goo Immortal world would be in turmoil. Many super forces would not let Fang Clan obtain this Immortal Goo House and become the leader of Western Desert's super forces. By then, Fang Clan would face pressure from all directions. Thus, Fang Clan needed to use this period of peace to raise their strength and recuperate. Especially the Immortal Goo House, they needed to repair it as much as possible. Thus, Fang Clan was tight on funds. They asked Fang Yuan to extend the time limit for a few days. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Firstly, the alliance agreement did not have a strict time limit on the payment. Secondly, Fang Yuan wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fang clan. The situation was different now. Fang clan offended Central Continent's Heavenly Lotus sect. It was the same as offending the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's Swan Bujin disguise played a huge role in this. He could not escape responsibility. In Fang clan's view, Fang Yuan and they had a common enemy. They were natural allies. On the other hand, the Fang family was under pressure and was wary of the strength that Fang Yuan had displayed. Swan Bujin's identity was a wisdom path Gu immortal who had the method to enslave a soul beast army. Fang Yuan also exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal Gu's soul beast token in the Battle of Divine Beam Palace. It was simply shocking. Therefore, Fang clan was very cautious towards Fang Yuan. They were not willing to easily provoke such an existence. Especially at this crucial moment, when the entire Fang clan was facing a test, Fang clan was even more unwilling to offend Fang Yuan. They even planned to rely on Fang Yuan at certain times and use him as external help. Fang Yuan thought for a while and understood Fang clan's plan. First, it was Tang family. Looks like this Fang family can also become a chess piece to resist the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had already set his sights on the future. Western Desert situation is going to become chaotic. The crucial thing is how much strength does Fang clan have left, how much power can they display after obtaining Divine Beam Palace. If Fang clan could resist the pressure from all sides in the following period of time, Fang Yuan would not mind lending a helping hand to solidify their relationship. If Fang clan could not resist it and was in danger of being exterminated, Fang Yuan would not help them, he would hit them while they were down. There was still hope for them to obtain Divine Beam Palace. Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines with a relaxed attitude. In this battle of Divine Beam Palace, he had huge gains. On one hand, there was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu, with it and Fang Yuan's Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he could use the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. This was a qualitative change. On the other hand, there was rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token. Rank 8 Immortal Gu could not be obtained even with immense resources. Thirdly, his relationship with Fang clan had advanced by leaps and bounds. Moreover, Fang clan still owed Fang Yuan a lot of compensation. Even if Fang Yuan obtained Divine Beam Palace, he would need to invest a huge amount of resources to repair it. At the same time, the burden of feeding Immortal Gu would increase. This result was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. But currently, a large number of Western Desert Gu immortals have appeared in Green Ghost Desert. I cannot make any arrangements here. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted Wuxia and the rest to stay in Green Ghost Desert and hunt for soul cores to help Fang Yuan's soul cultivation. But it seemed that it was not possible now. There were too many people in Green Ghost Desert, it was not good for movement. And there was a huge threat, that was Qing Chou, who had escaped. This legendary immemorial soul beast had rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan had not fought it head-on before, but he knew how powerful it was. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal and other methods, he could only fight it to a draw. Right now, Qing Chou's whereabouts were unknown. It was likely to be hiding in Green Ghost Desert. This way, whether Fang Yuan sent Wuxia and the rest or he stayed behind, it would be dangerous. Once they fought, just his identity alone would ruin many of Fang Yuan's plans. Let's go. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods. In a short while, he made the wisest decision. He wanted to leave Green Ghost Desert and even Western Desert. Friend? At this moment, Gu was still standing in front of Fang Yuan. Seeing that he was not replying, she asked. Fang Yuan chuckled as his gaze turned to her, thinking to himself that this woman was quite astute. She could see so many clues from his movements. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he said, I do have some information. It is very precious. If you want to buy it, you need to be able to pay the price. Gu smiled, friend, don't worry, even though I am a lone cultivator, I have some capital. As long as you guarantee that this information is true, my reward will definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan made a simple alliance agreement with He Gu. He then selectively told her about Qing Chao's existence. It was indeed the truth. He Gu's eyes shined brightly. Oh. A single soul beast was actually related to the Qing family? It seems to have Qing clan's secret treasure. I am not sure about the details. Fang Yuan shook his head, not willing to say anything else. He Gu was already very satisfied. She paid Fang Yuan a lot of Western Desert immortal materials on the spot. Even with Fang Yuan's knowledge, he was quite surprised. Among these immortal materials, there was a type of ancient divine wood. It was a rare rank 6 immortal material. Even though it was only rank 6, it was rare even in jewel yellow skies. Sometimes, it could be sold for the price of a rank 7 immortal material. This was a small surprise. Fang Yuan made a fortune and also exposed Qing Chou. This was to create a cover for Fang clan. Western Desert's Gu immortals would focus their attention on Qing Chou. Secondly, it was also beneficial to Fang Yuan. Qing Chou was not dead, its whereabouts were unknown. It was a huge threat to Fang Yuan's Green Ghost Desert plan. Fang Yuan could use these Western Desert Gu immortals to scout for Qing Chou's location. As for them encountering Qing Chou and finding out that it was a legendary immemorial soul beast, they could only pray for themselves. My information is real. There will definitely be Wisdom Path Gu immortals who will deduce it and verify it. By then, even rank 8 existences will be interested in Qing clan's inheritance. If 1 or 2 rank 8 Gu immortals come out, Qing Chou will be in trouble. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, Fang Yuan used this small chance to scheme against Qing Chou. That He Gu was not satisfied, she requested to explore Green Ghost Desert with Fang Yuan. It was normal for lone immortals to form groups. However, Fang Yuan rejected her. Fang Yuan said goodbye to He Gu and left. That He Gu wanted to chase after him, she flew behind Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan easily circled around her, using familiar face to disguise himself. He quickly lost her. Fang Yuan did not enter Green Ghost Desert. He flew along the border of Green Ghost Desert. After flying for several days and nights, Fang Yuan arrived at Western Desert's regional wall. After passing through 2 regional walls, Fang Yuan arrived at southern border again. The scorching and glaring sunlight was replaced by dark clouds in the sky. In the southern border, the dry wind of the Western Desert was permeated with moisture. Looking around, there were mountains that were covered in greenery. They were all dark colors. Southern border. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered before clearing up. Among the 5 regions, he had the deepest impression of southern border. Immortal killer move, Qi Luck sensation. Immediately after, he activated his killer move, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had established a luck connection with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle earlier. Now that he used Qi Luck sensation, he immediately sensed its vague location. Fang Yuan's main goal in returning to southern border was to subdue the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again. This space path immemorial desolate beast was very useful to Fang Yuan. With it, Fang Yuan could annex all of the blessed lands in City Well. His immortal aperture's foundation would rise greatly, and his Dao marks would increase. Chapter 1541. Southern Border, Southeast. North of Yellow Dragon River, south of Hundred Beast Mountain. This was originally a mountain range. It was long and undulating, but now it had split apart. A huge ravine spanned from east to west, forming a brand new earth trench. The Great Era was approaching. The 5 regions were going to merge. First, Earth Qi would move and Earth veins would connect. Southern border had an extremely high concentration of Earth Path Dao marks. It was the leader of the 5 regions. After the first quake, there were many earthquakes that engulfed southern border. Each earthquake was a disaster for southern border's mortals. But for Gu immortals, it meant new opportunities. All sorts of immortal materials, even wild immortal Gu, would emerge from deep underground. Earth veins were the essence of the earth itself. These last years, southern border's Gu immortal world had been in chaos. First was the Battle of Etion Mountain, then the Battle of the Dream Realm. Not just lone cultivators and demonic path, even the righteous path suffered many losses. Especially Wu clan, they lost 7 Gu immortals. Southern borders Gu immortals were on high alert, they sensed danger and tried to raise their strength. This time, the earth vein moved and formed an earth trench. Southern borders Gu immortals went all out, they wanted to replenish themselves and plunder the most resources to raise their strength. Right now, in the depths of this newly formed earth trench, a group of Gu masters were setting up a mortal Gu formation and setting up a camp. The leading Gu master was a woman with rank 5 cultivation. Her eyebrows were thin like willow smoke, her eyes were clear like the moon. Her skin was snow white, she had cherry lips and white teeth, her black hair was draped over her shoulders, it was delicate and beautiful. Right now, she was wearing a plain white dress. She was elegant like an orchid, gentle like water, and had a noble aura. It was none other than the current Shang clan leader, Xianxia. Xianxia's beautiful eyes stared at the field in front of her. This field was deep in earth trench, it was not ordinary, the soil was black and hard like iron, colorful smoke was rising from the soil, forming into clouds in the air. Being in the field, the Gu masters felt a warm feeling that seeped into their bones, it was extremely comfortable. The power of nature, the work of the gods, it is truly amazing. Xianxia sighed, she was deeply moved. Beside her stood a white-robed young man. He had a handsome figure and sharp eyebrows. On his shoulder was a small eagle. It was Yi Fan. Yi Fan said, "This field is not simple. If I am not wrong, this is the smoky warm jade field, able to produce the immortal material smoky warm jade. This piece of land is actually 1,000 mu in circumference, it's extremely valuable." Yi Fan was still in love with Xianxia. Previously, he had stepped forward to help Xianxia, who had just ascended to the throne, deal with political problems. However, when he was chasing away the 18 drunkards, he encountered by Ning Bing and was almost killed by the latter. Yi Fan was lucky enough to keep his life. After this great change, he became even more mature and steady. Due to an accident, he met Gu immortal Lu Wei Yin and they became master and disciple. He was nurtured by Lu Wei Yin. Not only did he cultivate in Black Heaven for a period of time, he was also taught a lot of knowledge by Lu Wei Yin. His horizons were much broader than Xianxia's. So this place is called Smoky Warm Jade Field. Thank you, young Master Yi, for dispelling my doubts. I finally understand why the clan's immortal ancestor wants me to lead the group to defend this place. Xianxia expressed her gratitude. She originally had low aptitude and weak cultivation, but this time, in order to fight for this smoky warm jade field, Shang clan sent a Gu immortal to activate a unique method and raise Xianxia's cultivation to rank 5 regardless of the cost. Worry flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. Xianxia's enemies this time were Ho clan and Tai clan. These two clans also sent their rank 5 clan leaders to hold the line, showing their determination to obtain the smoky warm jade field. Yi Fan's current horizons had already surpassed mortals, he could see everything clearly. This smoky warm jade field is a natural resource point. Whoever controls this place will have a huge amount of smoky warm jade production every year. Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan, these three are super forces, even the 3 clan leaders are just pawns, the Gu immortals of their clans are behind them. Sigh. The position of Shang clan leader seems to have a high status and authority, but it is just a political chip in the hands of Gu immortals. They have no choice, they are filled with danger, lone cultivators and demonic immortals might covet them. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei, who was also Xianxia's father, died in battle. There are also Wu clan's leader, Empress Wu Ji, and other formidable characters. As long as they are not Gu immortals, no matter how valiant they are still mortals. Yi Fan sighed internally, thinking of this, he became even more determined to advance to immortal. Report. Ho clan and Tai clan have sent large numbers of people, they are coming towards us at an unprecedented scale. At this time, an investigative Gu master suddenly came to report. A beautiful female Gu master beside Xianxia said, as clan leader expected, our Gu formation and the expansion of the camp have crossed the bottom line of both clans. This beautiful woman was Wei Daoist, the wife of Wei clan leader. She was once bought by Feng Yuan as a slave and given to Xianxia. Right now, Wei Daoist was Xianxia's personal guard. She was loyal and wanted to repay her debt of gratitude. Xianxia nodded, smiling. Actually, the Gu formation has already been set up. They are purposely making it look like they are setting up a Gu formation to lure these two clans to attack, so that we can take them down in one go. Shang clan, Tai clan, and Ho clan had been fighting for a long time. They had both won and lost. It was a draw. Xianxia thought of a plan. She set up a Gu formation to amplify her clan's battle strength and settle this matter in one go. The other two clan leaders had deep qualifications. They had been around for a long time. Even if they went out, they did not have to worry about chaos in their clans. But Xianxia was different. She was inexperienced and young. If she went out for too long, there would be chaos in Shang clan's headquarters. This was also the reason why Xianxia had to take the risk. Of course, taking the risk was not blind. Xianxia knew her enemy and herself well before coming up with this plan. She was confident that she could settle this matter in one go. If I can defeat the two old clan leaders of Ho clan and Tai clan, my reputation will spread far and wide. When I return to the clan, the situation will be completely different. Saying so, Xianxia's lips curled up as she raised her voice. I hope everyone can work together and win this battle. The crowd of heroes loudly agreed to the emperor's promise. Beside Xianxia were Wei Daoist and the other female guards, as well as Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hui experts, as well as Xiao Yan, who came from Shang clan's battle stage and was an outsider Gu master. He had already been recruited by Xianxia, becoming one of her subordinates. As for the chief steward Zhou Quan, he was replacing Xianxia, staying at Shangliang Mountain to maintain the situation. Yi Fan was an external elder. He did not have a subordinate relationship with Xianxia. Although taking the position of clan leader is tiring and tough, Xianxia has been through training. She has lost a lot of her weakness and is much more heroic. At that moment, Yi Fan was slightly dazed by Xianxia's beauty. Shang clan leader, what is the meaning of this? After a while, Tai clan leader arrived first. Next, Ho clan leader also arrived with a large group, questioning Xianxia. Little girl, you are building a camp, are you trying to monopolize it? Xianxia smiled faintly. Patriarchs, the three of us have been wasting time here for a long time. There's no harm in having a showdown today and deciding the victor. Why needlessly delay for time? Ho clan leader's pupils shrunk. Tai clan leader laughed heartily, giving Xianxia a thumbs up. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. To speak the truth, I am getting frustrated from staying here. Let's have a three-way battle today, we will decide the outcome. As a result, the three parties sent out their troops and started fighting. Xianxia, Yi Fan, and the rest of the higher-ups stood on the spot, waiting for a chance to fight. Activate the Gu formation. Xianxia instructed. The formation path Gu master beside her was stunned, hesitating. Isn't it too early to activate the Gu formation? We might give our enemies time to react. Xianxia shook her head. Just activate the formation. The Gu formation activated, a light veil enveloped the entire battlefield. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters became restless and flustered. Xianxia said loudly, this formation can protect the lives of those who are heavily injured. Ho clan and Tai clan's Gu masters, go ahead and fight. Once she said that, Ho clan and Tai clan's leaders' expressions changed. Tai clan's leader laughed loudly. I heard that Shang clan leader is kind and benevolent. It is indeed true. Alright, let us fight to our heart's content. Ho clan's leader snorted coldly, thinking, this lass is truly surpassing us in time. She directly told us about this formation's effect. It is to confuse our minds. Should we dismantle this formation or not? I underestimated her earlier. Looking at all the super forces leaders and Gu master experts, Xianxia is the kindest person I have ever seen. She could have set up a killer formation, but she chose this formation. Her advantage is greatly reduced. I'll lend her a hand later. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not tell Shang Xianxia and the rest about his immortal fortuitous encounter. But after Black Heaven's cultivation, Yi Fan was confident that even rank 5 Gu masters were not his match. The Gu formation activated, under the cover of the light. Once a Gu master was injured, they would be enveloped by the light and sent out, others would not be able to harm them. At the same time, the Gu formation was helpful to Shang clan's Gu masters in battle. Tai clan and Ho clan's Gu masters were also thinking about how to unravel this Gu formation, but before that, Shang clan's Gu masters had the upper hand. Kill. Xiong Tu, Xiong Feng, and Xiong Hua joined the battle. The three worked together and were extremely close. Ordinary elders were not their match. Soon, Ho clan's 3 elders were heavily injured. They were enveloped by the light and sent out of the battlefield. Damn it! Ho clan's leader clenched his fists. I had already convinced Shang clan's important people to cause trouble in Shang Xianxi's backyard. To think that she actually challenged us. This Tai clan's leader is too impatient. He actually agreed to her request and fell into her trap. Right at this time, a female Gu master charged out of Tai clan's formation. She was very brave. Her moves were large and powerful, rampaging through the battlefield. She was unstoppable. Xiong clan's 3 brothers wanted to stop her, but she easily defeated them, sending them out of the battlefield with heavy injuries. Ho clan's leader stared with wide eyes. He realized at this moment, so Tai clan had such a person. Powerful, too powerful. Even if I were to personally take action, I wouldn't be a match for her. At the crucial moment, Yi Fan walked into the battlefield, standing in front of this female Gu master. I have not asked for your name? That woman's gaze was like lightning, emitting a sharp light as she sized up Yi Fan. She had a solemn expression as she said coldly, Tai Ruanan. Chapter 1542. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions resounded in everyone's ears. Mortal killer moves were unleashed without stop. 2 figures appeared and dispersed as they fought intensely. One was Yi Fan. He had dense luck. He cultivated transformation path and light path. He received guidance from Shang clan's Gu immortals, and also acknowledged the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei Yin as his master. And most importantly, he did not rely on his own fortuitous encounters. He walked on his own Gu cultivation path. As for Tai Ruanan, even though she came from a super clan, Tai clan, she had a rough childhood. She lost her mother and father when she was young. She became independent and became one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. She worked hard and was skilled in both literature and martial arts. Her reputation grew. She attracted many followers. Especially when she was nurtured by Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mian Shen, she became the inheritor of Tai Mian's true inheritance. The battle between these two could be said to be a match between 2 geniuses. They were evenly matched. The commotion was shocking. The aftershocks created a large empty space. Ordinary fighting Gu masters, as long as they entered this empty space and encountered the shockwaves of the two's battle, they would be injured if brushed by the shockwaves and die if touched. Thus they would all retreat. The Gu masters of the 3 clans were dumbfounded by the battle between these two. Missy, young Master Yi is so strong. Why did we not know about this before? The servant beside Shang Xianxi, Xiao Dai, spoke. Shang Xianxi's eyes flickered as she said, young Master Yi Fan must have had some fortuitous encounter. His strength rose rapidly. This is a good thing, but his opponent is not simple. Young Master Yi should be careful. Xiao Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He is talented, handsome, and confident. Moreover, his feelings for Miss can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. If young Master Yi can hear that you care about him so much, he will definitely be very happy. Xianxia shook her head. She wanted to say something but did not speak in the end. Xiao Dai had been observing the situation. She was Xianxia's trusted aide, a direct descendant of the direct line. She was a servant from Zhang clan. She had followed the caravan and came to Shang clan city with Xianxia. Thus, others called Xianxia clan leader or city lord, but only Xiao Dai called Xianxia young miss. Xianxia did not ask her to change it. This was a sign of their deep relationship. At this moment, Xiao Dai was worried, thinking, it seems that Miss still cannot forget that demonic Gu master Fang Yuan. Sigh, I don't know what he did, but that Fang Yuan only accompanied my young miss to Shang clan city, and from then on, he became young Miss's sweetheart. I wonder where he is now. He was probably already dead. Sigh, if he's really dead, seeing his corpse would be good too. It would allow Miss to completely give up and walk out. Xiao Dai's great aptitude was after all a mortal Gu master and had not come into contact with the level of Gu immortals. Thus, she did not know Fang Yuan's current situation and thought that Fang Yuan was still a demonic Gu master. Even though Xianxia learned about Fang Yuan's current situation from Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Qingqing, there was no need to tell Xiao Dai about this. It's true that talented people are born in every generation. I'm really getting old. Ho clan leader looked at the battle between Yi Fan and Tai Ruanan. He was shocked and felt bitter. Tai clan leader was more shocked, thinking, I thought that by sending Tai Ruanan, we would be able to clear all the obstacles and obtain victory. But now, it seems that the result is hard to predict. To think that Shang clan has such an expert. At the same time, in the sky above the battlefield, in a place where mortal Gu masters could not sense, 3 southern border Gu immortals were looking at the battle between Tai Ruanan and Yi Fan. They came from Shang clan, Ho clan, and Tai clan. Right now, the 3 were sitting on a cloud, next to each other. There was a round table in the middle. The fragrance of tea permeated the air. The Gu immortals were drinking tea, but they were using the mortals of their clans as stakes in a gamble to decide the final owner of this smoky warm jade field. This smoky warm jade field was a high-grade resource, even super forces valued it greatly. If they could obtain it, it would be a foundation that would benefit the clan. But using mortals as stakes without Gu immortals, would it be child's play? Or maybe if they lost, some Gu immortals would refuse to accept it. The conflict between immortals, using mortals as stakes, was not as simple as it seemed. Gu immortals were lone cultivators and demonic path cultivators, so be it. But righteous path forces had to be long-lasting. Thus, they placed more emphasis on nurturing their descendants. For example, Shang clan had a young master selection policy to let the young masters earn money. They also had a battle stage to take in external Gu masters. Tai clan also had 8 young masters, while the other super forces had their own policies. They were all to select Gu immortal seeds from the mortal descendants. Letting the clansmen fight each other had great significance. It represented the clan's future achievements. Especially when it came to Gu immortal seeds, the Gu immortals would feel great heartache if they lost one. But Gu immortals needed to do this, because the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. Firstly, as long as the clan's Gu immortals did not die, their foundation would not be shaken. They would not suffer a huge loss. If the Gu immortals did not make a move, everything could be discussed. Secondly, letting these mortals fight was also a form of tempering and testing. It allowed geniuses to stand out in life and death situations. As for dead geniuses, they were no longer geniuses. Righteous path clans nurtured generation after generation. Even if they were Gu immortal seeds, they could afford to lose them. Thirdly, in a battle, there would be grudges and grudges. This would make the clan more cohesive. When the Gu immortal seeds grow up, the other super forces might have enemies of the same generation. At this time, they would not be able to leave the clan easily, they would need to rely on the clan more. Any policy had its considerations, it was not a game where Gu immortals used mortals as pawns. Those in power were not simple. Right now, the three immortals' gazes were on Yifan and Tai Ruanan. The three knew that the outcome of this battle was crucial, it would decide the final owner of Smoky Warm Jade Field. Shang Qingqing, who was sitting on the left, smiled. Congratulations to Lord Tai Mianshen, you found an excellent inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Tai clan had Iron Mask's true inheritance, everyone in southern border knew about it. They also knew that this true inheritance had strict requirements, it was hard to find a suitable inheritor. True teachings were a set of mature and relatively outstanding cultivation content. Therefore, sometimes, not everyone could inherit a true inheritance. There would be requirements and conditions. Sitting at the center was Tai clan's Gu immortal, Tai Mianshen. He wore a martial attire, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, his face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, it was the cultivation characteristic of Iron Mask's true inheritance. The Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people, they were also the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Earlier, he chose Divine Investigator, who was Tai Ruanan's father, to be the inheritor of Iron Mask's true inheritance. But Divine Investigator died on Qingmao Mountain, he found out about Tai Ruanan's outstanding talent and chose her as the inheritor. This time, the Tai clan had sent him here to fight for the Smoky Warm Jade Fields for the Tai clan. Thus, Tai Mianshen had brought Tai Ruanan here to train her. Among the three Gu immortals present, Ho clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals only had rank 6 cultivation level, only Tai Mianshen had rank 7 cultivation level, he was sitting at the center. As they conversed, Shang Qingqing and the Ho clan Gu immortal were very respectful towards Tai Mianshen. Tai Mianshen nodded, Shang clan's fairy is right, this is my true inheritor. But he is still young, he needs more training. Ho clan's Gu immortal, Ho Yao, was silent. He looked at the battlefield below with concern, even though Ho clan was the weakest now, it was not like he had lost his chance completely. As long as Shang clan and Tai clan fought to a stalemate, the final result would be unknown. Dust flew, Yifan retreated as he breathed in deeply, his chest inflated like a balloon. Tai Ruanan pounced down like an eagle, her hands turned into claws as she attacked. Yifan turned around and spat out a scarlet red light arrow towards Tai Ruanan's face. Tai Ruanan was not flustered, her eyes shined with bright light as she raised her head and flew like a swallow, dodging the red arrow. Chapter 1543. Tai Ruanan shouted as she raised her fist, welcoming the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, the fist and palm collided, causing a bright white light to burst out. Light shot out, causing the ground to crack. Both sides fought fiercely, moving like smoke as they retreated. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they stabilized themselves, looking at each other from afar as they breathed heavily. Right now, both of them had grim expressions, they treated each other as strong opponents, not daring to underestimate each other. So amazing, their battle strength far surpasses ordinary rank 5s, they are both Gu immortal seeds. Shang Xianxia sighed inwardly, her knowledge was not the same as before, because of Shang Qingqing's favor, she was familiar with some matters of the Gu immortal world. Yifan looked around, suddenly saying, Tai Ruanan, if you can take this move, I will admit defeat. Tai Ruanan's gaze focused as she nodded, agreeing, okay. Mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence, the two did not fight for long, but it was extremely intense, they had used countless mortal killer moves, the primeval essence expenditure was huge. Thus, both of them had little primeval essence left in their apertures. Thus, Yifan suggested one move to decide the victor, Tai Ruonan agreed. Yi Fan breathed in deeply, preparing his killer move. Mortal killer move, Aurora Bird. Chirp chirp chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. Yi Fan's body was covered in rays of light that flowed like water. They were multicolored, moving around and gathering on his forearm and right hand. The aurora light was very intelligent. It let out chirping sounds. As the light changed, a sparrow could be vaguely seen. The aurora bird was ready to attack. It had a shocking aura. Tai Ruonan's expression was extremely grim. Her body was emitting waves of black qi. The black gas condensed on her face and gradually formed a thin black iron mask. Mortal killer move, Iron Mask equipment. This move came from the Iron Mask true inheritance. If an immortal goo was used as the core, it would be an immortal killer move. Go! Yi Fan shouted. The rainbow light on his right forearm seemed to have a life of its own at this moment. It jumped out of his body and flew into the air, turning into a rainbow bird. With a flap of its wings, the rainbow cloud bird shot forward at an astonishing speed. Good move. Tai Ruonan grunted. She didn't stop at her original spot and charged forward. In the next moment, she collided with the rainbow sunglow bird. Tai Clan's Goo Masters gasped. They were worried for Tai Ruonan, to think that she would use her body to resist Yi Fan's strongest move. High up in the clouds, Tai Mianshan remained unmoving. It was obvious that he knew about the Iron Mask equipment and was confident in its defensive capabilities. Creak! Creak! The rainbow cloud bird crashed into Tai Ruonan's body, and turned back into a large ball of rainbow light, covering Tai Ruonan's entire body. On the other hand, Tai Ruonan's body emitted waves of black gas, defending against the corrosion of the rainbow light. Both sides were in a deadlock, and it was difficult to determine the outcome in a short period of time. Your Shang clan's Goo immortal seed is not bad either. Tai Mianshan praised. Shang Qingqing smiled. I'm ashamed, I'm just a seed with a different surname. Tai Mianshan nodded. I can see that his killer move has his own ideas. It is likely that he created it himself. To be able to create his own path at such a young age, ordinary geniuses cannot compare to him. Ho Yao was envious as he watched from the side. He sighed. Such seeds are the future pillars of their clans. Shang Qingqing was humble, but she found it strange. She had interacted with Yi Fan before. She gave him pointers, but he did not display such talent back then. Our Shang clan has a battle stage system. Thus, Tai Mianshan and Ho Yao thought that this is a Goo immortal seed from outside Shang clan, but that is not the case. Yi Fan is so outstanding now. He must have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Of course, he created his own killer move. His talent cannot be underestimated. Such a person is worthy of our clan's attention. We can recruit him. If we find out that he has a clean background, we can recruit him. Right, he seems to be in love with Shang Xianxia. We can make use of this. If he can become a Goo immortal, so what if we give up Shang Xianxia? If this gets out, it will be a great story. Shang Qingqing thought about it internally as she formulated a plan. At the same time, in a lake far away in the mountains, two Goo immortals were conspiring. These two Goo immortals had been concealing themselves. They had been planning for a long time. One of the Goo immortals was a weak young man. His name was Yu. He had a worried expression. Will we really not alert those three clans' Goo immortals this time? We won't. His companion, Inan Men, replied with certainty. If not for my unique investigative killer move, I would not have found out that there is an ancient water monster hidden in smoky warm jade field. Our clan is the most outstanding in water path. It is unlikely that those three clans will find out. And this time, we will not attack directly. We will make use of the situation to alert this sleeping ancient water monster and make it go berserk. Saying so, Nan Men's tone changed. Of course, Goo immortals have countless methods. It is hard to guarantee that they will not find out. But if they find out, we will have an excuse. After all, our clan is a super force. They will at most be suspicious, but they will not fight us to the death. If they do not find out, when the water monster goes berserk, they will definitely take action to suppress it. At that time, you will be the one to kill one of them and cause the 3 clans to be suspicious and fight. Nan men had rank 7 cultivation level, while EU only had rank 6 aura. But in their plan, EU was the one to carry out the assassination, who knew what methods EU had. The weak young man, EU, had an even more worried expression. I am not familiar with that move yet. What if I fail? What if they find out when I use it? Nan men's expression turned grim. That is the worst case scenario. If it really happens, I will sacrifice my life to stall these 3 Gu immortals and let you escape. Even if I die, I will not admit that I am a clan Gu immortal. You should do the same. This time, EU no longer had a worried expression on his face. Instead, he had a solemn and determined expression. Nan men breathed in deeply. I am going to attack. He activated an immortal killer move. His aura was concealed to the extreme. There was no sound at all. EU, who was at the side, relaxed slightly. At the next moment, deep underground water rippled. The water monster that had been sleeping for countless years was suddenly awakened. On the ground, Yifan and Tai Ruonan were just about to determine the victor, when the ground shook. Puff puff puff. A series of fountains burst out of the black metal soil, piercing through the battlefield and destroying the Gu formation that Shang clan had painstakingly set up. Dozens of huge water pillars, each several meters tall, were scattered in smoky warm jade field. Chapter 1544. Those unlucky Gu masters were hit by the water pillars. They turned into piles of flesh and bones. Such a change made the Gu masters extremely shocked. They quickly stopped and left the battlefield. What's going on? The 3 Gu immortals in the clouds were about to react when they saw the water pillars suddenly fuse into one in the air, forming into an ancient water monster with a fish body, frog legs, and tiger head. The water monster roared as it pounced at the mortals below. It did not have much intelligence. It felt that these mortal Gu masters had disturbed its slumber. The giant frog legs stomped on the ground, as boundless water surged out of the ground, surging towards the mortals. But the 3 immortals attacked at the same time. 3 barriers of light protected the 3 clansmen. So there is an underground frost heart lake beneath this smoky warm jade field. There is an ancient water monster inside the lake. Ho Yao had a solemn expression. Shang Qing gritted her teeth, looking at Tai Mianshen. Lord Tai Mianshen, please take the lead. We will assist you and take down this ancient water monster. We will prevent it from destroying this smoky warm jade field. She and Ho Yao were only rank 6 Gu immortals. They could not deal with the ancient water monster. Tai Mianshen was the only rank 7 Gu immortal here. He was the leader. Tai Mianshen nodded. He was about to charge down the clouds when a sharp eagle cry resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. At the next moment, everyone saw to their shock that the small eagle beside Yifan suddenly expanded, turning into a giant eagle. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. The giant eagle screeched as it pounced at the ancient water monster. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was saved by the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Weiyin, but it was also restrained by his methods. It had been staying beside Yifan. When Yifan was in a life and death situation, Lu Weiyin's restraining methods would be greatly weakened, allowing the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle to use a portion of its strength. The Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle did not have the intelligence of humans. It did not sense the hidden Gu immortals. It only felt the threat of the ancient water monster. It felt that its dignity was being challenged. It wanted to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Feeling the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle's ferocious aura, the ancient water monster immediately cowered. Its roar stopped abruptly, and it directly turned into a stream of water, quickly slipping away through the hole it had just emerged from. Once the ancient water monster was gone, Yifan's life was no longer in danger. The seal on the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle took effect again, causing it to return to its original state. A force forced it to fly back to Yifan's shoulder. Around Yifan, there was complete silence. countless Gu immortals stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Young Master Yi, what exactly is this eagle of yours? Xiao Dai stammered, completely shocked. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. If I say that this is the first time I've seen this eagle's power, would you believe me? Primordial desolate beast. Be it the 3 Gu immortals above the clouds or the 2 clan immortals hiding in the lake, they were all shocked speechless. How did this happen? Especially those 2 clan Gu immortals, they only wanted to release the ancient water monster, but they did not expect an immemorial desolate beast to appear. That's a good thing. We don't have to do it ourselves. With this immemorial desolate beast, we can get rid of these 3 immortals. EU was overjoyed. Nan Men's gaze was dark. This is not so simple, did you not see it clearly? This immemorial desolate beast is being raised by someone, it is the possession of that young man who fought earlier. Shang clan's fairy, what is going on with this immemorial desolate beast? Tai Mianshan's gaze was like lightning, he turned around and looked at Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing smiled bitterly. Earlier, she was agitated and her expression showed flaws. Even if she did not, she would not be able to lie to Tai Mianshan. Shang Qingqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, she could only say, I don't know either, it is likely this young man's fortuitous encounter. What kind of fortuitous encounter can allow a mortal to raise an immemorial desolate beast as his possession? Ho Yao was shocked as he said in an unfathomable tone. Tai Mianshan smiled coldly, this is an important matter, we cannot ignore it. Compared to this, smoky warm jade field is no longer important. This young man probably inherited an immortal true inheritance, but our southern border righteous path has never had such records of a mortal raising an immemorial desolate beast. I need to investigate and prevent the demonic path from rising again. Shang Qingqing was furious but helpless, she smiled bitterly. I believe that Lord Tai Mianshan will investigate this matter and uphold justice. Eagle, so you are so powerful. Yi Fan sighed, he could not help but stretch out his hand, wanting to touch the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had tried to struggle many times, but it was helpless against the seal on its body. After a while, it became resigned to its fate. Now that it returned to Yi Fan's shoulder, it was furious, but when it heard Yi Fan's praise, pride appeared on its face again. Seeing Yi Fan stretch out his hand, it immediately spread its wings and slapped Yi Fan's hand away. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Xiao Dai stared with wide eyes, this eagle is really arrogant, but it has incredible abilities, it is worthy of its arrogance. Young Master Yi, how did you? Before she finished, Shang Xianxia interrupted her. Xiao Dai, this is young Master Yi Fan's secret, you can't pry. It is fine, it is fine. This divine eagle was caught by my master. Yi Fan saw that the matter was exposed, he did not want to hide it from Shang Xianxia. Your master can actually subdue such a divine eagle? Xiao Dai raised her voice. Shang Xianxia also had a shocked expression, she naturally thought that Yi Fan's master was likely a powerful Gu immortal. While they were talking, the upper extreme heavenly eagle suddenly showed fear on its face, it became restless on Yi Fan's shoulder, like a mouse that saw a cat, or a sheep that saw a wolf. What is going on? Xiao Dai and the rest stared with wide eyes, this arrogant divine eagle suddenly acted like this, it was truly shocking. I don't know. Yi Fan exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen so panic-stricken. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not stand on Yi Fan's shoulder, it screeched towards a certain direction in the sky. However, this shrill cry was no longer as intimidating as before. Instead, it revealed a strong sense of panic and even pleading. One could see the fear in it at a glance. Of course, if one were to look closely, there was also a trace of anger. What is going on? At once, be they mortal Gu masters or Gu immortals, they could not help but look towards the direction of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's scream. Next, everyone saw a figure in the sky, piercing through heaven and earth like a flying sword. At this moment, the white clouds in the sky were split into two by this figure. That seems to be a person. Immortal? The Gu masters exclaimed. Who is it? This aura, he is definitely not an ordinary immortal. The Gu immortals were also shocked, they became vigilant. The figure stopped, floating in the air as everyone saw this Gu immortal's true appearance. He had a jade-like face, a high nose bridge, and a cold, indifferent look in his deep, black eyes. His long hair was black like a waterfall, it hung down to his waist. He wore a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind, he was handsome to the point of being beautiful, his aura was extremely intimidating. A group of mortal Gu masters looked up at him. There was complete silence. Then, the man spoke again, so this is where my bird is. Chapter 1545. 1 year, there was a famine. The people had no food to eat. They could only dig up grass and eat guanine clay. Many people starved to death. The news was quickly reported to the palace. The emperor was sitting high up and was puzzled when he heard the report. The kind emperor thought hard and came up with a solution. The people are hungry but have no rice to eat. Why don't they eat meat porridge? In our lives, there will always be some people who look kind and understanding on the surface, but they are not. Recently, I brought my wife to Nanjing every day to accompany her to see a doctor. Although it is a small problem, the treatment process is more complicated. We take the train in the morning and come back in the afternoon. Sometimes, there are no seats on the train. We might have to stand for more than an hour. Or we might take a bus to get home. It takes even longer. It's really tiring. Imagine yourself on a long journey. Imagine yourself taking a bus or a train. Then imagine yourself doing this every day for a month. My writing condition is not good because of this. I have already told them about this matter, but many people still do not understand. Or rather, they think they understand. A few days ago, I made a mistake and did not update for a day. I have already explained the situation and apologized. It was indeed my mistake. I had already saved the manuscript and put it in Chidian's back end. It was just that I did not set the timing for the updates. Coincidentally, I had an urgent matter that night. I came home late and found people scolding their parents. At that time, in a fit of anger, he decided not to update it. At the same time, I was also very puzzled. What caused this phenomenon? How should I deal with this matter? The next day, I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years. All the updates were accidents. Then, I started to update once a day, twice a day, and 3 times a day. I realized that those people who scolded their parents disappeared and did not make a fuss anymore. There was even some noise and excitement in the book review section. On the surface, this is a problem with the updates. But what about the actual situation? I announced that I would stop updating for 100 years, but I updated for so many days. Is this an accident? Sometimes, there are more updates. Is this accident bigger than the broken sky? Why are these people not making a fuss because of these accidents? What about scolding their parents? Some people will immediately answer, this is because you, the author, updated. Yes, I updated. But what about the actual situation? It is also an accident. Why can't these people be the same? That's because what I'm doing is in line with their interests. So, this group of people seemed very kind, understanding, and supportive, but in fact, they were just supporting their own interests. This support was not because they truly understood the author's pain, but because they were as kind as the emperor. Over the past few days, there were also some readers who complained, saying, Venerable Gu, you've gone too far. For the sake of a small number of people, you've affected everyone's reading. I can't stand the sight of you. I answer here, how did I bring disaster to everyone's reading? I said I would stop updating for 100 years. When did I stop updating? These people were complaining for their own benefit, not really trying to understand me. Of course. I know this is human nature, very normal. I write books, and you read them. Why should I force you to understand me? You're just an author who writes a book. Who are you to me? Friends? Family? Hee hee. This is a normal situation, of course, I accept. In fact, I never force others to understand me. But what I couldn't accept was that when I scolded my parents, it would become dirty. I write and sell books, why should my parents be scolded? If you sell things in the mall, do you want your parents to be scolded? When I write books, I put in a lot of effort and time. I put in hard work, and the results I get are upright. When I sell books, I earn a few cents for 1,000 words, and a few cents for a chapter. It might not even be as much as the price of a cigarette. When you open a tobacco shop and sell cigarettes, and someone buys cigarettes, you tell them that they are out of stock today, and they can come back tomorrow or buy from another shop. At this time, when the customer scolds and insults you and your family, how do you feel? You're definitely not happy, and I'm not happy either. Let me tell you, no one will be happy, everyone will be unhappy. I'm unhappy, and I want to express it. What do I write books for? It's to fulfill my dream and earn money to support my family at the same time. It's life. It's not survival. In this world, some people survive, and some people live. I'm the latter. What I pursue is a high quality of life, a comfortable life. I'm not here for you to scold me. I'm not someone who sells laughs, I'm just someone who writes and sells books. I'm not an idol. If you scold me, I have to bear it. I'm worried that I'll lose fans. To me, if I lose fans, so be it. Subscriptions, favorites, it doesn't matter. What does it matter? A few years ago, when I wrote Guzhenren, I didn't think about making money. If I wanted to make money, I wouldn't have updated like this, and I wouldn't have written such a topic at all. This is because I'm different from others. My main purpose in writing books is to write the book itself. Making money is incidental and secondary. Before Guzhenren, I wrote many books, and I've proudly announced many times, every book is complete, and I've never left it unfinished. This is an indisputable fact. Perhaps many people still don't understand the true meaning behind this fact. That is, no matter what book I write, no matter how well the book does, whether it sells or not, I've written the concept in my heart completely. If I were to write a book for the sake of making money, would I do this? Guzhenren has been updated for several years, and only recently has some results shown, giving me the hope and possibility of doing this full-time. I'm also very interested, because this is very likely to be a high-quality lifestyle. But even if I do it full-time, will I change my original intention and write for money? I pursue a quality life, and money is secondary. My concept of money is that poverty can kill people, and wealth can also kill people. I can eat abalone and sea cucumber, and I can also eat porridge and plain porridge. When I was a child, I lived a hard life, and I'm not afraid of suffering in the future. Even if I have a son now, I don't have the thought of most parents, thinking of ways to let him live a rich life. If he has talent, poverty can nourish his ambition, and he can earn money himself, why would he need my money? If he has no talent, no matter how much money I give him, it will all be wasted. His shortcomings will be magnified by too much money. Wealth is a good thing, but poverty also has its advantages. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really can't write books in the future, and really can't support myself and my family, I can just go out and find a job, right? I have hands and feet, and I'm in the prime of my life. Can't I support myself, my wife, and my child? So, I won't suffer this kind of vexation. I write and sell books, not to be bullied. For those who curse, let me tell you, I, Venerable Gu, will not sell my books to you. I'll give you 1 word, scram. 2 words, scram. 2 words, scram quickly. 4 words, scram quickly. 5 words, scram dejectedly. After writing this paragraph, I counted seriously and found that my math is still very good. Perhaps some people will ask, Venerable Gu, aren't you too pretentious? That's not good. Look at those great gods, they aren't as pretentious as you. What ability do you have to be pretentious? Then let me tell you, I usually don't pretend, and I'm not good at pretending, but I must pretend today. First, because others pretend to be pretentious to me, I, Venerable Gu, always return the favor. I'm selling books, not laughter. My smiles are for my friends. When friends come, I give them smiles and enthusiasm. When enemies come, I raise my knife, spear, and sword. Second, I'm different from many authors, because my pursuit, my temperament is not the same. If I'm not in a good mood, how can I write a book happily? I won't be able to write a good book. Third, I don't have any virtue or ability to pretend to be pretentious today, I'm just poor and unreasonable. Also, I want to ask you, those readers who scold their parents, what virtue or ability do they have to do this? Just because they support me, they can insult me and my family? Everyone, when have you seen such a group of people, saying, I support you, but at the same time scolding your parents? This group of people also has a common problem, which is that they feel, I'm supporting you like this, I've contributed a lot, I've suffered a lot, so what's wrong with me scolding you a few times? I'm also doing it for your own good. Therefore, in my eyes, this kind of support is not support at all. I don't want this kind of support. Let me repeat, I, Venerable Gu, write books, the past books, the present books, and the future books, will not sell to people like you. If you have the guts, don't read it. Actually, the books I write are just like that, why do you have to do it? There are many other outstanding books, go and read others. This single chapter of mine can also be considered a confession. I believe that it has an important meaning for my entire writing career. Perhaps some of you will be very unhappy when you see today's single chapter. I'm sorry, this is not my main goal, making you unhappy is just a side effect. Let's make a final point. I, Venerable Gu, sell books, not smiles. Chapter 1546. Who is this? Yi Fan looked at Feng Yuan, who was floating in the sky, feeling puzzled. At this moment, he could not help but think of his master Lu Wei Yin's words. Master said that this eagle can resolve one of my karmic ties. I have always been puzzled, is this Gu Immortal really the eagle's master, and my karma is him? Yi Fan did not recognize Feng Yuan, because Feng Yuan was using the sovereign immortal body's original appearance. Yi Fan had never seen him before. Yi Fan only knew the appearance of Feng Yuan's rank 6-time path clone, he had obtained this from Xianxia subordinates. This was easy, back then, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons, they roamed the world and were wanted criminals. The servant Xiao Dai's gums were chattering, she shivered. She naturally did not recognize Feng Yuan's identity, but Feng Yuan had such power, and was the owner of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was already so strong, then how strong was its master? Xiao Dai could not imagine it, she only felt fear, she was afraid that Feng Yuan would find trouble with them. Meanwhile, Xianxia pursed her lips, her gaze was fixed on Feng Yuan. Her eyes were not only filled with shock, there was also some doubt, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. The mortals were shocked and confused, but the Gu Immortals were different, they felt chills all over their bodies. This person is? Rank 6 Gu Immortal Ho Yao stared with wide eyes, tongue-tied. He recognized Feng Yuan's identity, the answer was right at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say it. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body appearance had always been Lu Guanyi's identity as he roamed the world. Back then in southern border, he entered the immortal formation and explored super dream realms, he disguised as Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi and Wu Yihai's appearances were naturally very different. But don't forget. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the Celestial Court framed Fang Yuan and exposed the truth that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi in order to destroy Longevity Heaven's political scheme and divide Northern Plains Gu immortal forces. Thus, the fact that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and had once disguised as Wu Yihai was known to all the Gu immortals in the world. The appearance of his sovereign immortal physique, which was also Lu Guanyi's appearance, was no longer a secret and was known to everyone in the world. This time, when Fang Yuan came to southern border, he did not activate familiar face or any other disguise. There are several reasons. Firstly, the purpose of his trip was very clear, and that was to pursue the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Thus, when he made his move, even if he disguised himself, his identity would still be exposed. There was no need to do so. Secondly, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, and after this period of digesting his knowledge, he had a solid foundation and deep strength. Now that he was roaming southern border, he was very confident. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had purposely shown his true appearance to probe the arrangements of the Celestial Court and other righteous path forces. But his journey had been very smooth. All in all, when Fang Yuan appeared, all the Gu immortals recognized his identity. Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Wu Yihai, so that's it, this eagle is the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. Shang Qing's thoughts continued to move as she connected all the clues and understood the situation. Fang Yuan has rank 8 battle strength, this is a fact known to the world. Rank 8 Gu immortals are completely different from immemorial desolate beasts. Let's escape. EU, who was hiding in the lake, spoke. This weak-looking young rank 6 Gu immortal was clearly frightened, his face was pale and his soul beast was shivering. What are you afraid of? He might not be able to find us. Even if we retreat now, it is too late, are you confident that we can escape? At the side, rank 7 Gu immortal Yi Nan Men had an ugly expression. He had completely thrown the Yi clan's plan to the back of his head. He tried his best to hide and retract his aura. Just as the immortals were at a loss, Tai Mianshan floated out and showed himself, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are wanted by Central Continent, Southern Border, and Northern Plains Righteous Path forces, you still dare to show yourself? The immortals saw this and felt deep admiration towards Tai Mianshan. As expected of Tai Mianshan. Tai clan's Gu immortals are truly admirable. At this moment, it's useless for us to be cowards. This is a desperate situation of life and death. We need to cooperate sincerely and unite together. Only then will we have a chance at survival. That's right. Fang Yuan was able to escape and roam the world, he has powerful movement methods. If we split up, he will definitely catch up to us and kill us one by one. Our only hope is to unite as one and urgently request for reinforcements to arrive. To be able to become a Gu immortal, he definitely had his own strengths. The Gu immortals calmed down after hearing Tai Mianshan's words, they understood the situation. Facing the demonic path Gu immortal Fang Yuan, they had to work together to have a chance of survival. If Fang Yuan appears, he can only fight to the death to resist this demon. Yi Nan Men and EU continued to communicate. In the moment of danger, Tai Mianshan stood up and stabilized the righteous path. He was indeed an outstanding talent of Tai clan, an expert among rank 7 experts. The mortals of the 3 races started to clamor again. Look, another immortal has appeared. Oh my heavens, am I seeing things? Everyone looked at the sky, their gazes were filled with shock and curiosity. Normally, immortals were rarely seen in the 5 regions, but now, 2 Gu immortals appeared, they were shocked. Wait, what did the second Gu immortal call him? Fang Yuan? Is he the person that Lady Xianxia is thinking about? But his appearance is not right. Yi Fan's heart shook, he subconsciously turned around and looked at Shang Xianxia. Shang Xianxia raised her snow-white neck, she stared at Fang Yuan's figure without blinking. When Tai Mianshan called out Fang Yuan's identity, she instantly understood why her heart was pounding earlier. The person that she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, appearing in such an unexpected manner. Shang Xianxia looked at him fixedly. The emotions that she had been accumulating for days and nights surged in her heart. Was it because at the most helpless time of her life, she met Fang Yuan and obtained his help? Sometimes, she would faintly suspect, was her feelings towards Fang Yuan a kind of love? Or gratitude? But now, when she saw Fang Yuan again, even though her appearance had changed, the emotions in her heart gushed out like a waterfall. At that instant, tears appeared in her eyes, she was sure that this was love. Love was an inexplicable thing, there was no reason to talk about it. Looking at the reason for love was foolish and foolish. However, Shang Xianxia also understood that she had met the wrong person at the right time. She knew that she could not love, she knew the difference between her and Fang Yuan. But love was born, what could she use to stop it? Thus, Shang Xianxia was helpless, she could only look up, look at Fang Yuan's lofty figure. She tried her best to open her eyes, to see Fang Yuan's current appearance, but she could not. The investigative killer move that had great effects in the past was useless against Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. The current me does not even have the qualifications to take a look. Shang Xianxia had complex emotions, there was joy, melancholy, sadness, and most of all, she was worried about Fang Yuan's safety. But she knew her identity and strength, she was the leader of Shang clan, she was a righteous path member, she was just a mortal, her words carried little weight. She knew about Fang Yuan's identity and past achievements from Shang Qingqing. But she could not do or say what she wanted, she could only watch and endure. Yi Fan looked at Shang Xianxia's expression. This was the first time he had seen Shang Xianxia like this. His heart clenched. He had never felt such an intense, bone-piercing pain. This pain contained his love for Shang Xianxia, as well as his anger towards Fang Yuan. At once, he was certain that this Gu immortal was Fang Yuan. Don't tell me Master's karma is between me and Fang Yuan? Yi Fan had another guess in his mind. He was shocked about Fang Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, but he quickly accepted it. Because he had encountered Bai Ningbing before, he had almost lost his life to Bai Ningbing. After that, he met Lu Wei-yin, his horizons were broadened, he thought about it and felt that Bai Ningbing was very likely a Gu immortal. Back then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were known as the Black and White Demons. Bai Ningbing had already become a Gu immortal, while Fang Yuan refined an immortal Gu on Three Kings Mountain. The whole of southern border knew about it, he definitely obtained an immortal opportunity. What was so strange about him becoming a Gu immortal now? Chapter 1547. Looking at the moving clouds in the sky, Fang Yuan's expression was slightly gloomy. He was thinking back to the scene earlier. Out of his expectations, the immortal opportunity business that was established in the dream realm was actually so popular. The scope involved was also much larger than what he had expected. Looking at the situation in the Mortal Gu house and Lady White Rabbit's tone, it was clear that be they demonic path or lone cultivators, as long as they could afford it, they could enter the righteous path's defensive Gu formation and interact with the dream realm. This is beyond my imagination, but thinking back, it is understandable. Dream path. At this time, it was still a blank slate. Even though many super forces started to research this, there were few results. Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move could be said to be the best in the current 5 regions. Of course, Wu Xie's lead soul into dreams was also a unique and unparalleled achievement. Lead soul into dreams shone brilliantly in the Battle of Tian Mountain, it made Celestial Court's Gu Immortal suffer losses many times. And Fang Yuan's killer move Unravel Dream was extremely beneficial to him, he gained a lot. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals, even though they sealed off the entire dream realm, they have no ability to excavate this treasure mountain. Instead, they lost many Righteous Path experts in this period of time. Among them were rank 7 Gu Immortal experts with high authority in their clans. Luo clan even lost their 3rd Supreme Elder. This information could not be hidden, it was widely spread in southern borders Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan could easily find out about it. The Righteous Path has suffered, they know about the power of the dream realm, they cannot explore it recklessly, so they use this method to extort resources from the demonic path and lone cultivators. Furthermore, if any accidents happen, they do not need to waste a single soldier, they can attack the forces outside the Righteous Path, it is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. To be able to make this immortal serendipity business so prosperous and on such a large scale, a tall tree attracts the wind, yet it still exists. Evidently, the Righteous Path has reached some sort of tacit agreement. Behind Lady White Rabbit's mortal Gu house are southern borders Righteous Path Gu Immortals. There is definitely more than one, there are at least 6 or 7 of them to create such an unbridled scene. Fang Yuan was astute. Because of his 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he was very clear about this immortal serendipity business. This way, even though he could use this method to sneak into the Righteous Path defensive Gu formation and personally interact with the dream realm, it could not satisfy his needs. What did Fang Yuan need? First of all, he needed continuous opportunities and time to come into contact with the super dreamland. Secondly, he needed an identity that could protect him. Even if there were any changes in the dream world, he could still continue to stay. Just 1 or 2 times, what could Fang Yuan gain by interacting with the dream realm? Just the cost alone was ridiculously high. But the theory of 3 venerables was deeply rooted in people's hearts, countless Gu Immortals were attracted to it. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals had already tasted the bitterness, when the demonic path and lone cultivators learn of their power, this craze would dissipate. In addition, even if Fang Yuan relied on this method to dispel the dream and increase his cultivation level, he would not be able to do so. In this way, it would cause the dream to change. At the very least, the dream world would shrink for no reason. If this situation was discovered by other Righteous Path Gu Immortals, what would they do? By then, Fang Yuan would be trapped inside the Gu formation, like a turtle in a jar. Even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have enough heavenly crystals. If this doesn't work, what should I do? Kill a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, then use Familiar Face to disguise myself and sneak in? Fang Yuan thought of this and shook his head, rejecting this unrealistic idea. First of all, in Righteous Path forces, Gu Immortals either had Life Tablet Gu, Soul Lantern Gu, or Blood Rope Gu. These methods could allow the clan to easily check whether the Gu Immortal was alive or dead. Furthermore, through these Life Tablet Gu, Soul Lantern Gu, and Blood Rope Gu, they could easily deduce the Gu Immortal's location. Once Fang Yuan killed these Gu Immortals, the clan would definitely react. Unless Fang Yuan had information path methods that could confuse or deceive these Gu worms. Fang Yuan had always been lacking in the aspect of information path. Secondly, even though Familiar Face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was not without flaws. For example, back in Eastern Sea, Wuxia had used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu to find out about Fang Yuan's identity. Finally, as time passed, even if Fang Yuan used Familiar Face at all times, because of the details of his life, or his habits, people would find out about it. Therefore, the alternative method of killing was not feasible. Fang Yuan thought about it but could not think of a good method. Even if Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and attacked the Gu formation, he might not be able to break it. Even if he destroyed the Gu formation, there were many rank 8 Gu Immortals in southern border. By then, rank 8 enemies would come and surround him, Fang Yuan would not have time to explore the dream realm. Unable to find a way out of this situation, Fang Yuan felt very helpless. He thought about it and returned to the Mortal Gu house. Lady White Rabbit's eyes shined. She called out to Fang Yuan, "Have you thought it through? You want to try the immortal opportunity?" Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "Fairy White Rabbit, I am a village man, I have not seen much of the world. This price is half of my wealth, I need to think about it. I came here to inquire about some information from you, to understand more about the situation in southern borders Gu immortal world." Fang Yuan said this as he handed a rank 6 immortal material to Fairy White Rabbit. Fairy White Rabbit was slightly surprised. Even though this immortal material was ordinary, Fang Yuan did not ask for much. These last days, she had been managing this business, she had interacted with all sorts of Gu immortals, she knew a lot about the current Gu immortal world. "Let's talk with this." Fairy White Rabbit handed an information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Giant Dream Realm, Righteous Path Gu Formation. "We meet again, Fairy Miao Yin. Do you remember me?" Xiao Clan's Gu Immortal led the female Gu Immortal into the Gu Formation. Even though he was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, his tone was flattering. Because even though this Fairy Miao Yin was a demonic path Gu Immortal, she was beautiful, she inherited the blessed land of a predecessor and had great wealth, she was one of the 3 great fairies of southern borders Gu immortal world. The scene of the two entering the Gu formation was seen by the 2 righteous path Gu immortals at the center of the Gu formation. These people are getting more and more brazen. Previously, they only came once every 7 days, but now, they come at least twice a day, bringing in all sorts of Gu immortals. Luo Clan's 2 Gu immortals are slightly better, they brought in lone cultivators with good reputations and clean backgrounds. But Xiao Clan's Gu immortal has no qualms, he has a huge appetite. This Miao Yin is a demonic path Gu immortal. Back then, she destroyed 2 of my Ba clan's important resources and even injured 4 of my Ba clan's Gu immortals. Gu immortal Ba Quan Feng said angrily. Beside him, there was another Ba clan Gu immortal. This person was very tall, about 9 feet tall, he had a simple appearance, his beard and hair were connected together, his dark green beard reached his chest, while his jade green hair reached his waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose, his eyes were covered by a black cloth. He had a muscular body, his shoulders were broad, his exposed skin was like the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree, there was even moss growing on it. He was already thousands of years old, his cultivation level was stuck at the final step before he could reach rank 8. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, the publicly recognized number 1 person below rank 8 in southern borders Gu immortal world, Old Treeman Bada. Bada spoke slowly, "Don't be impatient, little Feng heir. Xiao clan is weak, at the bottom of the righteous path. But behind them was the Wu clan. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected for tens of thousands of years." When Ba Quan Feng heard the Wu family, the anger on his face receded slightly, but he still said angrily, "The Qiao family is a righteous faction, for the past thousands of years, they have been relying on the Wu family. They are practically dogs raised by the Wu family. This Wu clan is too arrogant and despotic. Just because they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals, they can do whatever they want. This time, they actually allied with 7 clans, using this dream realm to start an immortal opportunity business. How are the other 6 clans compared to us? This Super Gu formation was created with the help of our 13 clans and Immortal Gu." He. Bada laughed, "Little Feng, do you think that we should all get rich together?" Ba Quan Feng's thoughts were exposed, he blushed, "Little Feng heir's thoughts cannot be hidden from Lord." Bada shook his head, "Wu clan's actions will attract even more clans to participate. After all, after this period of time, everyone knows that now is not the time to explore the dream realm. Through this method, we can gain benefits, it is also good. However, our Ba clan cannot participate in this." "Ah, why is that?" Ba Quan Feng asked anxiously. "There are gains and losses in this matter. Even though we obtained a lot of cultivation resources, our clans will be able to use them against us. The evidence is clear, in the future, our Ba clan will be in the right. When we split the dream realm again, we will be able to get a bigger share. Little Feng heir, look forward. We cannot explore the dream realm now, but what about in the future? The dream realm is the true treasure. Ba sighed deeply. But Wu clan is so domineering, they have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. But our Ba clan only has 1, by then, if Wu clan comes, we will not be able to stop them. Ba Quanfeng said hatefully. Wu clan cannot stop them, but what about the other clans? Furthermore, Wu clan's first supreme elder is not far from death. During this period of time, Wu clan will be in a state of unrest. With only 1 rank 8 Gu immortal left, can Wu clan still be the #1 righteous path force? Ba smiled with deep meaning. Ba Quanfeng stared with wide eyes, so the rumors of Wu clan's first supreme elder running out of lifespan are not false. Impossible, Wu clan is so powerful, how can they not have lifespan Gu? Chapter 1548. Fang Yuan, where have I heard this name before? Is it that little beast king who refined the immortal Gu on 3 Kings Mountain? Even though I did not see it clearly, I am afraid it is him. He became an immortal. A huge fortuitous encounter, what a huge fortuitous encounter. Sigh, why did I not encounter him? The Gu masters of the 3 races went into an uproar. Everyone discussed animatedly and vented their shock, jealousy, and other emotions, causing the scene to become extremely noisy and clamorous. These mortals were still limited to the past information. Fang Yuan's true fame was only spread among Gu immortals, there was little information about him in the mortal world. Tai Ruonan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she watched. She and Fang Yuan had a simple relationship, it was deep hatred. The conflict between Fang Yuan and her had been going on for a long time, but the hatred did not diminish as time passed, instead, it was like a wine, becoming more intense. However, the enemy was right in front of her, but Tai Ruonan found herself helpless. Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. In the past, Tai Ruonan did not know the difference between mortal and immortal, so be it. But she had interacted with Tai Mianshen, she had a deep understanding of the difference between mortal and immortal. She knew that she was only a mortal, there was no hope of taking revenge on a Gu immortal. Right now, Tai Ruonan's only hope was on Tai Mianshen. She wanted to personally see Tai clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen kill Fang Yuan, to uphold justice and take revenge for Tai Ruonan's subordinates and family. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 immortals as he smiled coldly and arrogantly. I am here to take back what I lost, the few of you want to stop me? Shang Qing and Ho Yao's hearts jumped. Fang Yuan had only said 1 sentence, he did not use any methods, but these 2 felt that Fang Yuan's demonic aura was so vast that they almost lost their will to fight. Fang Yuan was famous in the world, his demonic might had already spread far and wide. Even someone like Wu Yong had been fooled by him. And the Celestial Court had issued a warrant for him for such a long time, but they still hadn't caught Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals were only rank 6, it was normal for them to feel this way. The mortals on the ground heard Fang Yuan's words clearly. Tai Ruonan was infuriated. Demon, after ascending, even an immortal is still a demon. With this kind of power, it was the misfortune of the common people. Damn it! Damn the demon! Punishing evil and eliminating evil, getting rid of such devils, is what the righteous path should do. Thinking about this, Tai Ruonan looked at Tai Mianshen with anticipation. In her mind, this Tai clan Gu immortal expert could support heaven and earth, he could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, he would definitely be able to get rid of Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was from the same generation as her. Even if he became an immortal, how long would it take? How could he be Tai Mianshen's match? But at the next moment, Tai Ruonan stared with wide-opened eyes. Tai Mianshen sighed, "O Fang Yuan, you roam the 5 regions, your name is unparalleled in the world, I am not your match. But even if I die here, I will fight, this is my resolve as a Thai clan Gu immortal. But there is one thing, we are both immortals, we do not need to bother with mortals. There was no harm in asking these unrelated mortals on the ground to retreat. Let us fight, even if I die, I will have no regrets. What do you mean? Lord Tai Mianshen is admitting that he is not Fang Yuan's match? How is this possible? Tai Ruonan was tongue-tied, her mental state was almost shattered by this huge news. Such words, especially when said by Tai Mianshen himself, her worldview was completely shattered. Let these mortals go? Why would I let them go? He. Fang Yuan snickered, killing intent surged. He looked around, seeing through all the mortal Gu masters on the ground. Tai Ruonan's anger was not worth his time, the anger of an ant was not anger. Yi Fan of Connect Luck was a person favored by destiny, even though he was the master and subordinate of luck, since Fang Yuan saw him, he did not want to let him go. Killing this person was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. After all, every time Fang Yuan used burning soul-bursting luck, Yi Fan would split a portion of his luck. Furthermore, why was the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside Yi Fan? Fang Yuan was curious, he wanted to find out. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's cold gaze flickered, showing a strange emotion. He purposely got close to Xianxia earlier, he wanted to use her to gain a foothold in Shang Clan City. But now, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Xianxia's luck was very shocking. Fang Yuan had luck inspection methods, Xianxia was only a mortal Gu master, her luck was naturally seen by Fang Yuan. Above her head, there was a huge flow of luck, it was pure white, the luck gathered and formed into a rainbow-colored cloak. The cloak seemed to be weaved from countless bird feathers, the surrounding luck turned into droplets of rain, revolving around this 100-bird feather cloak. Such luck, such a phenomenon, even Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li cannot compare to her. What is going on? Just based on this luck, Xianxia is not an ordinary person, she will definitely be an important character in the Great Era. Strange, why is it that in my 500 years of memories, Xianxia is only immortal? Don't tell me, spring autumn cicada hid providence, after my rebirth, my memories were tampered with? Or maybe I destroyed Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan and became the leader of Shadow Sect, changing countless things, Xianxia was also affected? But why did it have to be Xianxia? According to the trajectory of fate, she is truly an important character in this era. Fang Yuan was thinking when he heard an eagle cry, it almost pierced his eardrums. Next, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's seal weakened to its limit, its eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though I have killing intent in my heart, it is controlled by wisdom path methods, it did not leak out. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is indeed being controlled, not only is there a seal, its emotions can also be affected, causing it to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, facing the immemorial desolate beast's attack, he did not panic. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast, it flickered and arrived in front of Fang Yuan, its sharp eagle claws slashed towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he took this attack head-on. The huge eagle claws were larger than his body, they slashed at his body. Xianxia cried out in shock, the immortals' hearts were pounding, they looked forward to the results of the battle. Fang Yuan was sent flying by this huge force, he was unharmed. Instead, the attacking upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out in pain, its claws were completely reflected, it felt immense pain, even though its bones were not broken, it was not far from it. We will attack, if not now, when? Tai Mianshen called out as he charged at Fang Yuan. He was extremely courageous, using his killer move Iron Mask equipment, he turned into a 10-meter tall Iron Man. The Iron Man pushed with its palms, endless black chi surged like a tide, it roared like a dragon and tiger, engulfing Fang Yuan. No, which living being does not want freedom? This upper extreme heavenly eagle is not willing to be enslaved by Fang Yuan, it is trying to devour its master. We can use its battle strength to attack Fang Yuan together, that way, we can persevere. Fang Yuan does not even want to let mortals go, he is clearly the demonic path of the demonic path, he has no bottom line or principles. Mortals will die, we might not be able to escape either, we might as well fight to the death, we might have a chance of survival. Ho Yao and Shang Qing had the same thought, they attacked at the same time. The three of them didn't make a move, but once they did, they used their strongest attacks. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he did not dodge, he allowed these three moves to land on him. At the next moment, these three immortal killer moves returned to where they came from, they flew towards Tai Mianshen, Shang Qing, and Ho Yao. Shang Qing and Ho Yao were in a sorry state, they quickly dodged. But that Tai Mianshen's eyes shined with bright light, he shouted, "Good timing." With a leap, he actually jumped into the surging black gas that bounced back to him. The black gas surged and rippled, but it actually did no harm to him. Gradually, it was affected by him and he regained control of it. "Fang Yuan, take this." Tai Mianshen shouted as his goo worm aura burst out, black chi surged again. This was a mortal killer move, floating iron sand, it had both offense and defense, when used with iron mask equipment, even if it was reflected, Tai Mianshen could control it again. Moreover, floating iron sand could be stacked on top of each other, fusing perfectly. Tai Mianshen was a rank 7 expert, even though any killer move that attacked Fang Yuan would be reflected, he felt that he had a chance of winning. Chapter 1549. As expected of Iron Mask's true inheritance. Fang Yuan saw that floating iron sand was used by Tai Mianshen again, its power doubled, his eyes shined with bright light. He had some understanding of the 5 regions' super forces, because Shadow Sect had information on all sorts of things. Like Iron Mask's true inheritance, they were the signature inheritances of super forces. Shadow Sect had also tried to obtain them, but the super forces kept a tight watch on them, Shadow Sect rarely obtained them. Shadow Sect had never obtained Iron Mask's true inheritance, they only obtained some information. The core immortal goo inside was called justice, thus, the goo immortal who obtained the true inheritance had to have a heart of justice, they had to have the spirit of punishing evil. Not only that, Fang Yuan still remembered that during the 5 regions' chaotic war in his previous life, Tai Mianshen, a rank 7 goo immortal, had displayed peak rank 7 battle strength. But now, he was still some distance away from peak rank 7. Using his wisdom path methods to help him deduce, Fang Yuan thought of many ways to counter floating iron sand. Fang Yuan chose the most direct method. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, forming the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. Roar roar roar, in an instant, myriad dragons appeared, they roared as sword chi surged, their silver scales were like a sea. Tai Mianshen was filled with fighting spirit, but suddenly, silver light flashed in front of him. What? A look of shock appeared on his face. As far as the eye could see, he saw thousands of sword flood dragons soaring into the sky like mountains and seas as they charged towards him. Floating iron sand. At the crucial moment, Tai Mianshen breathed in deeply, using all his strength to activate his method, black chi surged around him, blocking the myriad dragons. But in less than 2 breaths of time, the iron sand chi was completely destroyed by the silver dragons. Tai Mianshen spat out a mouthful of blood, he wanted to retreat, but how could he escape now? At the next moment, the myriad of sword dragons drowned him. Lord Tai Mianshen. Tai Ruanan saw this and screamed in shock. The dragon group roared in unison, the scale was so huge that it filled the entire world, the might was so terrifying that the mortal goo masters below were shivering in fear, their bodies and minds turned cold. A while later, a tiny shadow broke free from the dragons and flew out. It was Tai Mianshan. He was extremely weak, and his face was no longer the same. His original appearance of a man made of iron had already collapsed. However, to be able to block Fang Yuan's myriad dragon killer move, it showed that this move's defensive ability was very high. Such power. Tai Mianshan's usually solemn face was now filled with shock. He wanted to use the killer move Floating Gaza Steel to counter Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan immediately understood his intentions and chose the most direct method, that was to use violence to curb violence. The killer move Myriad Dragon was the fusion of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation and Myriad Self. Be it the former or the latter, they were both extremely outstanding. The merged Myriad Dragon directly pushed Fang Yuan's offensive power to the peak of rank 7. If it was 500 years later in his previous life, Tai Mianshan might be able to resist this move, but now, he was lacking. When experts fought, they competed for that tiny bit of difference. Often, a tiny bit of difference could lead to victory or defeat. Right now, Tai Mianshan was inferior to Fang Yuan in terms of offense, but the difference in defensive methods was like heaven and earth, thus, Fang Yuan was able to suppress Tai Mianshan completely. Tai Mianshan could only retreat, he continued to retreat. He was extremely fast, the killer move Myriad Dragon could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan did not set up an immortal battlefield killer move, he could not encircle and kill someone like Tai Mianshan. Even though Fang Yuan could defeat him, to kill him, he needed to be prepared in this aspect. Even though I have an immortal battlefield killer move, I cannot use it instantaneously, my rank 8 battle strength focuses on defense, it will be difficult to kill Tai Mianshan now. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light, he did not have much killing intent. Tai Mianshan was a Metal Path Gu immortal, Fang Yuan did not need Dao marks in this aspect. On the other hand, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Tai Mianshan was one of the important people in southern border who resisted Celestial Court. As for these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not move, he looked around. Shang Qingqing and Hou Ya were surrounded by the killer move Myriad Dragon, there was no way out, their lives were at stake, they were in extreme danger. Rank 6 Gu immortals could resist this peak rank 7 killer move for so long, they were already amazing, after all, they were elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bam bam. 2 sounds could be heard, Shang Qingqing and Hou Ya resisted for a few more breaths of time before their bodies were torn apart by the Myriad Dragon. As for their souls, they wanted to self-detonate, but Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance, how could he let them do that? He was directly imprisoned, and was soon sent to Fang Yuan under the cover of the Myriad Dragons. Fang Yuan, kill us if you have guts. Scoundrel, you angered us, Hou clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan, you are courting death. You can be arrogant now, but sooner or later, you will regret it. The 2 Gu immortals' souls roared. Suppress. Fang Yuan willed, these 2 souls could not make a sound, they could not move, they were completely restrained. Next, they were stuffed into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could easily kill rank 6 Gu immortals, but just as he finished this, there was an explosion in his ears again. An eagle screeched, the mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle actually resisted the Myriad Dragon killer move and charged towards Fang Yuan again. It was an immemorial desolate beast, it had thick skin and flesh, the Myriad Dragon charged and coiled around its body, but the upper extreme heavenly eagle did not care, it was extremely valiant. Fang Yuan saw that its gaze was filled with ferocity, it had completely lost its ability to think, he immediately understood that this eagle was hit by a method, otherwise, it would not have the courage to fight to the death with him. After all, Fang Yuan had not only enslaved it, he was also the one who hatched it. But in terms of defense against Fang Yuan, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle was at an absolute disadvantage. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he allowed the eagle to flap its wings and create fierce winds, he only cared about flying towards the ground. Boom! The eagle's wings slammed onto Fang Yuan's back, but Fang Yuan was unharmed under reverse flow protection seal's protection. He even used this force to increase his speed and charge towards Yi Fan and the rest. On the other hand, the upper extreme heavenly eagle let out a painful howl. Its right wing was directly broken, and it was about to fall from the sky. However, the ocean-like, densely packed flood dragons held it up in the sky again, continuously and endlessly attacking it. The upper extreme heavenly eagle perched on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fang Yuan had sensed it when he arrived. He naturally took note of this strange situation. Since Yi Fan seemed to be able to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan decided to capture the leader first. He would target Yi Fan first. Between an immemorial desolate beast and a rank 5 Gu master mortal, the latter was naturally easier to deal with. Before he reached them, Fang Yuan's method had already taken effect. Yi Fan, Tai Ruonan and the rest watched as Fang Yuan charged towards them. Their bodies stiffened, they could not move. "Oh no!" Yi Fan shouted. He wanted to explain, but he had already lost his ability to speak. In Fang Yuan's opinion, no matter what explanation you gave, it would not be as convincing as soul-searching. "Am I going to die? Damn it, I can't continue to uphold justice." Tai Ruonan gritted her teeth. She was filled with anger and hatred. Brother He too. Xianxia Xianxia was the only one with a calm expression. Her beautiful eyes rippled with emotions. "You were the one who saved me. The reason why I was able to stand firm in Shang clan and reach where I am today was all because of you. Thus, even if I die in your hands, I am willing." But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, a mysterious fluctuation appeared. At that instant, the scene between Fang Yuan and the mortal Gu masters became blurry, like there was an unclean mirror between them. Immortal battlefield killer move. This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, but by the time he reacted, the world had already changed, turning into an orange-yellow color. He was actually trapped in a mysterious immortal battlefield killer move. A rank 8 Gu immortal appeared, blocking in front of Fang Yuan, protecting the mortal Gu masters behind him. "Master!" Seeing this person, Yi Fan immediately shouted in excitement. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits. Cold light was emitted from his eyes. Chapter 1550. Master. Yi Fan muttered softly, looking at Lu Wei-yin who was right in front of him. He had a look of admiration. After so many days, Yi Fan saw his master again. He was still dressed like before, wearing a gray-white linen robe. It was very simple. His physique was as strong as a bear's, and even the loose hemp clothes couldn't hide it. He wore a conical hat. It was large and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off a feeling of steadiness. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal? The two E-clan Gu immortals were forced to show themselves. They were hiding in the lake, but when this immortal battlefield appeared, they were dragged in. Who is he? He has southern border aura. He is not a member of our righteous path. Tai Mianshan had a grim expression. Oh. Survival is not easy. You want me to stop? Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin and smiled coldly. At the same time, all sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. This person is a hypocrite. He clearly set up the immortal battlefield killer move in advance. He could have saved Shang clan and Ho clan Gu immortals in time, but he purposely delayed it. He said survival is not easy. He wants me to stop. He is a hypocrite. However, he is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Even though I activated 3 breaths future vision, he could not warn me. This move's level is too low. After all, the core time path immortal Gu is only rank 7. And this immortal battlefield killer move that he set up is very special. My investigative methods did not discover it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. His methods were rich and varied. He could use them in many ways. against most rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals in the world, he could suppress them, but against rank 8s, he paled in comparison. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was trapped in the enemy's immortal battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan was in a passive situation. But he was not flustered. Reverse flow protection seal was his trump card, especially recently. It had been modified many times. Even if Celestial Court deduced a way to counter it, they could only target the initial version. Against Fang Yuan, it was not effective. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed his strongest attack again. Roar! Countless silver scale sword dragons flew out, filling the entire immortal battlefield killer move. The flood dragons roared ferociously as they attacked Lu Wei-yin. Lu Wei-yin smiled faintly without changing his composure. "Friend, please don't be angry, a massacre cannot solve the problem." Saying so, his aura burst out, forming an immortal killer move. This killer move immediately took effect. It suddenly started to rain. However, this rain was not water, but sand. Countless grains of sand fell from the sky like a torrential downpour. The immortal battlefield rumbled, making the silt even heavier. The entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a silt waterfall. Immortal killer move, descending sand and mud. Under the cover of the silt, the sword dragon's thunderous roars turned into muffled drum sounds. Their long and sharp dragon bodies shrunk continuously, their terrifying claws and teeth turned soft. In just a few breaths of time, this ferocious sword dragon army had completely weakened, turning into white arm-sized earthworms. This killer move. Fang Yuan's expression changed as he thought of something. It seems that he has already guessed my identity. Lu Wei-yin had been observing them. He sighed internally. This person is indeed worthy of being an otherworldly demon, the source of the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth. Not only does he have incredible battle strength, he is also very mature. What is even more worrying is that he is crafty and fickle. He attacks without saying a word. He is decisive and ruthless. This is truly a misfortune for all living beings. Thinking of this, Lu Wei-yin called out loudly, "Friends, Gu masters, as the saying goes, when people help themselves, heaven helps them. Right now, your lives are in danger. You can only help each other and resist this demon together. Only then will you have a chance of survival. In this battlefield killer move of mine, if you do not have the determination to resist this demon, I am afraid I will not be able to protect you. As for my next move, I'll need all of you to work together." "Master, what do you want us to do? Just tell us." Yi Fan replied loudly. He was very enthusiastic. Lu Wei-yin turned around and smiled at him. "As long as you are determined and have the will to fight this demon, it will be enough." "I understand." Yi Fan nodded as he stared at Fang Yuan angrily. Battle intent rose from his heart, rising up like smoke from a chimney. That upper extreme heavenly eagle also landed. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it stared at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan hatched it, anyone who took away its freedom, even if they were its parents, was hateful. In that case, let's cooperate. Tai Mianshan made up his mind. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared very mysteriously, currently, he should be Fang Yuan's enemy. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tai Mianshan also responded to Lu Wei-yin's call. At the other side, Yi Clan's 2 Gu immortals discussed quickly. They were also filled with battle intent towards Fang Yuan. As for those mortal Gu masters, even though it was challenging their courage to fight against a Gu immortal, because Lu Wei-yin was blocking the way, and because Fang Yuan was too ferocious and wanted to kill them earlier, his malicious intent was clear. They were all filled with fighting spirit. Only Xianxia shook her head. She had a sad expression. Fang Yuan was her benefactor. How could she attack Fang Yuan? Clan leader, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. That Fang Yuan clearly has wild ambitions. He is a demon. If you keep being kind and merciful, he will not understand. Even Wei Da Xian, who was beside Xianxia, persuaded. "Please don't say any more. I will not become enemies with Brother He too." even if he kills me. Xianxia shook her head, she had a firm attitude. The people around her sighed. The other Gu masters were dissatisfied with Xianxia's attitude, but because of Xianxia's status and the current situation, they could not say anything. Lu Wei-yin saw that everyone's intentions were clear, he smiled even brighter. Good. He said plainly, looking at Fang Yuan, please evaluate my Earth Support Wall, what do you think of it? Immortal Killer Move, Earth Support Wall. Waves of battle intent and determination surged out from everyone's bodies and rapidly merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. The immortal battlefield rumbled again. Fang Yuan had a vigilant expression, he did not attack recklessly, he chose to observe the situation quietly. At the next moment, he saw walls appearing out of thin air, standing beside him. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he attacked continuously, using all sorts of methods to destroy these walls. But the speed at which the walls formed was much faster. Fang Yuan's methods were affected by descending earth support at all times, their effects were quite weak. These yellow walls did not have any offensive power, they were pieced together, some were in front and behind Fang Yuan, some were on the left and right of Fang Yuan, and some were above or below Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, 6-Directional Maze. Lu Wei-yin grunted as he used his third killer move. Fang Yuan was moved. At this moment, Lu Wei-yin's true intentions were revealed. 3 killer moves Descending Mud, Earth Support Wall, and 6-Directional Maze were activated at the same time, they quickly fused together and formed a huge maze, trapping Fang Yuan inside. This maze was connected to the east, west, north, south, up, down, left, and right. It was like a floating mountain. There were all sorts of paths and walls, it was complex, anyone who looked at it would feel dizzy and dazzled. Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer move was the combination of Myriad Self and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. But Lu Wei-yin's Fetus Earth Maze was the combination of 3 rank 8 killer moves, it was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan felt that he had lost his sense of direction here, he did not know where he was. He tried to move forward along the paths between the walls, completely forgetting the path he was walking on. He attacked again, blasting indiscriminately at the Yellow City Wall, but any killer move that landed on the Yellow City Wall was greatly weakened. This was because the earthen Yellow City walls had fused with the power of the previous descent of mud and sand. It seems that brute force alone is not enough to break out of here. I need to see through this move and the weakness of this immortal battlefield before making a move. A trace of comprehension appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Chapter 1551. Fang Yuan was temporarily trapped in Fetus Earth Maze, the situation stabilized. Bright light flashed in Tai Mianshen's eyes, he flew down and greeted Lu Wei-yin, asking, Senior, how do we get rid of this demon Fang Yuan? Lu Wei-yin smiled as he said in a gentle tone, Heaven is benevolent, even if this Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, he is still a living being, how can we take his life? Tai Mianshen was stunned, Clan's 2 Gu immortals flew over as well, Nan Men said anxiously, Senior, how can we tolerate this evil? This demon has committed heinous crimes, he has disrupted the order of the world, now is the best time to get rid of him, how can we be merciful? EU also urged, Senior, if we do not get rid of this demon today, he will harm the world in the future and slaughter countless living beings, wouldn't that be worse? Getting rid of him is a good thing for the world. But Lu Wei-yin shook his head, everyone's words make sense, but they are biased. There are no born evildoers in the world, there are no natural criminals who kill people. If not, why would we learn all sorts of methods to kill and fight? There is good and evil in humans, there is no pure evil or pure good. Even though this Fang Yuan is a demonic path Gu immortal, his hands are stained with blood and he has committed many evil deeds, he is not born evil. Hateful people are pitiful in some ways, there are causes and effects in the world as well. The current Fang Yuan was caused by yesterday's cause and effect. Since Fang Yuan can turn into this evil person, why can't he turn into a good person in the future? He has great strength and countless methods. If he uses them in the righteous path to benefit the world, wouldn't he be saving countless mortals? Wouldn't that be beneficial to the world? Lu Wei Yin's words stunned Tai Mianshen, Yi Nan Men, and Yi Yu. This mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to reform Fang Yuan. It seems that Senior has a plan, then I will wait for Senior's good news. Tai Mianshen sighed. The two Yi clan Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Just the three of them were not Fang Yuan's match. They could only rely on this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal Lu Wei Yin to get rid of Fang Yuan. Lu Wei Yin had incredible methods. Even though he appeared suddenly and set up an immortal battlefield killer move in advance, all the signs showed that he could really get rid of Fang Yuan. To think that after this conversation, Lu Wei Yin actually had such an unimaginable plan. He wanted to reform Fang Yuan, to turn this shocking demon into a kind immortal that would benefit the world. I'm afraid this rank 8 Gu immortal has some method to change Fang Yuan's mind? Yu guessed. Yi Nanmen directly said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving us. Senior, please open this battlefield and let us return to our clan." Yi clan's Gu immortals had come here to deal with Tai clan, Shang clan, and Ho clan, but the situation developed too quickly and suddenly. Fang Yuan's appearance caused the situation to go out of these two Gu immortals' control. These two Yi clan Gu immortals were unlucky. They met Fang Yuan and then Lu Wei Yin. Their plan failed before it could even be executed. In this situation, they did not want to stay here. It was normal for them to want to leave. Tai Mianshen looked at the two Yi clan Gu immortals. His gaze flickered but he did not speak. Lu Wei Yin shook his head. "Everyone, don't be anxious, I will not harm you, but now is not the time to open the battlefield. If you leave this battlefield, you will immediately report to your clans and ask for reinforcements to deal with Fang Yuan. This is contrary to my plan, so I ask everyone to wait a moment." This. The three Gu immortals looked at each other. They could only agree. In this immortal battlefield, they could not communicate with the outside world. They were weaker than Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin. Even though they were unwilling, they could only listen to the latter's arrangements. "Master, can that Fang Yuan really turn back to the righteous path?" Yi Fan asked in confusion from behind. Lu Wei Yin turned around and patted Yi Fan's head. "Everything is possible in this world, isn't it? I am willing to give him a chance to repent. If he can, I believe it will be a great blessing to the world. It will be a legend in history." "Really, can he?" Shang Xianxia asked. She was hesitant but there was a trace of anticipation in her eyes. She was a righteous path Gu master. She had been like this since young. She did not want her beloved Fang Yuan to walk on the demonic path. And at this moment, from Shang Xianxi's perspective, Fang Yuan was already trapped. This Lu Wei Yin had powerful methods. Fang Yuan's life was in danger. At this time, if Fang Yuan could turn over a new leaf, not only would it benefit the people, Fang Yuan would also be able to keep his life. Of course it can. People change. Since they can change from good to bad, they can also change from bad to good. Shang Xianxi, do you think Fang Yuan is a bad person at heart? Lu Wei Yin asked with a smile. Shang Xianxi shook her head. She had a firm attitude. "I won't hide it from Senior. I feel that Fang Yuan is not a natural bad person. I feel his coldness, and under that coldness, there is endless sorrow." Lu Wei Yin nodded. "You understand him better. This is rare, very rare. I know that he has helped you before. Do you know that right now, he needs your help even more?" Shang Xianxi was dazed. She asked, "Senior, how can I help him?" Lu Wei Yin smiled. "Very simple, I have already said it. You only need to persuade him and hope that he will turn over a new leaf. My killer move is called Fetus Earth Maze. It can let people experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, understand the vicissitudes of human path. They will gradually forget the evil in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Each of us has an innate nature, but the experiences we have after birth are also very important. Xianxia, project a portion of your thoughts into fetus earth maze. Feng Yuan will definitely be able to sense it. Let him know the beauty of the world, and reignite the kindness and light in his heart. I understand, thank you senior for your guidance. Xianxia's expression changed, her gaze became firm. A will rose from her body, like the others, it was projected into fetus earth maze. Seeing this, Lu Wei-yin let out a sigh of relief inwardly. He thought, with Xianxia's luck changing sides, our luck path side will not be completely suppressed by Feng Yuan. Next, let's see what happens on the other side. In immemorial white heaven, Chen Yi moved like lightning, flying in the clouds. He still had injuries on his body. They came from Feng clan's first supreme elder and the legendary immemorial soul beast Qing Chou. His injuries were filled with strength path and soul path Dao marks, they were extremely thick. Even though Chen Yi had outstanding healing methods, these injuries could not be healed in a short time. Compared to his injuries, the depression in his heart was even heavier. This time, I actually failed. Not only did I not take back Divine Bean Palace, I even lost miserably. I did not even get rid of Qing Chou. Sigh. I was too greedy, others took advantage of me, it is my fault, it is all my fault. Chen Yi blamed himself. Part of it was because he would not be able to answer to Fairy Myrtle when he returned, but more of it was because as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder, he did not take back the Immortal Ancestor's item. He felt extremely ashamed. After returning, I will resign from my position as Heavenly Lotus Sect's first Supreme Elder and cultivate in seclusion. After that, I will go to Western Desert to take back Divine Bean Palace. Chen Yi made up his mind, he needed to take revenge, otherwise, he would not be able to feel at ease. He had been flying for many days, Central Continent was already in sight. But at this time, 3 rank 7 Gu immortals flew over from the horizon. Lord Chen Yi, please wait, we have been waiting for you for a long time. These 3 rank 7 Gu immortals came together. Chen Yi took a look, they were familiar people, they were the supreme elders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. You are. Chen Yi was puzzled. One of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals gave Chen Yi an information path Mortal Gu. Chen Yi used his consciousness to take a look, this was a letter that Fairy Myrtle left for him. In the letter, Fairy Myrtle asked Chen Yi to make up for his mistake by heading to immemorial white heaven above northern plains to receive him. Lord Fairy Myrtle is indeed a wisdom path great expert. Chen Yi's eyes shined with bright light as he looked at the letter, he nodded as he sighed. Lord Chen Yi, please tell us. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals asked. They had only received the mission to hand this information path Mortal Gu to Chen Yi, they did not know anything about his future plans. Chapter 1552. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. On an ordinary wetland, a boundless radiance suddenly rose. The radiance was like jade, illuminating the surroundings in a dark green color. Within the jade light, countless butterflies fluttered. The brilliance lasted for 3 breaths before it suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only a few flickering jade stars. What was different from before was that 7 figures had appeared on the previously empty ground. They had the aura of Central Continent Gu immortals, the leader wore a red and white robe, it was Feng Jioge, a person who was famous in the world and rarely seen in thousands of years. These people were directly transported from Central Continent, even Feng Jioge was slightly dazed. At this moment, after regaining their senses, they started to assess their surroundings. Beside Feng Jioge, a rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal quickly calculated with his fingers, saying excitedly, "This is Langya Blessed Land." Hearing his words, the surrounding Central Continent Gu immortals became spirited. Feng Jioge nodded in satisfaction, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out a will. This will was already very incomplete, it seemed to have gone through many years of vicissitudes and was about to die. Feng Jioge solemnly cupped his fists towards this will. We were able to travel between two regions and arrive here because of Senior's immortal killer move. This will barely took the form of a human. It was the image of a poor teacher. He looked around and said, "All of you are the pillars of the heavenly court. My main body left this will behind to deal with situations like this. I hope that everyone will work together and complete the mission. We will not let down the celestial court. We will do our best." The other 6 rank 7 Gu immortals replied in unison. This will heard such a reply and laughed loudly. "Great, my great celestial court will definitely last for eternity with all of you." As he laughed, this will dissipated like dust in the wind, until it completely vanished. Behind Feng Jioge was a Gu immortal, Fang Yunhua. He wore a white jade crown and had the appearance of a young man. He knew some inside information. Seeing this, he sighed. Senior Liang Liang's remaining will in this world has been completely destroyed. Liang Liang was also famous in history. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court, a space path expert. He had once obtained fixed immortal travel and raised it to rank 7. Afterwards, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Wukong rebelled and he died in battle. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was also destroyed. After that, fixed immortal travel appeared many times in history, refined by different people in different regions, but they all stopped at rank 6 and never advanced to rank 7. Even after Fang Yuan cultivated the fixed immortal travel in the Three Kings Paradise, he still found it hard to break free from this shackle. But after that, Celestial Court's Granny Shah refined the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Myrtle led Celestial Court to raise this immortal Gu's rank. Celestial Court had the richest immortal material inventory in the world. The history of its collection could be traced back to primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era, that was 3 million years ago in the remote antiquity era. Fixed immortal travel was hard to refine, the main reason was that it lacked a crucial immortal material. But this problem was not so difficult for Celestial Court. Several months ago, Fairy Myrtle activated the method that Gu immortal Liang Liang left behind before he went to battle, awakening his remaining will. Under the guidance of this will, Celestial Court not only refined the rank 7 fixed immortal travel, they also successfully gathered many Gu worms and created an immortal killer move, 7 Directions Immortal Door. It was this immortal killer move that transported Feng Jioge, Fang Yunhua, and the rest of the Central Continent 10 great sects Gu immortals from Central Continent to Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. However, the moment they arrived, Liang Liang's remnant will, which was helping Feng Jioge activate this move, reached its limit and dissipated. The final trace of a legendary Gu immortal in this world vanished. But it allowed the Heavenly Court's plan to come true. Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge muttered as he flew into the air, using an immortal killer move to inspect his surroundings. He saw that the surrounding tens of thousands of li was empty and flat, there were swamps and wetlands everywhere, and some scattered vegetation could be seen clearly. But Feng Jioge saw even more. He observed down to the smallest detail and found many traces of hairy men living in this area. Feng Jioge could not help but praise Fairy Myrtle in his mind. Amazing. Ever since Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, he had been guarding against this Gu. Thus, even Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan intentionally changed the appearance of the mountain, to prevent people from using fixed immortal travel to teleport here. But Fairy Myrtle used some crucial clues to deduce the terrain of other parts of Langya Blessed Land. Because of this, there was the immortal killer move 7 Directions Immortal Door, and Feng Jioge's group was able to attack this place. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had already matured, he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. After that, Fang Yuan hardened his heart and focused on developing, he rested and reorganized. This made Celestial Court, who had been chasing after him, unable to do anything. Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon, he was an existence that could destroy Fate Gu, he was a huge threat to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had always placed Fang Yuan in her heart, thinking of ways to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan could not find him, so Fairy Myrtle placed her attention on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land, the #1 blessed land in the world, had helped Fang Yuan too much. Initially, when Land Spirit of Langya was still the white-haired Land Spirit, it helped Fang Yuan refine second aperture Immortal Goo, and even gave Gruel Mud Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan. Gruel Mud Immortal Goo played an extremely crucial role in Imperial Court Blessed Land. After the Battle of Imperial Court, Fang Yuan turned into an immortal zombie. He was in dire straits and had many things to do. The initial stage was the most difficult. But Fang Yuan relied on Langya Blessed Land to help Land Spirit of Langya deduce Immortal Goo recipes and so on. He quickly and smoothly got out of the awkward situation of starting his career. Later, in order to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist Crane Gate's invasion, Fang Yuan Land Spirit of Langya lent Fang Yuan Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and 8 desolate beasts. Unfamiliar Face Immortal Killer move helped Fang Yuan too much. It was also paid by Land Spirit of Langya to Fang Yuan. Later, Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land and took away many of the core Immortal Goo of the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. During this battle, the white-haired Land Spirit turned into the black-haired Land Spirit. Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo was also destroyed in this battle. The black-haired Land Spirit created Langya Sect and changed the white-haired Land Spirit's management strategy. He helped Fang Yuan even more. Firstly, after the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan had just obtained the sovereign immortal body. He was in an awkward and dangerous situation. Langya Sect used Jewel Yellow Skies to send many crucial goo worms to Fang Yuan, helping Fang Yuan to get through the difficult situation. When Fang Yuan returned to northern plains from southern border, Langya Sect sacrificed the 2 hairy man Goo immortals that they sent to receive Fang Yuan. Before Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, Land Spirit of Langya even helped Fang Yuan move Dang Hun Mountain, Wisdom Goo and so on, preserving Fang Yuan's foundation to the greatest extent. Especially Wisdom Goo, Land Spirit of Langya had been responsible for feeding it. It expended a lot of lifespan goo. Later, Land Spirit of Langya recruited Fang Yuan as an external Supreme Elder. He transacted with Fang Yuan and sold Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, as well as Self-Luck True Inheritance and so on. After Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's inheritance, Land Spirit of Langya exchanged most of the True Inheritance contents with Fang Yuan. During the 2 Land Spirit of Langya's reigns, Langya Blessed Land refined a large number of goo worms for Fang Yuan. There were countless mortal goo and many immortal goo. Many of these help were timely assistance. They were a huge help to Fang Yuan. One could say that Langya Blessed Land's role in Fang Yuan's cultivation was not only crucial, it was also extremely huge. And now, even Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to offend Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. After Fang Yuan married the Snowman tribe, his attitude towards variant humans made Land Spirit of Langya even more assured. One could say that Langya Blessed Land had already become Fang Yuan's base. However, precisely because of this, Celestial Court also noticed Langya Blessed Land. It was just that for a long time, Celestial Court did not know what force was supporting Fang Yuan. Until recently, Fairy Myrtle's deductions finally bore fruit. Thus, Langya Blessed Land immediately became Celestial Court's target. Such guts, you dare to invade my territory. In the sky above the wetland, Land Spirit of Langya's furious roar could be heard as a silver giant appeared out of nowhere. It had a grand aura and intense battle intent. It was the number 2 ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. Langya Blessed Land was controlled by Land Spirit of Langya. He knew every blade of grass and every tree. He could sense even the slightest movement. Feng Jioga and the rest suddenly entered Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya knew almost instantly. But because these people were very strong, Land Spirit of Langya gathered hairy man Goo immortals to form Heavenly Giant Solar before rushing here. Chapter 1553. Invaders of Langya, die. Land Spirit of Langya shouted, together with the hairy man Gu immortals around him, they used Heavenly Giant Solar to attack. Retreat. Seeing that the Silver Giant was charging at them, Central Continent's Gu immortals moved like lightning, retreating in all directions. Even Feng Jioge was retreating. However, he was the slowest to retreat. It was not because he was slower than the other Gu immortals, but because he was staying behind. Undeniably, Feng Jioge had the highest battle strength among Central Continent's Gu immortals. He was also the leader of this expedition. The success or failure of this trip was mostly due to him. He needed to maintain the overall situation. This is Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jioge. Land Spirit of Lengya's leader, Heavenly Giant Solar, saw Feng Jioge. His pupils shrunk. He had a solemn expression. This person was not friendly. Land Spirit of Lengya felt immense pressure. Because Feng Jioge's appearance meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and also that Celestial Court was Lengya Blessed Land's enemy. Celestial Court, in the long history of humanity, it was the #1 force in history. It was also the #1 grotto heaven in the world. Against such an opponent, how could Land Spirit of Lengya not feel nervous and pressured? Little 5. Land Spirit of Lengya called out. Gu Immortal Fifth Hair quickly nodded, "Watch me." Saying so, he activated an Immortal Killer move. The killer move immediately took effect. Heavenly Giant Solar Silver Giant opened its mouth, shooting out a grand pillar of light. The pillar of light was very powerful. It arrived in front of Feng Jioge in the blink of an eye. Such speed! Feng Jioge was slightly stunned. The white light shone on his face, but soon, his lips curled up. Swoosh! In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The grand pillar of light pierced through his location and shot far away, creating ripples in the air along the way. Feng Jioge appeared again, but he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and arrived in front of the Silver Giant's forehead. "He is above us." Among the Silver Giants, the hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of scouting shouted. The hairy man Gu Immortals panicked. "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Feng Jioge laughed heartily. His sleeves fluttered as a majestic aura burst out from his body. Immortal Killer Move, 3 Extreme Sound. Feng Kim Hong punched from afar, and the sound of war drums rang out. Another palm strike rang out, producing the melodious sound of a copper bell. Then, he pointed with his finger, producing a sharp whistle. These were the unique skills of the 3 notes, namely drum fist, bell palm, and whistle finger. Previously, Feng Jioge only chose to practice the first 2 to make up for his shortcomings. But since Feng Yuan escaped his pursuit, Feng Jioge returned to Zhongzhou State, reflected on his shortcomings, and worked hard to practice the last one, sentry. This way, when the 3 methods were used together, they could form the consecutive move, 3 Extreme Sound. Fist, palm, finger, fist, palm, finger. According to this sequence, Feng Jioge continued to attack. The immortal essence expenditure of each attack was greatly reduced, and the power of the attacks was even increasing. Even though the increase in power was not large, Feng Jioge's attacks were extremely fast. His fists, palms, and fingers were like a wheel. He had already attacked 100 times in a short period of time. This way, as the number of attacks increased, the power of 3 Extreme Sound could not be underestimated. Sound waves landed on the Silver Giant's body, causing the Silver Giant to stagger. The hairy man Gu Immortals were feeling dizzy. The Silver Giant waved its arms, creating winds and clouds. It wanted to knock down Feng Jioge, who was in the air. But Feng Jioge's flying methods were extremely powerful. He moved around in the air with extraordinary agility. Even though the giant's arms were shockingly thick, and its movements were ferocious, it could not do anything to Feng Jioge. It seems that I need to use immortal methods to restrain this person. Land Spirit of Lengya's gaze became more solemn. It suddenly shouted, "Third hair, fourth hair." The 2 hairy man Gu Immortals responded in unison, activating their immortal killer moves. Third hair's killer move caused a layer of dark green wooden armor to appear on the Silver Giant's body. Feng Jioge's 3 extreme sound landed on it, but the sound waves were actually absorbed by the wooden armor. Fourth Hair's killer move caused countless golden spiraling chi currents to shoot out from the top of the silver giant's head. These chi currents were densely packed, they surrounded and attacked Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge's situation immediately turned for the worse. His attacks were no longer effective, no matter how he flew, the golden spiraling chi currents around him kept increasing, he could not get rid of them. Not far away, Central Continent Gu Immortal Feng Yunhua saw this and had a thought. According to the information, if we take down this silver giant, the battle will be decided. Feng Jioge is in trouble, I can help him. Thinking of this, Feng Yunhua was about to use his killer move when he heard his companion's warning, "Brother Feng, dodge." What? At the next moment, Feng Yunhua saw that the silver giant opened its mouth again, shooting out a grand pillar of light. This beam of light was aimed directly at Feng Yunhua. Feng Yunhua hurriedly activated her defensive means. But Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength. Even though Feng Yunhua was a rank 7 expert, he was not like Feng Jioge or Feng Yuan, his defensive methods only lasted for 3 breaths of time. But 3 breaths of time was enough. Feng Yunhua used this chance to turn into a white cloud of light, scattering and gathering in the sky, returning to his original body. Blood leaked out of Feng Yunhua's mouth, his expression was pale, there was shock in his eyes. Earlier, I was distracted and wanted to prepare a killer move, I exposed a flaw, the enemy could sense it immediately. What investigative method is this? Langya Blessed Land had a deep foundation, but it mainly focused on refinement path. The previous land spirit of Langya had no interest in anything other than Gu refinement. Thus, this investigative method came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Back then, Feng Yuan exchanged true inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. On one hand, it was for the transaction, on the other hand, it was to help Langya sect increase their battle strength. Langya sect had immortal Gu, but they lacked good killer moves in battle. Now, Feng Yuan's actions were finally effective. Feng Jioge's heart sank. This investigative killer move could instantly sense the enemy's flaws, it was extremely convenient for the Gu Immortal to attack them accurately. With such a killer move, it was a huge hindrance to the Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the Silver Giant. Because these Central Continent Gu Immortals came from all sorts of sects, they rarely fought together. Once they attacked the Silver Giant, they would make mistakes in their coordination. Once such a mistake appeared, the Silver Giant would immediately make use of it. The more people there are, the more troublesome it is. Let me stall Heavenly Giant Solar for the time being. Feng Jioge's thoughts raced as he fought. He quickly changed his tactic, instructing the other Gu Immortals, scatter and set up an immortal Gu formation, we will wait for the reinforcements. Such guts. The land spirit of Langya heard this and scolded in anger. Feng Jioge smiled. He purposely said this was a blatant scheme, he was not afraid that the land spirit of Langya would not give in. Even though the Silver Giant had rank 8 battle strength, there was only one of it, while Central Continent had 7 Gu Immortals. The Silver Giant could not split itself, but if it sent out hairy man Gu Immortals to fight, it would fall into Feng Jioge's trap. Even though these hairy man Gu Immortals were much more skilled in battle, they were not the match of these Central Continent rank 7 Gu Immortals. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was in a dilemma, they could not split up or not split up. The battle in Langya Blessed Land was intense, far away in southern borders Fetus Earth Maze, it was tranquil. Where am I? Feng Yuan opened his eyes, he found that he was lying on a bed. He wanted to get up but found that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with confusion, he muttered to himself, who am I? I seem to have forgotten something important. Oh son, you are finally awake. At this time, an old woman heard the commotion and came in, seeing that Feng Yuan had woken up, she cried tears of joy. You are? Feng Yuan was confused. The old woman's expression shook as she cried, oh son, did you get hit in the head, did you become stupid? I am your mother, you are Shen-san. A few days ago, that young Master Shu could not bear to see you and Xiaonyang together, he got his clan's Gu masters to beat you up. Oh son, listen to me, even though you and Xiaonyang are innocent, our clan is small, even though there were Gu masters in our ancestors, we are in ruins now. You can't compete with young Master Shu for Xiaonyang. No matter, just let her go. Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan muttered, is this all real? I actually forgot all of this? After a few days, he gradually understood his background. Originally, he and Xiaonyang were betrothed to each other, but when he was young, his father died in battle, the only Gu master in the clan was gone, the clan fell. Originally, they were a match for each other, but now, they could not compare. Xiaonyang's parents favored young Master Shu more. Shu clan was a huge clan, they were a wealthy clan in the city, they had dozens of Gu masters, including their retainers, they had over 100 Gu masters. A few days later, Xiaonyang came to see Fang Yuan. Darling San, how are your injuries? I have been thinking about you day and night, but my parents grounded me, I lied and said that I was going to a Gu master to learn cultivation, that's why I came here. My darling San, my pitiful darling San. Xiaonyang saw Fang Yuan lying on the bed, she started sobbing softly, her gaze was filled with sincere love. Fang Yuan looked at Xiaonyang, he felt like this was the first time he was seeing this person, he looked at her like a stranger. Xiaonyang was in her teenage years, she had snow-white skin and white teeth, her hair was like a waterfall, she wore a moon-white dress, she had a slim figure, she was simple and pure. Right now, her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, she was a peerless beauty. No wonder that young Master Shu fell in love with Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, he did not speak. Xiaonyang was puzzled. At this moment, the old lady sighed and said the reason. Xiaonyang cried out in pain, she was nervous, she held on to Fang Yuan's hand as she talked about the past, trying to make him remember her. Those past events might be ordinary, but they contained the love between the two of them. The love in Fang Yuan's heart seemed to be awakened, he looked at Xiaonyang's eyes as he stretched out his hand, caressing her soft face as he called out softly, Xiaonyang, sigh. Xiaonyang quickly agreed, she grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and placed it on her face. Next, she looked at Fang Yuan's eyes with deep love, calling out again, my darling San, my darling San. Outside Fetus Earth Maze, in the immortal battlefield, Lu Wei-yin smiled as he muttered to himself, I was right after all, humans are not plants, how can they be emotionless? This Fang Yuan is not a heartless person, he still has love and affection in his heart. Lu Wei-yin looked around, at some point in time, be it Tai Mian-shen and the other Gu immortals, or Shang Xianxia and the other Gu masters, they were floating in the air with their eyes closed. Among them, Shang Xianxi's eyes were shut, her eyeballs were rolling and her face was slightly red, she seemed to be in a beautiful dream. Chapter 1554. Langya Blessed Land. An intense battle was ongoing. Central Continent's Gu immortals received orders and scattered, setting up immortal formations. As long as the immortal formation was completed, Central Continent's Gu immortals would be able to enter Langya Blessed Land and reinforce Feng Jioga and the rest. This was bad news for the land spirit of Langya. Thus, they had to be stopped. This Feng Jioga is truly scheming. My hairy man Gu immortals can only gather and form heavenly giant solar ancient battle formation to fight rank 8s. He wants me to split up, how can I let him do that? Land spirit of Langya snickered in his mind. If it were the previous white-haired land spirit, he might have been panicking already. But this black-haired land spirit was skilled in fighting, he immediately saw through Feng Jioga's scheme. We cannot split up. In that case, I will kill some of your Central Continent Gu immortals first, we will compete in speed. Will your immortal formations come faster, or will I kill you faster? Land Spirit of Langya's eyes shined with an unyielding light. Roar! The silver giant suddenly roared, and the sound waves surged in all directions, repelling Feng Jiugu. Next, the silver giant raised its right leg and moved forward. It moved very slowly, as if there was a formless mountain hanging on its right leg. Oh no! Feng Jiugu's expression changed, because he sensed an intense space path aura from the silver giant. This was a space path killer move. Feng Jiugu wanted to stop it. He used triple extreme sound attacks again, but the silver giant was unreasonable. It forcefully endured the attacks and wanted to complete the space path killer move. The silver giant finally moved its right leg. The moment its right leg stepped on the ground below it shrunk by countless times. It moved 100 li in one step. A central continent Gu Immortal was flying on a cloud when suddenly, the air around him rippled. His entire body and the area in front of him were shrouded by a huge shadow. He turned around and his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that the silver giant was already behind him. Its hands were grabbing at him from both sides. The central continent Gu Immortal felt a strong sense of danger. He gritted his teeth and activated all his methods, trying to escape. However, a mysterious radiance suddenly shot out from each of the silver giant's palms. The two profound lights landed on the central continent Gu Immortal. His killer move that was about to form crumbled. Save me! The central continent Gu Immortal was locked in place by the two mystical lights. He could not move. He screamed in panic and asked for help from his companions. At the next moment, he was trapped by the silver giant's two hands. The silver giant's 10 fingers clasped together, the two hands fused together, forming a spherical silver cage. Unparalleled pressure came from all directions. Central continent's Gu Immortal's bones were crackling. The central continent Gu Immortal's expression changed. He could feel that his defensive methods were collapsing. He could not resist the internal pressure of the silver prison. Save me! He no longer had a trace of calmness as he screamed at the top of his lungs. Guh! At the next moment, his body turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was crushed by the pressure of the silver cage. This rank 7 expert of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects died tragically at the hands of the silver giant. Good. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects are only a so-so. Inside the silver giant, Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Let's do this. That Feng Jiugu has rank 8 battle strength. He is the hardest nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. Let's crush these weaklings first. Let's see who in this world dares to invade our hairy man habitat. Heavenly Giant Solar was the number 2 ancient battle formation. It had been tested for a long time. It was the peak of ancient Gu cultivation. It had rank 8 battle strength to begin with, but the hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was too low. Even the white-haired land spirit was the same. That was why they performed poorly against Shadow Sect's attacks. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect. They could leave easily. But it was different now, with the black-haired land spirit's reforms and the establishment of Langya Sect. After a period of Feng Yuan's personal guidance, the hairy man Gu Immortal's battle attainment was much higher than before. It was much higher now. This way, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar that was formed could truly display rank 8 battle strength. The black-haired land spirit often stopped the hairy man Gu Immortals from practicing this ancient battle formation. It caused Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals to lose their lives here. Southern Border, Fetus Earth Maze. Scenes of the mortal world continued to play out. It seems that I really lost my memories. Under the moonlight, Feng Yuan sighed. He wore a simple robe as he walked in a courtyard surrounded by mud walls. There was a well in the courtyard. Most of the bricks in the well were gone. There was also a fruit tree that had no leaves at all. It was withered and thin. This is my home. Feng Yuan looked around as he sighed. He looked at the old woman's sleeping room. It was even more dilapidated than his own room. There were many holes in the paper windows. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt ashamed in his heart. Thinking of Xionyang, Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of love. Undeniably, these were the two most important women in his life. After recuperating for several months, his injuries were almost completely healed, he could get off his bed and walk around. Right now, he was thinking about many things. The moonlight was like frost, it shone on his tightly furrowed brows. Lying on his bed for the past few days, he had been thinking about his situation. Xiaonyang treats me so sincerely, I must marry her, I will not let her down. Mother likes Xiaonyang very much, but due to the situation, I had to give her up. There are two obstacles for me to marry Xiaonyang. The first is Shu clan, they have a huge business and many people. The second is Xiaonyang's parents, they are both Gu masters, they look down on a mortal like me. In the end, it is because my aptitude is not good enough, I cannot become a Gu master. If I can become a Gu master and cultivate to rank 3, Xiaonyang's parents might be able to accept me. Sigh. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. This was a dead end, there was no way out. Even though there were rumors of Gu that could change aptitude, who would pay a huge price to help a poor lad like Fang Yuan for no reason? Even though Xiaonyang had Gu master aptitude, she was only C grade, her potential was low. If she had a bright future, she would become a rank 3 Gu master, she would be able to decide her own happiness, she would not be helpless like now. What should I do? Fang Yuan looked at the moon and sighed, he was extremely troubled. But at this moment, he heard the sound of a zither. Where is this zither sound coming from? Fang Yuan listened carefully, he heard that this was not just zither music, there were also bells, flutes, and so on. He listened carefully, trying to find the source of the music as he walked towards the well. Strange, this music is coming from my well, why is this? Fang Yuan leaned against the well and looked inside, he saw that the moonlight was shining into the well, it was very clear. Fang Yuan saw that on the wall of the well, there was a place where dozens of bricks formed the shape of a door, it was shining with a white jade-like luster, it was extraordinary. His curiosity was piqued. He tied the hemp rope on the bucket to a nearby fruit tree, then climbed down along the hemp rope. At the middle part, his legs were on the rope as he stretched out his hand towards the white jade-like bricks, trying to push. His strength was small, but the moment he touched the jade brick, it turned into nothingness, and a suction force appeared out of nowhere, sucking Fang Yuan, who was caught off guard in the next moment. The night passed. Fang Yuan got up, his eyes shining. His spirit was completely different from before, a world of difference. As it turned out, there was an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal in this well, it was called Virtue True Inheritance. Because it had existed for too long, it was already damaged. Fang Yuan inherited this damaged true inheritance, he opened his aperture that night and became a rank 1 Gu master, he also obtained the acknowledgement of several mortal Gu, his strength rose sharply, his life was completely different now. Heaven took pity on me, giving me such a peerless fortuitous encounter. Now, there is a huge chance for me to marry Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he was overflowing with joy. But he endured it, he knew that he could not expose himself now. This fortuitous encounter was too important, if he exposed it, he would get himself killed. I need to cultivate hard and accumulate my strength secretly, only when I have enough strength to protect myself can I expose my identity. Cultivate this virtue true inheritance. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he frowned slightly. But this true inheritance has a special requirement. It requires the inheritor to maintain justice in his heart, to be a person of virtue. Moreover, the more virtuous one is, the easier it will be to cultivate. Virtue? Fang Yuan hesitated. He felt some disdain towards this term, but now that he obtained this true inheritance, this disdain dissipated. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated hard, secretly accumulating his strength. The old woman persuaded him not to get close to Xiaonyang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, he had his own plans. Xiaonyang came to find him to relieve her pain of longing, Fang Yuan advised her gently, he told her to endure it, he had a way. What made Fang Yuan extremely happy was that Xiaonyang believed his words without reservation. During the cultivation, the old woman suddenly fell ill. Fang Yuan felt like his heart was being stabbed, but ordinary herbs had no effect. Fang Yuan was burning with anxiety. He found a Gu master to treat her, but that rank 2 Gu master did not want his meager fees, he did not want to do it in winter. Fang Yuan heard that this Gu master liked to eat fish. He walked for a dozen li and arrived at a lake in the mountains. Fang Yuan started a fire and melted the ice. He dived into the water and caught some fish, giving them to the Gu master. The Gu master was very touched by Fang Yuan's filial piety. He finally treated the old woman. The old woman recovered. Fang Yuan was very happy about this. There was also an unexpected joy. He found that he had a rank 2 accumulate virtue Gu in his aperture. According to the true inheritance, this kind of accumulate virtue Gu could be refined continuously as long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and did good deeds. The greater the good deeds they accumulate, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu that they refine. Accumulate virtue Gu had many uses. It was one of the foundational cores of the virtue true inheritance. Its greatest use was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a righteous path virtuous body. According to the vague records in the true inheritance, the righteous path virtuous body was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. It did not have the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. It was not a small matter. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan continued to do good deeds. He did not let go of any opportunity. He continued to refine accumulate virtue Gu. Soon, his virtue and reputation started to spread. Fang Yuan's aptitude got better. His cultivation efficiency also got higher. 2 years later, he secretly became a rank 2 Gu master. In an accident, he had to expose his identity as a Gu master to save a drowning baby. Coincidentally, a Shu clan elder saw this. Fang Yuan's secret was exposed. The Shu clan elder thought that a mere mortal like Fang Yuan could actually improve his aptitude and cultivate to rank 2, there had to be a huge secret, thus he attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him bitterly, but in the end, he performed exceptionally, using the mortal killer move Virtue Win over people. This move expended all of the accumulate virtue Gu that he had accumulated. The Shu clan elder was unharmed after getting hit by this move, but soon, he cried bitterly, kneeling on the ground and slapping his own face, before crying out, "I am not a human, I am not a human, I actually had such evil thoughts, I dared to attack such a noble and virtuous person like you. I am a beast, I am not a human. Please forgive me, give me a chance to repent and make up for my mistakes." Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect this move to be so powerful. From then on, he subdued this Shu clan elder, and obtained the most reliable source of information about Shu clan's young master. At this point, Fang Yuan worked even harder to accumulate virtue. His reputation spread among mortals. Many Gu masters heard of him. After a few more years, the truth could not be concealed. Fang Yuan's Gu master identity was exposed. But he used other Gu worms to conceal his huge secret. Xiaonyang's parents changed their opinion of him, but they still did not want their daughter to marry a poor person like Fang Yuan. Compared to the lone Fang Yuan, Shu clan's young master had a huge advantage. But Xiaonyang was in love with Fang Yuan. Shu clan's young master was filled with jealousy. He found trouble with Fang Yuan many times. Even though Fang Yuan's life was full of twists and turns, as long as Xiaonyang was around, he welcomed every day with hope. Finally, the conflict reached its limit. Shu clan's young master challenged Fang Yuan to a life-and-death battle. Fang Yuan agreed. This caused a huge commotion. Even in the surrounding forces, many Gu masters heard about it. Right before the battle, in the middle of the night, Fang Yuan was ambushed by Shu clan's Gu masters. Fang Yuan escaped to the forest with heavy injuries. He was filled with hatred. Because he knew that he was heavily injured, he was not Shu clan's young master's match. If he agreed to the battle, he would be courting death. But if he did not go, he would be considered defeated. Xiaonyang would be forced by her parents to marry Shu clan's young master. How can I let Xiaonyang fall into the hands of this despicable person? Even if I die, I want to. What sound? Fang Yuan was shocked. He turned his head and saw a terrifying beast tide charging towards him from the mountain top. Good. The heavens have opened their eyes and allowed this beast tide to destroy the city. The Shu clan will be caught off guard and will definitely suffer a great defeat. This can be considered as taking revenge for me. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his smile froze at the next moment. He thought of his mother, he thought of Xiaonyang, he thought of his neighbors and friends. The cute faces of these people appeared in his mind, he could not get rid of them. If he allowed the beast tide to attack the city, who knew how many of these people would die? Even if he secretly saved them, with his strength, how many could he save? Even if I saved Xiaonyang and my mother, what about these people? Do they not have children? They have parents too. If I did not report them, I would be harming them. Also, even if Shu clan's young master is a scoundrel, not everyone in Shu clan is like him. There are cute and respectable people among them. Why should I vent my anger on them? Do they deserve to die? Furthermore, I have lived in this city for 20 years, it has raised me. Without its protection, I would have been killed by wild beasts long ago. Could it be that I also have to watch as this city is captured? No, this is my home. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze became firm. He turned around and ran towards the city. Even though he knew that on the way back, he would likely meet those Shu clan Gu masters and be killed by them. But he had to go. Because ever since he inherited the true inheritance of Daoda, in these past few years, he had already engraved Daoda into his bones, it permeated into his thoughts, he felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to do some things. Fang Yuan ran back to the city and informed everyone about the beast tide. It attracted a lot of attention. This beast tide was so sudden and hidden, but thanks to Fang Yuan's warning, the Gu masters in the city were fully prepared. They stabilized their footing. The city lord learned of Fang Yuan's situation. He praised Fang Yuan for risking his life to inform them. With the city lord's support, Fang Yuan was no longer afraid of Shu clan using their forces to find trouble with him. His battle with Shu clan's young master was also postponed. Afterwards, in the battle that lasted for a year, Fang Yuan performed extremely well. He saved countless Gu masters and mortals. He was willing to help others. He did not ask for anything in return. On one hand, his strength increased greatly. He refined countless accumulate virtue Gu. On the other hand, people respected him greatly. His reputation rose greatly. After the beast tide retreated, Fang Yuan, on the other hand, underwent a complete transformation. He finally fought against Shu clan's young master openly. In this battle of life and death, Fang Yuan obtained victory with absolute dominance. But he spared Shu clan's young master's life. O Shen-san, you repaid evil with kindness. I am convinced, I will follow your lead from now on. Please accept my bow. Shu clan's young master knelt down on the spot. Everyone in the city was filled with admiration towards Fang Yuan. 3 years later, the city lord felt old. He gave his position to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had rank 5 cultivation level. He became the new city lord. The day he took office was also the day he and Xiaonyang got married. Bright red, happiness, characters, lively guests, good wine and delicacies, and a wedding night. Xiaonyang was dressed beautifully. She sat on the bed, looking at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan, we are finally husband and wife. I knew I was not wrong about you. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, of course. But... He pressed on his chest. Xiaonyang became nervous. But what? Where are you feeling unwell? Fang Yuan shook his head. I suddenly feel a little empty. Xiaonyang giggled. She was like a blooming peony, extremely beautiful. What are you feeling empty about? Lang-san, I wonder how many people are envious of you now. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. They are envious of me? It is just wealth. power, strength, and beauty. As he said this, his tone turned cold, a sharp aura shot out of his gaze. Xiaonyang's expression changed. Lang San, what's wrong? Your words are making me feel uneasy. Fang Yuan looked at her with a serious expression. He looked at this beautiful woman who made him yearn for her day and night. He loved her dearly. His gaze was so serious that Xiaonyang felt even more uneasy. Next, Xiaonyang saw Fang Yuan shake his head and sigh, so many things, they are just so. At the next moment, everything around them collapsed. Chapter 1556. I really need it, I have a reason to live on. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, persisting with all his might. In this world, everyone has a reason to live. Why do you want me to die just because you want to live? This Gu Immortal smiled. Of course, I understand your reason. That demon is your mortal enemy, you want to take revenge on him. But he is also my enemy, I want to take revenge on him too. Why do you want to sacrifice my reason to fulfill yours? Go find other lifespan Gu, I want to use my own lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan could not retort, because this Gu Immortal's words were very reasonable. He continued to plead, but it was useless. Fang Yuan could only go out to find lifespan Gu. In fact, he had been paying attention to lifespan Gu while cultivating. But his luck was bad. The demon was also collecting lifespan Gu, causing lifespan Gu to become very rare in the outside world. Fang Yuan had no way out. He knelt in front of his parents' tombstones for the entire night. That night, he first cried, then sobbed. At dawn, he stood up, and his eyes became very dangerous. In order to obtain lifespan Gu, he decided to take a risk. Eventually, he killed his benefactor and took the lifespan Gu from him. Using this lifespan Gu, he successfully extended his life and continued to cultivate, looking for a chance to take revenge. He started to lose his principles, he became unscrupulous. Thus, he was gradually treated as a dangerous person by other Gu Immortals. They saw him as a member of the demonic path. So what if I become a demon? I will do anything that can help me take revenge. The demon exterminated all the forces that resisted him. His status was like the sun in the sky, no one in the world could shake him. Fang Yuan could not find any hope of killing the demon, he could not endure it anymore. The hatred in his heart was like a monster in the darkness. If he did not satisfy this monster's desire for revenge, this monster would first devour Fang Yuan himself. Thus, Fang Yuan turned his gaze to the people around the demon. The demon was also human, even though his family was killed. But over the years, he had a wife, subordinates, and many children. Among all of his children, the demon doted on a young girl the most. She was only 16 years old when the demon paid an astonishing price to forcefully raise her to a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan then carried out a meticulous plan and created an accident to purposely get close to this female immortal. You can call me Little Shang. Thank you for saving me. The female immortal was very innocent, and Fang Yuan appeared as her savior, so he quickly gained her trust. Fang Yuan was good at acting. The vicissitudes of life made his acting skills exquisite, and his rich experience made him able to see through people's hearts. At first, he got close to female immortal Xiao Shang to kill her and let the demon taste pain. However, as he spent more time with Xiao Shang, the beautiful memories in Fang Yuan's heart were gradually awakened. However, when Xiao Shang took the initiative to confess her love to him, Fang Yuan panicked and fled with his face covered. He disappeared from Xiao Shang's sight. He concealed himself and returned to his parents' tombs, kneeling down as tears flowed down his face. Because from his panic, he understood his own feelings. Unknowingly, he had fallen in love with Xiao Shang. How could he fall in love with the daughter of his mortal enemy, the person who killed his family? Fang Yuan was extremely sad, and also extremely conflicted. Eventually, he decided to let Xiaoshang go and only find the demon to take revenge. He changed his appearance and did some businesses that cost nothing. After gathering enough cultivation resources, he built a hut in front of the tombs and cultivated bitterly to advance to rank 8. He succeeded in advancing to rank 8, but he was heavily injured. When he was recuperating, little Shang actually appeared and found Fang Yuan. She questioned Fang Yuan, why did he cover his face and flee when she confessed. She said that this was the first time she confessed to someone she liked, but she was treated like this. She was not resigned to this, she had to get to the bottom of it. Fang Yuan could not tell her the truth, he could only bring her to his parents' tombs, saying, "This is the tomb of the person I once loved." Little Shang's face turned pale, she apologized to Fang Yuan and asked, "Why are there no words on this tombstone?" Of course there were no words. How could Fang Yuan leave behind such a loophole and expose his true identity? Thus, he sighed, because I did not know her name from start to end. Next, he narrated a sad and beautiful love story. Little Shang's face was covered in tears as she listened, she was deeply immersed in the story, she was filled with sympathy and love for Fang Yuan. She decided to accompany Fang Yuan and live with him, to help Fang Yuan walk out of the shadow of his life. Her reason was very strong, what's wrong with helping the person I love? Although Fang Yuan loved Xiaoshang, he was not willing to be with her. Because he was afraid. He was afraid that after he succeeded in his revenge, he would cause even more harm to Xiaoshang. He was also afraid that if he and Xiaoshang were together, his will to take revenge would fade away. On the night that Xiaoshang stayed, Fang Yuan met the demon. His lifelong enemy. The demon used his methods to make Xiaoshang sleep before forcefully summoning him over. Fang Yuan carefully hid himself, the demon did not discover his true identity. Although the demon's tone and attitude were strong, what surprised Fang Yuan was that he did not forcefully separate him and Xiaoshang. From the demon's words, Fang Yuan acutely sensed the love of a father who cared for his children and hoped that they would be happy. "You have rank 8 cultivation, you are barely worthy of my daughter. Treat him well. This kid really likes you." After the demon said this, he left. Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that the demon's actions had some hidden reasons. Sure enough, little Shang revealed a shocking secret after he probed in a roundabout way. That was, the demon wanted to break through to the 9 revolutions realm, but he himself did not have much confidence in doing so. Fang Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. He understood the demon more than he understood himself. The demon's actions meant that he did not have much confidence in breaking through to rank 9. Once he failed, if he did not die, he would be like Fang Yuan, heavily injured. At that time, it would be the best time for Fang Yuan to take revenge. At once, the will to take revenge took the upper hand. The unprecedented hope made Fang Yuan calm and rational. He decided not to chase Xiaoshang away, he wanted to use her to get close to the demon. The demon failed to break through to rank 9 indeed, he hid in a valley to recuperate. Another rank 7 close combat snowman Gu Immortal, Bingzhua, said regretfully. With such a formation, why would we need to make a move? The Inkman Gu Immortal from Inkman City laughed heartily. Other than the 4 rank 7s, there were also many rank 6 Gu Immortals. Langya sect was attacked, according to the agreement of the 4 races alliance, the other 3 races had to help each other and resist the enemy together. If they violated the agreement, the punishment would be severe. When Fang Yuan made the agreement, he emphasized on the speed of reinforcements, he did not let go of any details. But these 3 races were not forced to help, they were willing. These variant humans did not have a good impression of humans, their only worry was that their own Gu Immortals would die in battle. But Langya Blessed Land's hidden immortal formation perfectly resolved this worry of theirs. Ever since the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron was destroyed by Shadow Sect and the core Immortal Goo were taken away, Langya Blessed Land could only barely defend itself with a damaged Refinement Cauldron. Langya Blessed Land's defenses were greatly weakened. Feng Yuan was a wise man, he had noticed this long ago. A long time ago, he, who had formation path attainment level, exchanged inheritances with the land spirit of Langya. There were a large number of immortal formations inside that could replace Refinement Cauldron and defend the Blessed Land. Langya sect did not lack immortal goo. Feng Yuan modified the immortal formations and secretly set up a super goo formation that was hidden in the whole of Langya Blessed Land. During normal times, it would be hidden, and only when a strong enemy came, the goo immortals would activate it and unleash a vast power. This was naturally done intentionally by Feng Yuan. He had thought about it deeply, considering the individual battle strength of the hairy man Goo Immortals, and also the mentality of the Goo Immortals who came to help. Setting up an immortal formation was the best choice. And there was another point: after the immortal formation was set up, it could not be moved. Langya Blessed Land might be strong now, but if something happened in the future and they wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, this immortal formation would be useless. In fact, Feng Yuan had even left some hidden doors in this immortal formation. After these variant human Goo immortal reinforcements arrived, they were arranged into the immortal formation by the land spirit of Langya. They spent some time familiarizing themselves with the immortal formation, but now, they worked together and injected immortal essence, activating this super formation. What's going on? There is actually a super Goo formation hidden here? Impossible. How can Langya still have people? The immortal formation activated with immense power, it was unstoppable. The immortal formation that the central continent Goo immortals had just set up immediately crumbled. Many of them were heavily injured. Bing Zhua and the rest used this chance to kill without mercy. The immortal formation emitted a formless force that was like a giant grinder. Under the pressure, 2 central continent Goo immortals lost their lives. Feng Jioga's expression changed. Land spirit of Langya, I actually fell for your trap. The cruel truth was like a slap that ruthlessly slapped Feng Jioge's face. This legendary figure of the current era also showed anger on his face. In this situation, Feng Jioga could not continue with his previous tactic. He quickly returned and tried to save the remaining central continent Goo immortals. But the silver giant was holding him back. There was still a super Goo formation in the Blessed Land that was affecting him. Feng Jioga used all his strength, but he could only watch as the final central continent Goo immortal died. The information was wrong. Langya Blessed Land actually had such a huge force. This is unbelievable. Feng Jioga's expression was grim as he faced the combined attacks of the silver giant and the super Goo formation. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. In this situation, only Feng Jioga was left. He finally used all his strength and unleashed his trump card. Green Jade Song's voice was crisp and clear. It was like pearls of various sizes landing on a jade plate. As the song spread, the silver giant's body was covered in a layer of green. Its surface turned into a thick layer of jade. The song resounded. Everywhere it went, white clouds turned into jade, yellow soil turned into jade, even flowing water turned into jade. Everything turned into jade. The surrounding 100 li turned into a world of jade in the blink of an eye. Even the silver giant was frozen, turning into a jade statue. This green jade song is truly extraordinary. From the jade statue, the land spirit of Langya's voice could be heard. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the jade statue. They spread all over its body before collapsing. The silver giant broke free and charged at Feng Jioga again. Feng Jioga was not surprised. This green jade song had the power of rank 8, but against the silver giant, it could only obstruct it temporarily. But he had already gained enough time to use the second immortal killer move, Submission Song. This move covered Wisdom Path, Enslavement Path, Sound Path, and Soul Path. It could affect people's hearts. It was created by Feng Jioga himself. it was inspired by Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. It could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides and become the singer's subordinates. The song quickly spread throughout the whole of Langya Blessed Land. But it was useless. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Feng Jioga, did you think we would not make preparations? Fang Yuan had already informed me about your submission song. While we were fighting earlier, we had already stored all of the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants into our immortal apertures. Know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. Celestial Court could probe Langya Blessed Land's information. Langya Blessed Land could naturally gather information as well. Among them, Feng Jioga was someone whom Fang Yuan had instructed the land spirit of Langya to be on guard against. Feng Jioga breathed in deeply, using Immortal Killer Move Heaven and Earth song. The song was loud and grand, it could move heaven and earth and draw the power of heaven and earth, it could suppress one's will and weaken the enemy's attacks. But this move was even weaker. This was Langya Blessed Land, it was the enemy's headquarters, it had deep enmity towards Feng Jioga, how could it be used by him? Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioga dodged left and right as he used his trump card. This song was extraordinary, it was the best method to destroy immortal formations and immortal goo houses. It turned out that the missing hairy man Gu Immortal had another fortuitous encounter, but recently, he was captured alive by Prince's Impatience. The information he obtained from this hairy man Gu Immortal became crucial clues for Fairy Myrtle to deduce Langya Blessed Land. Precisely because he knew the terrain of Langya Blessed Land, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could use their Immortal Killer move to send Feng Jioga and the rest into Langya Blessed Land. Liao frowned slightly, saying worriedly, according to the time, Feng Jioga's group should have invaded for a long time already. Why is there no news from them? Did they encounter trouble? Prince's Impatience pondered, of course there will be trouble. Even if we have a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land and have the initiative, this is the #1 blessed land in the world, it originated from long-hair ancestor, its foundation is unfathomable, it will definitely have some unexpected trump cards. Liao's frown deepened. This time, Central Continent only sent a few rank 7 Gu Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land. Isn't this a little overconfident? Prince's Impatience laughed heartily. That is because you do not understand Feng Jioga. Oh? Liao was surprised. Prince Feng Xian gazed into the distance and sighed leisurely. I, Prince Feng Xian, am also someone with great talent. I started cultivating at the age of 13, reached rank 4 at the age of 16, and reached rank 5 peak stage at the age of 18. After accepting the sect's responsibility, I went to Northern Plains and developed alone. I spent 3 years to become a rank 6 Gu Immortal. After that, I faced tribulations without fail. I roamed Northern Plains and joined Gong tribe. 100 years later, I became rank 8, although I was treading on thin ice. Who in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world could see through my identity? I was once proud of myself, because I did not rely on the sect's secret support, I relied on my own hard work and strategies, I borrowed strength from all sides, eventually reaching rank 8. Until one day, I met Feng Jioga, only then did I realize I was inferior to him. Compared to me, he's the one who truly deserves to be called Heaven's Chosen. His talent is so high that it can shock this era. Liao was extremely shocked. Among the core higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House, there was a saying in the early years, Northern Phoenix, Central Phoenix, 2 phoenixes fly together, glorious spiritual affinity. This was referring to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience and the rank 7 Gu Immortal Feng Jioga. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House who knew of Prince's Impatience's identity had once thought that Spirit Affinity House's future achievements would mainly rely on Prince's Impatience and Feng Jioga. They placed Prince's Impatience and Feng Jioga on the same level, but Prince's Impatience was a rank 8, he was at the top of the list, while Feng Jioga was favored mainly because of his potential. Liao and Swordmaster Yulan were indignant that a rank 7 Gu immortal was placed on the same level as their rank 8 master. Even Prince's Impatience was unhappy. He wrote a letter and questioned those core supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. But as time passed, Liao and Swordmaster Yulan gradually had a new view of this matter. As for Prince's Impatience's change in mentality, it was because of his fight with Feng Jioge. Many years ago, not long after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Feng Jioge led several Central Continent Gu immortals to Northern Plains to investigate the truth. As Spirit Affinity House's greatest pawn in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Prince's Impatience secretly met with Feng Jioge. It was during this meeting that the two fought and sparred. The result was shocking. Even though Prince's Impatience did not use his full strength, he could only fight to a draw with Feng Jioge. Thinking of the scene of their fight, Prince's Impatience heaved a long sigh. Feng Jioge having rank 8 battle strength does not surprise me. What truly shocked me was that immortal killer move he used. This is an unprecedented creation. No one in history has ever done something like this. What kind of immortal killer move? Liao asked. Prince's Impatience had a solemn expression as he said slowly. Feng Jioge called it Assimilation Wind Song. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Feng Jioge took a deep breath. Even farewell song was useless. At that moment, he only had one last trick left. He did not use this method easily. Because once he used it, not only would the risk be huge, the process would be extremely dangerous, the damage would also be too great, there would be a huge loss in profits after the battle. Feng Jioge had always been very cautious when using it. But now, he had to admit that he was already in a dangerous situation. He had obtained a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land from the sect and Fairy Myrtle. But when they fought, Langya Blessed Land's strength far surpassed his estimations. Not just this super immortal formation, there were also those Gu immortals hidden in the immortal formation, as well as the killer move, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge knew that Langya sect had an immortal killer move that countered Sound Path. It was called Silence of Heaven and Earth. But he did not know that this move had been modified by Feng Yuan to become even stronger, Complete Silence. Feng Jioge had methods to defend against the killer move Silence of Heaven and Earth, but against Complete Silence that was several times stronger, he was somewhat helpless. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jioge dodged left and right. He obtained a chance to use the strongest offensive method he had in his entire life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, heaven and earth changed color. This was not the metal wind, not the willow wind, not the immortal wind, not the eerie wind, not the Xinghan wind, not the fan gate wind. Once this wind appeared, land spirit of Langya's expression changed. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, while the other variant human Gu immortals were tongue-tied. This was the wind of assimilation. It was the #1 wind in the world. It could assimilate everything, few methods could counter it. When an immortal aperture was destroyed, it would create such a wind. How can it be the wind of assimilation? Impossible. Some hairy man Gu immortals lost their composure, they screamed. Unbelievable, someone can actually control the winds of assimilation? Bingzhuo was extremely shocked, his eyes were about to pop out, he no longer had his usual cool demeanor. In human history, no one had been able to use the winds of assimilation for their own use. But now, this record was broken. Feng Jioge had become the first person in history. He could actually use the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge had 7 songs. Obtain Treasure Song and Towards Heaven Song were used to support his cultivation, while Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song were his trump cards. He had used them many times. The final song was Assimilation Wind Song, but he did not use it easily. If this move failed, Feng Jioge would be destroyed by the winds of assimilation. It was extremely dangerous. Many songs could be turned into clones through the killer move Song Warrior, but Assimilation Wind Song could not. It was the most unique one. This wind was too powerful, the situation was instantly turned around. The variant human goo immortals were helpless, they were panicking. Because ordinary killer moves would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation, turning into resources to create the even larger winds of assimilation. Langya Blessed Land is the #1 blessed land in the world, but against this wind, it will be destroyed. A Rockman Goo immortal said in despair. Absolutely not. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. He knew that he had to stabilize the morale of his troops. He shouted, "It really is the winds of assimilation, assimilation wind song." When Feng Yuan warned me, I did not believe it, but the truth is right in front of me, I have no choice but to believe it. Don't worry, we already have a method to deal with this wind. What? Feng Yuan can even find out such a secret? The other Goo immortals heard this and felt hope ignited in their hearts. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who also had rank 8 battle strength, played a crucial role even though he did not appear. He helped Land Spirit of Langya stabilize the morale of his troops. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He knew that this move was extremely vicious. During the 5 regions chaotic world, Feng Jioge used this move to slaughter everyone. No one was not afraid of it. He had already warned Land Spirit of Langya. He had once fought against Feng Jioge. He was extremely wary and vigilant. This move was extremely powerful, but it had a huge flaw. For example, if it was used in the 5 regions, Feng Yuan could avoid it completely. But in this situation, the winds of assimilation were happening in Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya had to deal with this wind as soon as possible. Chapter 1559. Come, True Stability Branch Transformation. Facing the winds of assimilation, Land Spirit of Langya growled, using an immortal killer move. Once this move was used, the silver giant underwent a huge transformation. The huge human body turned into a huge tree. Its trunk was silver white, it had countless branches and countless leaves that looked like they were carved from silver, shining brightly as they collided with each other, emitting crisp sounds. The branches and leaves grew rapidly, facing the winds of assimilation. The winds of assimilation were rampaging everywhere, but after being obstructed by the giant tree, their expansion was halved. The winds of assimilation were actually blocked. Unbelievable. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is truly unfathomable. The Snowman, Inkman, and Rockman Goo immortals saw this and were overjoyed. This is True Stability Tree. A red and white rainbow flew out of the wind of assimilation. It was Feng Jioge. Even though he created assimilation wind song, it could create the winds of assimilation. But once this wind appeared, Feng Jioge had to leave the wind core immediately, otherwise, when the winds of assimilation spread and fill up the empty space in the wind core, Feng Jioge would die. Feng Jioge could only create the winds of assimilation, he could not manipulate them. It wasn't that he hadn't tried it before. However, any method of manipulation would be assimilated by the winds of assimilation and strengthen them. Feng Jioge had the immortal killer move Song Warrior. He could use Heaven and Earth Song, Separation Song, and others to form clones. But Assimilation Wind Song could not form Song Warrior. Feng Jioge left the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were focused on dealing with the winds of assimilation. They did not have the energy to pay attention to him. It really is the True Stability Tree, to think that they have a method to counter the winds of assimilation. Feng Jioge watched from afar, his eyes shining with bright light. This True Stability Tree was a legendary immemorial desolate plant. It was famous in history. Since the immemorial antiquity era, before Renzu was born, it had existed in this world. After the remote antiquity era and olden antiquity era, it died at the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the medieval antiquity era. There were many wild immortal goo on this tree, among which there were several rank 8 immortal goo. When Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable only had rank 8 cultivation level, when he was traveling in Eastern Sea, tsunamis and floods wreaked havoc in the world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable could not use his immortal goo to quell this flood. He borrowed 2 rank 8 immortal goo, calm wind and quiet wave, from the true stability tree in Eastern Sea. But this legendary immemorial desolate plant, with its status and strength, did not want to lend it to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It gave harsh conditions. Genesis Lotus was furious and fought with it. He killed the Truth Stability Tree and took all of its goo, quelling the flood and saving countless mortals. Although Genesis Lotus killed the Truth Steadying Tree, he was full of praises for it. Later on, when he became a Venerable One, he would occasionally sigh. It was truly a pity that he got rid of this tree back then. This tree was unique in this world and had the ability to restrain the winds of assimilation. Feng Yuan was someone who had been reborn, so he already knew about the Song of Gale in Feng Jiuge's hands. This move was extremely powerful. During the 5 regions chaotic war, countless Gu immortals were killed by it. Thus, countless Gu immortals thought of ways to find this move's weakness. There were no unsolvable moves in this world, only unsolvable people. Even though Song of Gale was strong, this move was fixed, there would always be a weakness. This pursuit is deeply rooted in the deepest part of his heart, not to mention 3 lifetimes, even 100 lifetimes cannot destroy it. Such a person cannot be reformed. Master. Yi Fan muttered. At this time, not just him, Xianxia Xianxia and the rest, as well as Tai Mianshen and the other Gu immortals, opened their eyes and woke up. The scenes in the 3 lives and 3 worlds left most people in a daze. They were all reminiscing about the profound feelings within. Lu Wei-yin looked around, his gaze paused on Xianxia Xianxia for a moment. Xianxia Xianxia's eyes were red, she almost shed tears, her sorrow was indescribable. She had emotional entanglement with Feng Yuan in 3 lifetimes. Lu Wei-yin nodded to himself as he said to everyone, I failed, this demon cannot be stopped. He is about to break the killer move and escape, let's leave. Yi Fan was shocked, Master, we clearly still have the advantage. Lu Wei-yin smiled bitterly, I have already tried my best. Let's leave. The Mortal Gu Masters were confused, but Tai Mianshen and the 2 E-clan Gu immortals had a guess. Tai Mianshen said directly, Senior's surname is Lu, and you specialize in Earth Path. Are you the inheritor of Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Lu Wei-yin nodded, that's right, I am Lu. As expected. E-clan's Gu immortals sighed as they bowed to Lu Wei-yin again. At the same time, they no longer had any doubts towards Lu Wei-yin's words. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not have any killer moves, the Paradise Earth true inheritance that he left behind was the same. Lu Wei-yin was skilled in trapping and reforming enemies, this was the greatest specialty of Paradise Earth true inheritance. Among the 10 venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most benevolent and compassionate, he was the one who restored order to the world by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But for some reason, such an Immortal Venerable did not choose Celestial Court, he stayed in Southern Border and left Paradise Earth's true inheritance here. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand, Dang Hun Mountain floated into her hand as if it was weightless. Amazing, amazing. Fairy Myrtle looked at it for a while before nodding, with this mountain, Guts Gu can be obtained continuously, Jin Huang can benefit from it, it will be like adding wings to her dream realm exploration. Feng Jiuge smiled faintly. As a father, he was naturally happy to be able to help his daughter. As for Wisdom Gu, Fairy Myrtle pondered for a while, I must obtain this Gu, Jiuge, go and rest, we need to discuss this further. If they attacked Langya Blessed Land a second time, the other side would definitely be vigilant and make ample preparations. Especially when Feng Yuan might return, Fairy Myrtle would need to plan in detail. Yes. Feng Jioge took his leave and left Ziwei Palace. He left Celestial Court and returned to Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Myrtle also left Ziwei Palace. She held Dang Hun Mountain in one hand as she moved slowly. A moment later, she arrived in front of a dark hall. This hall's plaque had 3 words written on it: Soul Suppression Hall. This was the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Fairy Myrtle smiled as she brought Dang Hun Mountain to Spectral Soul. "Oh Demon Venerable, what do you think this is?" Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly as she spoke. Spectral Soul was silent as steel. Fairy Myrtle nodded, stubborn as expected, a true demon. "However, I didn't bring this mountain here to crush your will. I know you have used this mountain before. It is a place where you cultivated for many years. Coincidentally, I have this move. As long as I use it on something closely related to you, I can shake your mind and draw out all of your memories." Spectral Soul was still silent as if he was dead. The smile on Fairy Myrtle's face gradually vanished, cold lightning flashed in her eyes. All along, she had been troubled by Spectral Soul's stubbornness. She wanted to plunder his precious memories, but there was little progress. Now that she obtained Dang Hun Mountain, Fairy Myrtle had a rare breakthrough. She was going to teach Spectral Soul a lesson first. At the next moment, the Immortal Killer move was activated. The whole of Soul Suppression Hall let out a buzzing sound as radiance shot out in all directions. The radiance shone on Dang Hun Mountain. It also enveloped Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but this move was too powerful. The memories related to Dang Hun Mountain were drawn out. They appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The young Spectral Soul found Dang Hun Mountain for the first time. He was shocked and overjoyed. After many setbacks, Spectral Soul finally occupied Dang Hun Mountain and cultivated secretly. Spectral Soul thought hard and finally found a way to relocate Dang Hun Mountain. After a series of setbacks, he finally obtained this mountain. Spectral Soul created Soul Path. He gradually found more uses for Dang Hun Mountain. It was not as simple as harvesting Guts Gu. Chapter 1562. Southern Border. Myriad Dragon. Dragon roars resounded, the entire immortal battlefield collapsed. Feng Yuan flew out like a bolt of lightning. Once he escaped, he received a large number of requests for reinforcements. What? Langya Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court? And it was led by Feng Jioge? Feng Yuan was shocked. He encountered Lu Wei-yin and was temporarily trapped. At the same time, Langya Blessed Land was attacked by the Celestial Court. No one would believe that there was no connection between these two events. Oh? They retreated in defeat? Most of the central continent Gu immortals died, only Feng Jioge survived? Feng Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya's message before turning to look at Sixth Hair's letter. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya's sect by Shadow Sect. He was on Feng Yuan's side. His information was the most reliable. From Sixth Hair's letter, Feng Yuan quickly understood the entire situation. So Feng Jioge saw that the situation was not right and retreated. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, but this was not a place for him to think calmly. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Southern Border's righteous path forces might be on their way here. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. Along the way, he used the method that he had left behind to detonate Dang Hun Mountain. The Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. They had clearly planned this for a long time. Methods that can uproot a mountain are not common, but Feng Jioge directly took Dang Hun Mountain away. This is a deliberate scheme to destroy my foundation. Unfortunately, how can my Dang Hun Mountain be taken away so easily? Feng Yuan placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. On one hand, it was to express his sincerity in cooperating with Langya sect to manage the Guts Gu business and save his energy. On the other hand, Feng Yuan left behind a backup plan. He was not afraid that Langya sect or other Gu immortals would take Dang Hun Mountain for themselves. While flying, Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his immortal aperture. Landscape as before. He activated a rank 6 immortal goo, aiming at a huge rock that had been preserved. This mountain rock came from Dang Hun Mountain, a part that Fang Yuan had cut off long ago. Right now, Dang Hun Mountain's main body had already self-destructed. This mountain rock was the largest remaining Dang Hun Mountain rock in the world. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before immortal goo, this mountain rock immediately expanded, becoming bigger and bigger as it started to develop into the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are like immortal goo, they are unique. Dang Hun Mountain was remodeled by spectral soul demon Venerable back then, under the illumination of landscape as before goo. This Dang Hun Mountain rock will definitely be able to restore the complete Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan was very confident. Although Dang Hun Mountain was taken away, he did not lose it. In time, Dang Hun Mountain would once again return to his hands. However, this process would take a long time. Landscape as before goo was only rank 6, while Dang Hun Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth that was similar to a rank 9 immortal goo. The Dang Hun Mountain rock that Fang Yuan took away was much smaller than the entire Dang Hun Mountain. The Celestial Court had planned for a long time, and Feng Jioge had personally made a move. Fang Yuan had suffered many losses. Firstly, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not taken back, and secondly, Dang Hun Mountain was temporarily destroyed. To recreate Dang Hun Mountain, it would take some time and a large amount of immortal essence. Finally, Guyue Fangzheng was taken away, and Fang Yuan's blood deity cultivation plan was thwarted. Fortunately, Wisdom Gu was not taken away, nor was it destroyed. The situation at that time was very dangerous. The next invasion would definitely be a fierce one, it would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, but he was truly unwilling to let the land spirit of Langia give up on his plan. At this time, Fang Yuan said again, First Supreme Elder, secluded residence is good, but it has its disadvantages too. If Langia blessed land was truly turned into a paradise, a place where no one would care about, would the hairy man Gu immortals still have the motivation to cultivate? We want to create hairy man dominance. If these hairy man Gu immortals live under the protection of secluded residence, wouldn't they return to their previous state? The land spirit of Langia was stunned. Fang Yuan's words made sense. What hairy man Gu immortals lacked was a sense of danger. The previous land spirit of Langia protected the hairy men too well. These Gu immortals did not have the ability to fight at all. As a result, when Shadow Sect invaded, they were almost conquered by Shadow Sect. They could not return to their previous state. The land spirit of Langia breathed in deeply, nodding heavily. Fang Yuan, I agree to your request. I will give you this method in its entirety. 10 Dang Hun mountains as compensation. This method is worth half a mountain. All right. Fang Yuan did not doubt the price of the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia would not lie. Negotiating with him was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. Next, I need some lifespan goo. Fang Yuan raised his second request. If he moved wisdom goo into the sovereign immortal aperture, he would no doubt have to bear the burden of feeding it. Even though Fang Yuan had lifespan goo, it was not safe to rely on them. All right. The land spirit of Langia agreed readily this time. He was the land spirit. As long as Langia blessed land existed, he could exist with it, thus he had no need for lifespan goo. Of course, the hairy man goo immortals in Langia sect also needed lifespan goo to extend their lifespan. However, hairy men were variant humans, their lifespan was much longer than humans. Secondly, feeding wisdom goo was more important than extending the lifespan of the hairy man goo immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan used 1.5 Dang Hun Mountain as compensation to obtain a large amount of lifespan Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Long Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago. Langya Blessed Land had a long history. After 300,000 years, it had obtained a large amount of lifespan Gu. In this compensation, even though Fang Yuan took away most of the lifespan Gu, Langya Blessed Land still had some left. Fang Yuan calculated, this way, if he used all the lifespan Gu he had on himself, he could extend his lifespan to over 4,000 years. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only lived for over 3,000 years. This also meant that if Fang Yuan used all these lifespan Gu, he could live longer than Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Chapter 1564. In exchange for what? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, continuing, naturally refinement path true meaning. Ah. You actually knew that my sect had refinement path true meaning? Land Spirit of Langya almost jumped in shock. This was Langya sect's greatest secret. It was also the deepest and most valuable treasure in their treasury. What was true meaning? True meaning was actually a type of will. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. True meaning was the will of the 3 elements. Of course, not just true meaning, there were also fake will, special will, intentional will, deliberate will, hostile will, battle will, and so on. There were countless wills, but true meaning was the most valuable among them. It was also the most attractive. It could even make Gu Venerables chase after it endlessly. The northern icy plain of northern plains was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable back then. It contained Reckless Savage's true meaning. Thus, when Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension in the northern icy plain, they would draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. When Gu Immortals obtained this true meaning, their transformation path or strength path attainment levels would rise. Dream realms also contain true meaning plus 3 true meaning. The reason why Fang Yuan could raise his attainment levels of all paths in the dream realms he explored was because he had absorbed the true meaning within them. Thus, true meaning often meant that one's attainment level would rise. Why was the chaos of the 5 regions the unprecedented and most magnificent era? The root reason was because dream realms appeared all over the world, allowing many people who successfully explored them to obtain the true meaning within, causing their attainment levels to rise. The accumulation of attainment levels often required a long period of time. But because of true meaning, this process was greatly shortened. This allowed elites and geniuses to surge out from all over the world, competing and killing each other, creating an unprecedented chaotic world. The importance of true meaning went without saying, but the true meaning hidden in the deepest part of Langya sect had an even greater origin. Thus, the true meaning originated from Long Hair Ancestor. Who was Long Hair Ancestor? A rank 8 refinement path great expert, known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times. In the long history of humanity, spanning over 10 million years, in this long river of time, there were 3 peak experts in refinement path. They were Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor's skill in refinement path was something that even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to admit defeat. The 2 Venerables had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. And this was just a summary of historical events, not including the legends and stories. If unofficial records and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. More terrifyingly, most of these immortal Gu were not rank 6, they were rank 7 or rank 8, high-level immortal Gu. Langya sect's refinement path intent was the intent left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. It was perfectly preserved. If Fang Yuan obtained it and absorbed all of it, his refinement path attainment level would immediately soar to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. This was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step, an ant growing into a prehistoric giant beast in an instant. It was like a starving beggar suddenly becoming the richest man in the country. Land Spirit of Langya's thoughts were roughly similar to this. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The following persuasion would be crucial. He had already thought it through. He solemnly said to Land Spirit of Langya, First Supreme Elder, it is not like you do not understand the current situation, it is very dangerous. If the Celestial Court fails once, they will attack a second time, a third time, until they succeed or fail completely. The Celestial Court will not give up. I understand this. Land Spirit of Langya said in a heavy tone. If I have this refinement path true meaning, my strength will rise by a lot. I will be more confident in helping Langya sect resist the Celestial Court. Langya sect has helped me so much, this is my home, I will not watch the Celestial Court destroy it. If I become a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster, I will be able to refine immortal goo and modify the super formation in Langya blessed land. You also know that I inherited the inheritance of Shadow Sect. There is a lot of information regarding the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Earlier, we only exchanged true inheritances. This time, I will share all of this information with you. I have already deduced that Feng Jioga and the rest used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to invade the blessed land. After we agree on the compensation, I will use Wisdom Goo to think of a way to defend against Fixed Immortal Travel. Other than that, don't forget that I have some subordinates. You know about these Goo Immortals, they are all battle elites. Land Spirit of Langya was silent. Fang Yuan's words were very reasonable. It did not matter during peaceful times, but in this current situation, the Celestial Court was eyeing the blessed land. They did not know when the next attack would come. Land Spirit of Langya was not ignorant. The more he understood about the Celestial Court, the greater the pressure he felt. Even though Langya sect had an ancient battle formation like Heavenly Giant Solar that could match rank 8 Goo Immortals, the battle with Feng Jioga earlier had already exposed the flaws of this method. Langya sect needed more help. The Snowmen, Ink Men, and Rock Men could also send out a rank 8 battle strength. The strongest battle strength was still Fang Yuan's side. Land Spirit of Langya already knew that Fang Yuan, who had reverse flow protection seal, was the strongest battle strength among them. Land Spirit of Langya and Langya blessed land needed Fang Yuan's strength in the future. Oh Fang Yuan, if you need to refine Goo, I will do it myself. Don't forget the other supreme elders, everyone can help you. Land Spirit of Langya was silent for a while before saying. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, your strength cannot be underestimated. I have already experienced this when I asked you to refine Goo earlier. But can everyone's refinement path abilities be compared to quasi-supreme beings? Of course not. Furthermore, using others to refine Goo and refining Goo yourself, there is a huge difference, isn't that so? Land Spirit of Langya fell silent again. These were all true reasons. They were placed in front of Land Spirit of Langya. Even if he wanted to deny it, he could not. But just with reason, he could not convince Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan knew that he needed to use emotions. Supreme First Elder, the communication between you and me has always been a heart-to-heart. Don't you know my current situation? Don't you understand my current feelings? After I escaped, I saw the news of Langya blessed land being attacked. I was really anxious. It was like a fire was burning in my heart. I wanted nothing more than to rush back immediately. Langya sect is my home. In this huge world, only this place can accommodate me. Although I am a human, I am more willing to be a hairy man. Unfortunately, heaven is playing tricks on me. I was born a human and not a noble hairy man. But I am willing to become a hairy man forever in the future. I am more willing to live in Langya blessed land forever and marry Shui in the future. We will unite the other variant humans and assist you in achieving the hegemony of the hairy men in the world. Fang Yuan spoke very passionately. He had goosebumps all over his body. Land Spirit of Langya heaved a long sigh. Oh Fang Yuan, I understand your intentions. I have understood it long ago. But, this matter is very important, I need to think about it carefully and think deeply. Right now, I am unable to make this decision. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with brilliance. In this situation, he could not let Land Spirit of Langia think too much. The more he thought, the smaller Fang Yuan's hope became. Thus, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, you should think about it, it is definitely right. No matter how long you think, I will wait for your reply. During this period, I will keep an eye on the Celestial Court, I will try my best to gather information, if they have any suspicious movements, I will report to you." These words made Land Spirit of Langia make a decision. He sighed bitterly, the situation is dangerous, if I still keep the true meaning, I am afraid I cannot even protect Langia Blessed Land. Fang Yuan, you are one of us, I can trust you. Honestly speaking, if you were a hairy man, I would have already handed the entire Langia sect to you. This refinement path true meaning. I will leave it to you. I won't let you down. They are used in the righteous path of the Celestial Court, if they are destroyed, then so be it. This is also making the best use of them. Jing Lan smiled, unconcerned, before asking, "How many are left?" Fairy Myrtle answered in detail. Jing Lan slightly frowned, 3 core immortal goo are missing, many methods cannot be used. If I were to deal with Spectral Soul, I would need at least 3 months to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle was a little disappointed. With her methods and the help of Star Constellation Chessboard, she would only need over 2 months to solve this problem and capture Spectral Soul again. How about this? Although Spectral Soul has been captured and brought to the Celestial Court, his inheritor is very active. The explosion of Dang Hun Mountain this time was also the work of this inheritor. Fairy Myrtle said. Humph. Demonic path scoundrel, everyone has the right to punish him. You are saying this, you want me to get rid of Spectral Soul's inheritor? Quickly tell me, where is this inheritor? I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will cut off his head and send it to Spectral Soul for him to admire. Ha ha ha. Jing Lan laughed loudly, her battle intent surging. With Senior taking action, that Fang Yuan will definitely be doomed. As for his location, Fairy Myrtle smiled confidently. Senior only needs to wait for a moment, Junior will deduce it for you. Chapter 1567. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama, and also after Langia Blessed Land was attacked, it was most likely the Celestial Court who took action. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangjing was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal goo was in the hands of the Celestial Court, this clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the Celestial Court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely the worst plan. The urgent matter now was to keep moving, at the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly targeted Fang Yuan, fiercely striking down. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt hit the ground, the lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle, countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jing Lan slowly stood up. She originally had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she became over 10 feet tall. Her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan in the air, saying coldly, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can run to?" A Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal. Furthermore, looking at this situation, he is likely someone from the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his alertness rose to the highest. Love Go Small Say Netku. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuan spread across the sky. In Jing Lan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jing Lan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jing Lan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Ah! She roared and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried waves of blue electric arcs that rapidly spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever they went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath of time before shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear and boundless sky appeared once again. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, leaving only his true body behind. Lightning Path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of Soul Path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have any effect. Immortal Killer Move, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. Immortal Killer Move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan who was on the ground. After completing this move, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly threw out countless dazzling and translucent purple starlight. Jing Lan's lightning eyes first saw the ignited thought flying rocks and immediately showed disdain, but when she saw the purple thought perception starlight, her pupils slightly shrunk. This killer move is superb, I need to avoid it. Jing Lan's thoughts moved and with a crack, her body turned into a flash of lightning that shot towards Fang Yuan. Quick quick quick. Her speed was so fast that even Fang Yuan showed a shocked expression. Moreover, the lightning was extremely agile and did not just charge around blindly. Along the way, when it encountered the ignited thought flying rocks, it would all be knocked away, but when it encountered the purple thought perception starlight, it would directly dodge and move unhindered. Fang Yuan's offense was majestic, but Jing Lan was unstoppable. After turning several times in the air, she arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Come at me. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth and suddenly turned into an ancient sword dragon, fiercely grabbing at Jing Lan with his sharp claws. Jing Lan's armor was huge and heavy, but compared to Fang Yuan's sword dragon transformation, it seemed a bit pocket-sized. But she was extremely fierce. With a low growl, she did not dodge and directly used the sharp horn on her helmet to collide with the dragon claw. Boom! With a loud sound, both sides were fiercely bounced back. Fang Yuan's claws were soft and limp, feeling numb from the recoil. Meanwhile, all the sharp horns on Jing Lan's armor were broken and her helmet was covered in cracks. At the same time, she felt a slight sense of dizziness. This is reverse flow protection seal. Jing Lan was well aware of this. She had set out from the Celestial Court and had naturally obtained detailed information about Feng Yuan provided by Fairy Myrtle. Therefore, Jing Lan was not surprised by this situation, everything was within her expectations. She laughed and shot forward again, lightning radiance erupting around her body as she charged at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fought her without any fear. Both sides fought back and forth in the air, fighting until the sun and moon lost their light and the world changed colors. Feng Yuan relied on reverse flow protection seal to fight evenly with Jing Lan, but he retreated as he moved. This person clearly knows about the countercurrent protection seal. That's why he's using such a powerful technique. Not only does he force me to use the countercurrent protection seal to block the attack, but he also doesn't let the rebound attack harm him. Feng Yuan had a bad feeling. Although Jing Lan could not do anything to Feng Yuan, this situation was only temporary. There was definitely a wisdom path great expert behind her that was closely watching the battle and constantly analyzing Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was constantly being analyzed and deduced. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking reverse flow protection seal, Feng Yuan's doomsday would arrive. This person is constantly changing methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal, his intentions are clear. She cultivates both Thunder Path and Soul Path. Her Thunder Path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her Soul Path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Feng Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. Where do you think you're going? Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragon army. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Feng Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Feng Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Feng Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after using reverse flow protection seal, his entire body was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place, using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was heavily damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Feng Yuan, causing the reverse flow protection seal on Feng Yuan's body to ripple. You have already deduced a method? Feng Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was not only a result, but also a further probe of the reverse current protection seal. Ha ha ha, Feng Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Feng Yuan. At this rate, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Chapter 1569. To be able to forcefully destroy my Yama after Langya blessed land was attacked, it is most likely the celestial court's doing. At that instant, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. Guyue Fangzheng was taken away, he has a blood connection with my time path clone, but the clone is inside my sovereign immortal aperture. I don't think we can use this clue. My dark limit immortal Gu was in the hands of the celestial court. This clue is very important, but just this alone is not enough to destroy my Yama. Then, what method did the celestial court use? What crucial clues did they find that are related to me? Fang Yuan thought as he rapidly moved. Now that his location was exposed, staying at the same place was definitely a bad idea. The urgent matter at hand was to continue moving. At the same time, he had to repair ghostly concealment and think of a way to solve the current problem. Crack! Fang Yuan flew for 4 to 6 hours, when suddenly, a thunderbolt burst out from the clear sky. The thunderbolt directly struck at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was already prepared, he quickly dodged. With a loud sound, the thunderbolt landed on the ground. The lightning solidified and turned into a human figure. The figure quickly became clear. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was wearing a sinister black armor, half squatting on the ground. Crackle crackle crackle, countless tiny bolts of lightning coiled around her armor. The crater created by the explosion had already been completely roasted into a lump of charcoal. Because of the high temperature, white smoke was rising in spirals. Jing Lan slowly stood up. She had a petite figure, but after wearing the armor, she was over 10 feet tall, her body was tall and sturdy. Boom! Her rank 8 aura swept out like a majestic mountain. She slowly raised her head, looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air, saying in a cold voice, "You are Fang Yuan? Where do you think you can escape to? A central continent rank 8 Gu immortal. Furthermore, looking at your appearance, you are likely a member of the celestial court." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his vigilance rose to the highest. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Facing an unfamiliar enemy in front of him, he brazenly attacked. In an instant, countless Fang Yuan spread across the sky. In Jing Lan's blink of an eye, the originally clear and cloudless sky was filled with a sea of Fang Yuan strength path phantoms. With a hula sound, the army rushed towards Jing Lan like a tsunami that shook the heavens. Jing Lan closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them. Her originally black eyes had turned a deep blue. Endless electric arcs were like vortexes that constantly rotated in her pupils. She scanned her surroundings but did not find Fang Yuan's true body. Familiar face, humph. Jing Lan coldly snorted in displeasure and suddenly opened her mouth. Roar! She roared, and thunder rumbled. The sound waves carried a blue electric light, with her as the center, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could not even resist for a breath's time, shattering and collapsing. With one move, the clear sky reappeared, and Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms were completely destroyed, only his true body was left. Lightning path rank 8? Why do I sense the aura of soul path from her? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He was not shocked by the destruction of Myriad Self. Myriad Self was originally a probing move. Facing a rank 8 Gu Immortal's killer move, no matter how many Myriad Self there were, it would be difficult to have a good effect. Immortal killer move, ignited thought flying rock. Immortal killer move, purple thought insight starlight. Fang Yuan pushed with both palms, and immediately, countless meteors with long flaming tails smashed towards Jing Lan, who was on the ground. Once it reached a certain level, a killer move that could counter reverse flow protection seal would be deduced. With such a killer move, after breaking the reverse flow protection seal, Fang Yuan's end would come. This person is constantly changing her methods to probe my reverse flow protection seal from all directions. Her intentions are clear. She cultivates both lightning path and soul path. Her lightning path attacks are extremely fast and powerful, while her soul path condenses into armor that can defend like a mountain and recover extremely quickly. Retreat. Fang Yuan used myriad dragons and used familiar face to transform into one of them, disguising his identity. The myriad dragons did not attack Jing Lan, but scattered in all directions. "Where do you think you're going?" Jing Bo shouted loudly. Thunder and lightning surged, smashing down from the sky. In that instant, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning scattered the flood dragons. Although myriad dragons were much stronger than myriad self, they were nothing compared to this rank 8 killer move. Fang Yuan's true body was soon found. Jing Lan continued to attack, chasing him relentlessly. Fang Yuan started to run for his life, rarely retaliating. Truly a tortoise shell. Jing Lan was quite annoyed. Fang Yuan clearly only had rank 7 cultivation, but after putting on a layer of reverse flow protection seal, he was covered in thorns that could not be used. Still not done? Jing Lan transmitted to Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was far away in Celestial Court, but she was paying close attention to this place. She was using Celestial Court's Wisdom Path formation to break reverse flow protection seal. As for Star Constellation chessboard, because it was damaged, it could not be used for the time being. There are some results, Senior, please listen carefully. Fairy Myrtle explained the killer move to Jing Lan. Jing Lan immediately tried. After failing 2 or 3 times, she finally activated it and shot out a profound light. The gray profound light hit Fang Yuan, causing ripples to appear on Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. A method has already been deduced? Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but fortunately, this killer move was only rank 6, it was not high level and could not shake reverse flow protection seal for the time being. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with starlight, she firmly remembered the effect of the gray profound light. This was a result, and also a further probe into reverse flow protection seal. Ha ha ha, Fang Yuan, it must have been hard for you to think of such a killer move. Unfortunately, you will die today. Jing Lan laughed loudly. Her speed was astonishing, far faster than Fang Yuan. At this rate, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal would be broken sooner or later. Don't you have the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Don't you need it now? Jing Lan smiled again. With a loud sound, the lightning in her hand struck Fang Yuan's back again. Fang Yuan did not say a word, he fled with all his strength. Roar. At the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his dragon mouth to its widest and let out a dragon breath. Sword-like dragon breath. Surging to the extreme, incomparably sharp. The silver-white dragon breath was like a waterfall that soared to the sky and heavily crashed into Jing Lan's body. Jing Lan had just stood up and the thoughts in her mind had mostly settled down when she was struck by the sword dragon breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. I was actually forced to kneel on the ground by a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Thinking of this, an intense feeling of humiliation filled Jing Lan's heart, anger and hatred immediately surged up. Ah! Jing Lan raised her head and roared. As she roared, blue lightning shot out from the countless pores on her body. The lightning interweaved and suddenly expanded. Rumble. Endless lightning formed a hemispherical light barrier that repelled everything in the surroundings. Wherever it went, whether it was Fang Yuan's dragon breath or the surrounding miasma, they were completely destroyed by the lightning. Chapter 1571. Fang Yuan activated his strongest offensive method. Dragon roars resounded, silver scales appearing like a sea. Tens of thousands of flood dragons surged forward, savagely encircling Jing Lan in the center of the deep pit. Damn it! Jing Lan gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes like blazing flames. After the attack just now, her aura had fallen to rock bottom. The myriad dragons pounced over and were all killed by her. These little earthworms are nothing at all. Fang Yuan, you coward, come, let's fight with our true bodies. Jing Lan roared. Fang Yuan sneered, his true body hiding in a corner. Myriad dragon. Myriad dragon. Myriad dragon. Myriad dragon, disregarding the expenditure of immortal essence, Fang Yuan frantically activated Myriad Dragon Killer move. Jing Lan's aura rapidly weakened, she roared again and again, provoking Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not move his true body. Myriad Dragon was a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was nothing to Jing Lan. Because Jing Lan still had abundant immortal essence and her immortal goo were not damaged. But every time Jing Lan used a killer move, she would suffer the backlash of the regional wall. Even though she had methods to weaken this backlash, she was heavily injured at this moment. The backlash was very fatal. Don't forget, she still had to heal herself. But how could the injuries on her body be so easily healed? It was very difficult to treat Gu Immortal's injuries. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was unique in the world. Jing Lan saw that she could not lure Fang Yuan's true body, so she snorted and chose to break through. Myriad Dragon could not stop her, even though she was heavily injured. This was Thunder Ghost True Monarch who could resist Spectral Soul Demon Venerable back then. Her battle strength was peerless. Fang Yuan sighed, he knew that he was strong in defense, and although his battle strength could barely reach rank 8, against a person like Jing Lan, he could not keep her life. Gu Immortals who reached this level would not die easily. Unless they ambushed the Gu Immortal in the Immortal Battlefield Killer move and killed the Gu Immortal before the Battlefield Killer move was unraveled. Of course, from another perspective, Fang Yuan couldn't kill Jing Lan, but Jing Lan also couldn't kill Fang Yuan. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't stop Fang Yuan from entering the boundary wall. Even so, Fang Yuan clearly understood that even if he couldn't kill Jing Lan, he still had to pursue her. I need to weaken this person's battle prowess as much as possible so that I can buy some time for myself. Fang Yuan reached out and pointed. Immortal Killer Move, Directional Confusion Fog. The original Directional Confusion Fog was Purple Fog. It was not big but could make rank 8 Gu Immortals lose their way. After Fang Yuan's first modification, this move had no effect on rank 8 Gu Immortals, but its effect on rank 7 and below Gu Immortals was increased. Not only did its color change, its range also expanded greatly, but it only lasted for a short period of time. After the Battle of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan's Theft Path Attainment Sword and he modified this move again, adding many Theft Path Mortal Gu and even fusing Great Thief Immortal Gu into it as the core to steal the enemy's perception ability. Thus, its power soared and it could affect rank 8 Gu Immortals once again. In an instant, large amounts of clouds and mist shrouded Jing Lan, causing her to lose her sense of direction and lose her sense of direction. Fang Yuan took the chance to order the myriad dragons to encircle her again. Oh no! I lack many immortal Gu, I can't even break this killer move. Jing Lan tried many methods but was shocked to find that she actually had no good way to deal with this killer move. What's going on? Fang Yuan observed for a while and saw that Jing Lan couldn't break out of the encirclement. He was baffled. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan retreated, but before he left, he added many more myriad dragon and directional confusion fog. Retreat. Fang Yuan immediately moved towards the regional wall. The 5 regional walls were relatively safe for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan moved while deducing and modifying Ghost Official Garment. But soon, he found that Ghost Official Garment was still limited to rank 7 no matter how much he modified it. It was better to dig out the connection between it and Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment is a rank 9 killer move. Even though it is Theft Path, it has the word ghost in it, it blocks the soul senses, so it is closely related to Soul Path. Yama's idea is correct. With Ghostly Concealment, I can raise Ghost Official Garment's level to a higher level. After finding the correct direction, Fang Yuan used every second he had to deduce. He had rich Wisdom Path methods and sufficient attainment level, especially his Theft Path attainment level. It gave him the most crucial support. After fleeing for several days and nights, Fang Yuan finally finished his deductions and activated Yama again. The new Yama killer move allowed Ghostly Concealment and Ghost Official Garment to be even more closely connected. Originally, these 2 killer moves were repelling each other, but now, they were fusing together. The repelling effect had completely disappeared. Success! Fang Yuan sensed carefully and clenched his fists excitedly. He blocked the Celestial Court's deductions and location again. This time, the danger was averted. But if he deactivated Yama, he would be exposed to the Celestial Court's deductions again. Fang Yuan quickly moved towards Northern Plains. Maintaining the new Yama was not a small expenditure. In this battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan's original Immortal Essence reserves were almost empty. In this battle, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Dragon the most times. Other than that, he had also used Direction Confusion Fog the most in history. These Immortal Killer moves all expended Immortal Essence. Moreover, deducing the new Yama also expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan had suffered huge losses in this battle, but it was not without gains. His greatest gain was preserving his life. Other than that, there was the new Yama and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. Chapter 1572. Celestial Court. In a grand palace, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes and stopped her deductions, sighing, "This Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment is already extraordinary. He was able to defend against my method again." Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi had been using Karma Divine Tree to help Fairy Myrtle make deductions. At this moment, he had a complex expression as he spoke, "Lady Ziwei, there is one more thing I need to report." "What is it?" Chen Yi had only been assisting from the side, but Fairy Myrtle was fully focused on deducing Fang Yuan, so Chen Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan's actions. He immediately answered, "Jewel Yellow Skies has sold 3 rib bones of Lady Thunder Ghost True Monarch." "What?" Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. She immediately contacted Jewel Yellow Skies and saw that the 3 rib bones had indeed caused a huge commotion. Many Gu Immortal Wills had gathered. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. Sigh, his growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has Spring-Autumn Cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. To think that she was actually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive? Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the #1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along and even sent a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. The Gu Immortal Wills continued to converse. Fairy Ziwei's body started to tremble. This was because of anger. This was because not only was Fang Yuan selling the sternum, but he was also using a method to continuously replay the scene of his battle with Jing Lan. Of course, he only chose the part where he successfully counterattacked and beat up Jing Lan. "Milord, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this?" Chen Yi asked. By the time Jing Lan defeated myriad flood dragons and dispelled the directional confusion fog with great difficulty, Fang Yuan had long since disappeared without a trace. Although Fairy Myrtle was still able to calculate Fang Yuan's position at that time, Jing Lan's combat strength had been weakened to rock bottom. Her condition was extremely poor and she urgently needed to recuperate. Later, reinforcements arrived and met up with her. She once again set out to kill Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, the distance between her and Fang Yuan had already widened. Fang Yuan had been in the depths of the boundary wall all this time. Jing Lan kept chasing after them, but her helpers didn't have the means to go so deep into the boundary wall, so they could only coordinate from outside the boundary wall. Jing Lan was unwilling to accept her failure, her heart was filled with anger and humiliation, so she kept chasing after them. But just now, Fairy Myrtle couldn't calculate Fang Yuan's position, so Jing Lan lost her target and direction. "Ziwei. Where is that demon, Fang Yuan?" Jing Lan transmitted to ask. She was flustered and exasperated, her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end, she ended up seriously injured and in such a sorry state. How could the proud Jing Lan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, urgently hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. "What? Even you can lose him?" Jing Lan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainments are no longer the same as before. But he has to go to Langya Blessed Land in the end. We have already made arrangements there. She didn't expect the Grand Thunder Ghost True Monarch to be so anonymous. "I am very interested in these 3 breastbones." Fang Yuan's will smiled, "There are many people who are interested." Jing Lan's will gritted her teeth, "But there aren't many people who are willing to pay such a high price." Fang Yuan's will, however, didn't ask for the price as she expected, instead shaking his head, "No matter how high the price is, I won't sell." "You won't sell? If you won't sell, then why are you hanging it?" Jing Lan immediately had a very bad feeling. Fang Yuan's will sneered, "I'm hanging it for fun. What can you do about it?" Guh. Jing Lan couldn't bear it anymore, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Fang Yuan. If I, Jing Lan, don't kill you, I am not human." More than 10 days later, Langya Blessed Land's immortal formation shone brightly, soaring into the sky. The light slowly dissipated, and Fang Yuan slowly walked out of the immortal formation. After defeating Jing Lan, Fang Yuan had been using the immortal killer move Yama, traveling day and night without rest until he finally returned to Langya Blessed Land. Because Fang Yuan did not know the true location of Langya Blessed Land, he had to rely on the immortal formation to directly teleport back this time. Inside the immortal aperture, I won't need Yama to conceal myself. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, dispelling Yama. "Elder Fang Yuan, you are finally back." Land's spirit of Langya was already standing outside the immortal formation. Seeing that Fang Yuan had dispelled Yama and revealed his true appearance, he immediately welcomed him with a smile. This time, when Langya Blessed Land was invaded, Fang Yuan did not contribute much, but why was Land's spirit of Langya so enthusiastic? Fang Yuan, however, knew clearly that it was because he had sold Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan did not sell them. On one hand, he wanted to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation, on the other hand, he wanted to obtain Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was invaded by Feng Jioga's group, it was in a pathetic state, and they had offended Celestial Court. These last days, the Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance's higher-ups were under immense pressure. they were in a constant state of anxiety. After all, these variant humans had once dominated a region, suppressing the human race beneath their feet. It was Celestial Court that led the human race to defeat these variant human races, creating the current era of humanity. Thus, these four races variant humans were actually afraid of being beaten by the humans, they were hiding in one place and surviving secretly. Now that they had offended Celestial Court, it was easy to imagine how much pressure they were under. At this juncture, Fang Yuan beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The battle was displayed in jewel yellow skies for the whole world to see. Jing Lan was a famous rank 8 expert in history, such a person was also defeated by Fang Yuan. This was extremely good news to the variant human Gu immortals. Once the news spread, it was like sunlight shone upon them, dispelling the gloominess in their hearts. Elder Fang Yuan, you did well this time. Previously, when I asked the Stone Golem tribe to borrow the primordial rock dragon, the Stone Golem tribe was always evasive and ambiguous, but when your news came, their attitude clearly changed. Land Spirit of Langia secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, winking, now that you are back, with you around, we can force the Rockman tribe to lend us the immemorial rock dragon. By then, we will have 3 rank 8 battle strengths, it will not be a problem to relocate Langia Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langia was excited. Fang Yuan glanced at the Land Spirit, he was not as optimistic as the latter. Celestial Court definitely had a lot of arrangements, relocating Langia Blessed Land was not a simple matter. Chapter 1573. Battles depended on who the opponent was. If Fang Yuan defeated rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals, nobody would be surprised. But his opponent was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal in history, Thunder Ghost True Monarch. That was a different story. Actually, Fang Yuan was in a pathetic state in this battle, but it was this battle that established his reputation as the number 1 rank 7 in the world. He suppressed Feng Jioge. One could say, this was the battle that made Fang Yuan famous in the world. Just from this battle alone, even those rank 8 Gu immortals would have to pay attention to this rank 7 monster, Fang Yuan. Of course, this was all part of Fang Yuan's plan. Even though Fang Yuan lost this battle and retreated, it was not like he did not gain anything. Victory or defeat in a battle was not important in essence, what was important was the losses and gains after the battle. Even though Fang Yuan lost this battle, his gains were not small. The value of the 3 rib bones was not in themselves, but the meaning behind them. Fang Yuan used these spoils of war to the extreme, the 5 regions Gu immortal world was in an uproar because of this. Not to mention Chu Du's complex emotions, Wu Yong's ashen expression, and Lu Wei Yin's sigh. After Fang Yuan returned to Langia Blessed Land, he immediately felt a huge difference. These variant human Gu immortals, including Land Spirit of Langia, had a huge change in attitude towards him, they were truly in awe of him. Especially when the Celestial Court was watching them, Fang Yuan became the pillar of support for these people. After all, the immemorial rock dragon was only an immemorial desolate beast, even though the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar had rank 8 battle strength, it could not match a true rank 8 Gu immortal. But now, Fang Yuan beat up such a rank 8 Gu immortal, especially when Thunder Ghost True Monarch was publicly recognized as an expert among rank 8s. At this time, who cared about Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level? The battle results were right in front of them. Because of this, when Fang Yuan returned to Langia Blessed Land, these people eagerly came to welcome him. Fang Yuan's attitude was slightly cold. He only said a few words to the Land Spirit of Langia, Bing Yuan, and the others before nodding at Shui-Er. Shui-Er immediately lowered her head shyly, while the Snowman Gu immortals smiled happily. The variant human Gu immortal suggested setting up a banquet to welcome Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan rejected them without hesitation. The current situation is not good, we need to make full use of our time and get through this crisis. Fang Yuan said plainly, but the variant human Gu immortals agreed with him. Fang Yuan's status was really different now. These variant human Gu immortals were truly treating him as a rank 8 Gu immortal. Earlier, they were on equal footing with Fang Yuan, but now, they were lowering their heads and speaking in a submissive manner. On one hand, Fang Yuan had great battle strength, he could beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch. On the other hand, they were facing a strong enemy, they needed help from Fang Yuan. "Everyone, please leave, I want to speak to First Elder in private." Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony, he waved for the immortals to leave. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted to the land spirit of Langia, "I am Langya Sect's Supreme Elder First, I am also a member of the Alliance." These words were said with sincerity. Langya land spirit's mood immediately became joyful, thinking that Fang Yuan had not forgotten his roots, he was still one of them. Earlier, when Fang Yuan forcefully persuaded him to ask for the refinement path true meaning, the mood of the immortals lessened by a lot. The group of immortals naturally would not be insensible and dispersed. Land spirit of Langya grabbed Fang Yuan's arm, vanishing on the spot. As for remnant recipes, in the past, he needed to use the light of wisdom to deduce them, but now, the difficulty had greatly decreased. Of course, he was not omnipotent in this aspect, many remnant recipes deductions still required the attainment level of that path. In history, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters in refinement path. I have quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment now, not to mention the current era, even in the long river of history. Just based on refinement path attainment, I am definitely in the top 10. Although Fang Yuan's battle strength did not change, his vision was completely different, it had almost risen to the highest level of Gu cultivation. Standing at this height, Fang Yuan was simply overlooking the entire Gu cultivation process. Countless comprehensions surged in his heart. Gu path's nurturing, usage, and refinement are actually one. Gu worm nurturing contains refinement techniques, refinement contains usage techniques, and usage also contains the profundities of nurturing and refinement techniques. The current Fang Yuan could completely deduce how to raise a Gu worm and what effect it had from a complete and correct Gu recipe. By drawing parallels, he could also deduce how to refine Gu worms from nurturing and usage techniques. Wait, I understand. Actually, any killer move, be it mortal killer moves or immortal killer moves, can be considered a Gu refinement remnant recipe. Wasn't it just nurturing Gu? The required ingredients also needed to be of a certain standard. Wasn't it just using Gu? The coordination between Gu worms was the coordination of Dao marks. Thinking like this, after a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. He had only taken a few hours to digest the refinement path true meaning, but he had used 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend it. Fang Yuan's black eyes were shining brightly, they were deep and unfathomable. You. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, land spirit of Langya became uncertain. What's wrong with me? Fang Yuan asked. Land spirit of Langya sighed, at that moment, your aura made me feel like I was looking at the former giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable. Giant sun immortal, thieving heaven demon venerable. Any Gu venerable was a publicly recognized Supreme Grandmaster in the world. Fang Yuan's refinement path quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was already at the edge of their level. He was no longer looking at the towering mountains, he could see the scenery at this level. Chapter 1575. Slumbering Lightning Python. Land Spirit of Langia shouted angrily. At the next moment, lightning flashed and interweaved like water, forming a huge lightning python that resembled a dragon. Lightning was yang, python was yin. The lightning python contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, making it look gentle. Thus, the lightning python was not sinister, it was elegant and cute instead. It slithered and slowly coiled around a stone mountain that resembled an elephant. The python's body continued to rub against the stone, grinding it into the finest powder. In Refinement Path, there were 4 publicly recognized immortal moves that were most suitable for processing immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python was one of them. Land Spirit of Langia originated from Longhair Ancestor. He naturally had a good grasp of it. This killer move was at rank 8 because it used a rank 8 Refinement Path Immortal Goo. Without a rank 8 Slumbering Lightning Python, this rank 8 immortal material, Elephant Armor Mountain, could not be processed. This was an Information Path Immemorial Immortal Material. Land Spirit of Langia had been processing immortal materials for several hours already. More than 10 rank 8 immortal materials had been processed in front of Elephant Armor Mountain. These immortal materials were of all kinds, they were all Information Path immortal materials. Slumbering Lightning Python gradually dissipated. Elephant Armor Mountain was also completely crushed into powder. These powder and other immortal materials fused into a lump. Under the effect of Land Spirit of Langia's method, it formed a constantly rotating rainbow whirlpool. Alright, disperse the immortal formation. Land Spirit of Langia let out a breath of turbid air and said with extreme fatigue. Immediately, a hairy man Goo Immortal took the lead and dispersed this Refinement Path immortal formation. Once the immortal formation was gone, the aura of the rainbow whirlpool spread. Wisdom Goo was like a cat that smelled fish. It immediately flew over and plunged into the rainbow whirlpool, immersing itself in it. So Wisdom Goo has such a characteristic. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed. Rumors say that the Goo recipe for refining Wisdom Goo contains a large number of Information Path immortal materials. In nature, wild Wisdom Goo can only complete its advancement in places filled with Information Path Dao marks. Land Spirit of Langia said. With that said, Fang Yuan immediately understood. As for Wisdom Goo's recipe, be it Spectral Soul's True Inheritance or Langia True Inheritance, they did not record it. Only in the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan could not control the wild Wisdom Goo, but he could move this rainbow whirlpool remotely. As for that 4,000-year lifespan Goo, it was already in place after Refinement Path True Meaning. Great Elder, thank you for taking action personally this time. I will repay the debt I owe you, Fang Yuan said sincerely to the Land Spirit of Langia. The method to teleport Wisdom Goo, although simple, had a high price. All sorts of rank 8 immortal materials were used to create this temporary rainbow whirlpool. Not long after, the whirlpool would gradually dissipate. Other than deceiving the Wisdom Goo into shifting its position, there would be no benefits. Of course, Fang Yuan would pay for this. After discussing with the Land Spirit of Langia, both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan would owe them for now, there was no need to repay them now. After all, Fang Yuan had just gone through a huge battle, his immortal essence was almost depleted, he needed to replenish it. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan's status was rising. If it were before, he would not have such generous benefits. But now, after he beat up Thunder Ghost True Monarch, he had the upper hand in the negotiation with the Land Spirit of Langia. The situation is urgent, I need to go into closed cultivation and deduce with all my strength, I need to find a way to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Fang Yuan said. Then I will not disturb you. Land Spirit of Langia had a look of joy, the exhaustion on his face lessened by a lot. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Speaking of which, Feng Jioga and the rest had invaded Langia Blessed Land, they had also taken away several cloud cities. Fang Yuan's Cloud City was lucky enough to avoid this calamity, it was preserved. Of course, this might also be related to Fang Yuan's strong luck. Fang Yuan was in closed cultivation in his Cloud City. The other variant human Gu immortals wanted to get in touch with him, but Fang Yuan did not want to meet them, even the snowmen were the same. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, strength reversing life and death. This move is a strength path killer move. It is not suitable for the time path clone. I can modify it into time path in the future. Fang Yuan's time path clone instantly turned into an immortal zombie, arriving in front of Wisdom Gu. A moment later, Wisdom Gu burst out with the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan's time path clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, bathing in the light as he thought rapidly. The Dao marks that Feng Jioge left behind in Langya Blessed Land were placed aside by Fang Yuan. Compared to Langya Blessed Land's safety, the latter was naturally more important. Right now, the most important thing is to raise the killer move Yama. Otherwise, once I leave the immortal aperture, I will need to maintain Yama. The immortal essence expenditure will be too huge. If Yama was not raised, Fang Yuan would be too passive. If his location was exposed and the celestial court continued to make deductions, more secrets would be exposed. This was not a situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see. Earlier, Fang Yuan had thought about it. Rather than using Ghost Official Garment to resist the celestial court's deductions, he might as well use ghostly concealment. Yama was a successful attempt. But now, the celestial court had too many clues about Fang Yuan. The current Yama could no longer protect Fang Yuan. This calculation went on for more than a month. Of course, the light of wisdom did not always exist during this period. The entire process was very smooth. Because Fang Yuan was a great grandmaster in theft path attainment level, his refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster, ghostly concealment, ghost official garment, and other killer moves were completely grasped. Only his soul path attainment level was lacking, it was a hindrance. The biggest obstacle was in the middle and late stages. But after Fang Yuan added rank 8 Immortal Gu's Soul Beast token, it was resolved. Yama's killer move changed greatly. Fang Yuan renamed it Yama Emperor. Yama Emperor's killer move had 4 main components. One was ghostly concealment, one was ghost official garment, one was soul beast token, and the last was myriad self. Even though Yama Emperor deduced it, it can only be considered a preliminary creation. I still need to try to activate it and make adjustments. I will let my main body do this. As for the clone, I will continue to deduce how to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioge. Just like this, from the time Fang Yuan returned, half a month had passed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan finally came out of seclusion. The clone's deduction task was completed. Fang Yuan found a way to deal with the Dao marks left behind by Feng Jioge. He handed this method to Land Spirit of Langya. The latter's expression changed when he saw it. He scolded Celestial Court for being sinister and crafty. It turned out that if these Dao marks were removed using refinement path methods, it would instead strengthen these Dao marks. Self-cleansing was also ineffective. Celestial Court was inferior to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in terms of soul path, but its refinement path foundation was not weaker than Langya sect. After all, among the 3 supreme grandmasters in history, only Longhair Ancestor was a hairy man, the other 2 were humans. Their inheritances were mostly taken away by Celestial Court. Fang Yuan was a quasi-supreme grandmaster. He knew about this plot and provided the simplest method to deal with it. When Langya Blessed Land moved, these Dao marks could be quickly removed using Fang Yuan's method. Other than that, other methods would take more than 10 years. Thus, the problem returned to the original point, that was Langya Blessed Land's relocation. What do we do? Maybe Celestial Court is purposely making this arrangement to force us to relocate our blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fang Yuan also had such worries. Celestial Court had not made a move during this period of time, but it did not mean they had given up. It was highly likely that they had already made arrangements and were waiting for Langya Blessed Land to expose its location. But if they did not relocate, Celestial Court would find its location sooner or later. It seems we can only prepare to forcefully relocate. This is Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe. If I refine it, it will be a huge help to my battle strength. Fang Yuan said as he handed a Gu recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. This was naturally the result of his most recent deductions. Relying on his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment, Fang Yuan was confident this was already the best plan in the world. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu? Land Spirit of Langya took a look and his attention was immediately attracted. Even though his obsession was different, it still originated from long-hair ancestor. If you refine this Immortal Gu recipe, it will be at least rank 7. However, there are several immortal materials inside that are also very rare in Langya's treasury. Even Jewel Yellow Skies will not be able to purchase them in a short period of time. Land Spirit of Langya smiled bitterly. No matter, I will make arrangements for these immortal materials. Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled with a deep gaze. With the brand new killer move Yama Emperor, he planned to use this chance to test the power of this move in battle. These Yama children have pretty good battle strength. Fang Yuan observed for a while and evaluated inwardly. He was quite satisfied with this result. These ghosts were the ancient soul beasts that Fang Yuan had collected from Green Ghost Desert. When Fang Yuan activated Yama Emperor, he could modify these ancient soul beasts and turn them into human forms, turning them into Yama children. This effect came from the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path, and with the help of the Light of Wisdom, he had already deduced the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. Right now, Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster. Any Immortal Gu recipe could be turned into an immortal killer move after his deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan also had the Blood Deity Immortal Killer move. Yama children were designed with reference to the Blood Deity Killer move, but it was not just the Blood Deity Killer move, it also incorporated some of the essence of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. For example, Soul Beast Modification. Spectral Soul modified the Soul Beasts in the Door of Life and Death, making them extremely loyal to Spectral Soul. Even when facing Duke Long, they would fight to the death. There was also a Soul Path Immortal Killer move, Death Return. This immortal killer move was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was still alive, after comprehending the secluded domain of heaven and earth, the Door of Life and Death. What kind of place was the Door of Life and Death? After any living being died, their soul would return to the Door of Life and Death. But after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, the Door of Life and Death's power fell by a lot. Countless souls were left in the world and gradually turned into soul beasts. The killer move Life and Death Return allowed Gu immortals to have the ability to retrieve their souls from the Door of Life and Death. Fang Yuan had perfectly fused this move into Yama Emperor's killer move, allowing Yama children to have the ability to instantly return. Soon, a Yama child gave a miserable cry. Its leg was broken, it fell to the ground with a loud sound. Countless Blade Path phantoms immediately swarmed over and submerged it. But Fang Yuan willed, return. At the next moment, this Yama child turned into a lump of fog. With a whoosh, it shot back to Fang Yuan's imperial robe, turning back into a ghostly picture. It was motionless, it was riddled with injuries and its leg was broken. There was such a transformation? Meng Tu was shocked again, his hands that were behind his back subconsciously loosened. He looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed gaze. This Yama child was too shameless. Meng Tu had originally planned to rely on numbers to kill these Yama children, but he had not expected them to have a method to return. Although in theory, any killer move could be broken, Meng Tu was a Blade Path Gu Immortal, he was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, this rank 8 Yama Emperor, if he was not a Wisdom Path Great Expert, how could he break it on the spot? Even if it was Fairy Myrtle, she could not break it on the spot. Against Reverse Flow Protection Seal, she had to repeatedly gather clues on the battlefield, accumulating them to have some results. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move used Ghostly Concealment as its foundation. This rank 9 killer move was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was on the same level as Reverse Flow River, how could Meng Tu break it? Meng Tu could not break it, he could only brace himself and continue to fight against Fang Yuan. The number of Yama children was limited after all, although they killed a large number of Blade Path Phantoms, their injuries accumulated and they fell into a state of heavy injuries, they were retrieved by Fang Yuan one by one. On the battlefield, the number of Yama children was decreasing, while the Blade Path Phantoms were emerging endlessly. After all, Fang Yuan's time was limited, he could not modify enough soul beasts. With just this battle, Autumn Blade Plains Foundation is likely to weaken by more than half. Meng Tu's expression was gloomy. The price he had to pay for this was very high, he was using the entire Autumn Blade Plain, Meng tribe's future profits, to engage in a war of attrition with Fang Yuan. But no matter how much he had to sacrifice, Meng Tu resolutely carried out this tactic. Fang Yuan's earlier words had truly frightened him, in his heart, he had already regarded Fang Yuan as the strongest enemy in his life. Meng Tu was very careful, using any method he could to deal with Fang Yuan. However, this was also the result that Fang Yuan wanted to achieve with his words. Only such a Meng Tu was the best stepping stone for him to test the quality of Yama Emperor's killer move. There were only a few Yama children left, they guarded beside Fang Yuan, while countless Blade Path Phantoms surrounded them, surging over like a tide. The recovery speed is also acceptable. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, he stood on the spot like a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, unaffected by the wind and rain. At this time, the first Yama child that he retrieved back to the surface of Yama Emperor's imperial robe had already recovered from its injuries, it had recovered to its most complete state. These soul beasts that were modified into Yama children, once they returned to Yama Emperor's side, they would be continuously healed. Of course, it would also consume Fang Yuan's soul foundation. This contained the profound meaning of Gu refinement. Yama children were still soul beasts in essence, the healing of Yama children, in other words, was the process of Gu refinement. If I release these recovered Yama children, I wonder what expression Meng Tu will have. Fang Yuan smiled to himself, but he did not do it, he used another method instead. Let me see the offensive power of Yama Emperor. At the next moment, Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Soul explosion. Yama Emperor suddenly opened his arms, his body shook as a surging black air wave surged out. The Yama children were enscathed in the black air wave, they were unstable as if they had encountered a strong wind. But those Blade Path Phantoms were like weak candlelight in a storm, they were extinguished instantly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was cleared, the countless blade lights were also destroyed. Meng Tu was forced back several hundred steps by the soul explosion, he half knelt on the ground, his whole body was shining with a dazzling light as he activated his defensive killer move to its greatest power. Such power. Meng Tu raised his head and quickly stood up, he looked at Fang Yuan with an expression of shock. This killer move is so powerful, it should be a compound move that combines both offense and defense. Its defense is extremely strong, and it has the powerful method of using clones and weapons, but its true strength lies in its offense. I have never seen or heard of this killer move, was it created by this person? If so, who in the world is he to be able to create such a killer move? This soul explosion's effect is not bad. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. One of his Yama children had been completely expended. It had the power of a peak rank 7 killer move, but it was still not at rank 8 level. Defense, Yama children, recovery, soul explosion, these are all at the peak of rank 7. But Yama Emperor's true strength lies in 2 other aspects. Now, let me try this move. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Meng Tu had already charged over, shouting, "Come, have a taste of my heaven and earth blade." Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. In an instant, a ghostly hand as large as a cattail leaf fan appeared behind Meng Tu and directly entered his body. Then, it shrank back and disappeared from sight once again. Puff! Meng Tu coughed out a mouthful of blood. The core immortal goo of heaven and earth blade was stolen, the killer move's activation failed, the backlash actually caused him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Chapter 1578. Earlier, in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token. Great Thief Ghost Hand was only rank 7, its core was rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Goo. But with the help of Yama, its power soared and he could steal a rank 8 Immortal Goo from the legendary immemorial Soul Beast Qing Chou. But back then, Great Thief Ghost Hand's range was very short. Fang Yuan's main body had to make a move personally. Fang Yuan modified Yama and fused Great Thief Ghost Hand into it, creating a brand new killer move, Yama Emperor. Right now, Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand not only had a longer range, it could also conceal itself. It was not strange that Meng Tu got hit, it would be abnormal if he did not get hit. This is your blade path Immortal Goo? Oh, White Wing Butterfly, fist-sized, is this Blade Wing Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan retracted Great Thief Ghost Hand, and a rank 7 Immortal Goo was sealed in his hand. The butterfly wings had layers of cloud markings on them, they were extremely exquisite. Cold sweat dripped down Meng Tu's forehead, he was lying on the ground, his pupils shrunk to pin size as he stared at Fang Yuan, his voice hoarse, You actually stole the Immortal Goo I hid in my immortal aperture? Did you obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance? Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, hehe, you guessed right, I did obtain one of them. Fang Yuan sneered, in front of Meng Tu, he stored Blade Wing Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture, suppressing it in Heaven's Sealing Mountain. Meng Tu's eyelids twitched. Blade Wing Immortal Goo was not his vital goo, he had advanced it from a rank 5 mortal goo to this goo. He had failed dozens of times, expending a lot of resources, time, and energy, to think that it would be snatched away today. Anger surged in Meng Tu's heart. But even more than anger, he felt fear. What did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable rely on to wreak havoc in the world back then? Wasn't it this rogue method of stealing immortal goo? Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could even steal things hidden in immortal apertures. And now, Fang Yuan had reused Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods, the latter's shadow that suppressed an entire era was like a heavy dark cloud that shrouded Meng Tu's mind. Meng Tu healed his injuries with all his strength as he spoke with a nervous expression, since you are a theft path goo immortal and have also inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, then you should know the rules set by your sect's founder, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieves have their own path, always leave a way out and never go to extremes. Since you took my Blade Wing Immortal Goo, what else do you want? If you want anything else, I can lend it to you. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable roamed the world unhindered, no one could stop him. But Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not evil in nature, he was kind and respected glory, he only wanted to return to his homeland, all of his cultivation and stolen resources were used here. After the 5 regions Goo Immortals understood his goal, they also knew that they could not guard against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. If Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed anything, as long as it did not endanger their lives, they would lend it to him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was not greedy, after getting what he wanted, he would let the Goo Immortals go and keep their lives. In most situations, he would only take what he needed. He did not care about the other immortal goo or immortal materials, no matter how valuable they were. Since Fang Yuan had inherited Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he was Thieving Heaven's inheritor. Meng Tu knew that he had no chance of winning. The situation was extremely bad. He directly asked for mercy. Since ancient times, the hardest path is death. This Meng Tu has courage. In the 500 years of my previous life, he sided with the Celestial Court and was spurned by Northern Plains Gu Immortal World and his clan. He was labeled as a disgrace. Although he died in this life, he will definitely have the honor of a martyr after death. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. However, during the battle, his original goal was achieved. Long before he stole Bladewing Immortal Gu, he had secretly taken out the drinking blade wine from the depths of the ground. Along the way, he had also taken away several hundred edge Gu. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan retreated very quickly. Autumn Blade Plain was within Meng tribe's territory. When Meng Tu saw Fang Yuan attacking, he had definitely sent the information to the tribe. Thus, not long after, Meng tribe would sense Meng Tu's death and send a large number of Gu immortals to the scene of Autumn Blade Plain. He had already obtained the items. Fang Yuan was still hoping that in the future, Northern Plains would become an obstacle to the expansion of the Celestial Court. Thus, there was no need to slaughter these Northern Plains Gu immortals now and weaken Northern Plains' strength. Wouldn't that be helping the Celestial Court? When not fighting, Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually shrunk, eventually turning into a silk cloth, with a thin layer of bronze armor covering his chest and back, sticking closely to Fang Yuan's skin. Oh! Someone is deducing about me. After a while, Fang Yuan flew in the sky. His expression suddenly changed. Meng tribe was a super force. They specially nurtured a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now that Meng Tu was dead, Meng tribe was shaken. They would definitely find the culprit. Fang Yuan held his breath, carefully observing Yama Emperor's killer move. He saw that Yama Emperor's imperial robe gradually expanding along with the Meng tribe wisdom path Gu immortal's deductions. Fang Yuan resisted the other party's deductions while simultaneously calculating the expenditure of his soul foundation. After deducing for a while, Meng tribe's wisdom path Gu immortal stopped with no results. Fang Yuan, however, nodded in satisfaction. Yama Emperor's killer move can resist wisdom path deductions. Its power is even stronger. It is at rank 8 level. Even if the Celestial Court's fairy myrtle deductions, I can resist them. To sum it up, Yama Emperor's killer moves defense and offense had reached the peak of rank 7. Yama children were very difficult to deal with. Not only could they be used freely, they could also recover quickly. Even if there were losses, they could be easily replenished by the Soul Beast's modification. Even more amazing was Great Thief Ghost Hand. This method could steal rank 8 Immortal Gu. In this battle, with just one move, it had completely established victory, forcing a rank 7 expert like Meng Tu to self-detonate. Similar to Great Thief Ghost Hand, Emperor Yama killer move's defense against wisdom path deductions was also at the same level. This was also what Fang Yuan needed the most. However, Yama Emperor's killer move still has room for improvement. I can design an immortal battlefield killer move with Yama Emperor as the center. This time, I used his method to seal the battlefield and isolate it from the outside world. If he had not shot himself in the foot, he would have been able to escape freely, and it would have been much more troublesome for me to kill him. Moreover, if I have an immortal battlefield, would be able to detect Meng Tu's self-detonation in my territory. In the battle between Fang Yuan and Meng Tu, it was Great Thief Ghost Hand that determined the outcome. If things went according to plan, Fang Yuan would not have been able to take Meng Tu's head so easily. Before Theft Path appeared, Gu Immortals fought with their lives on the line, but they might not be able to obtain much loot. But with Theft Path, there is no need to fight to the death to obtain resources. The cost is lowered and the efficiency is raised. This is simply amazing. It is a pity that now is not the best time for me to go around stealing. Firstly, Theft Path Immortal Gu are rare, I only have rank 7 Great Thief Gu. Secondly, I already exposed my identity as the Grand Thief Ghost Hand in the Western Desert. If I go around committing crimes, people will probably connect the dots and figure out my true identity. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe is still lacking a crucial immortal material. After this, I will stop and return to Langya Blessed Land to refine Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had some theft path methods, he could not go overboard at the moment. Because soul cultivation was the most important matter at hand. Once his soul foundation rose, Yama Emperor would be able to use it more efficiently, and Fang Yuan's battle strength and plans would have a guarantee. But soul cultivation required guts Gu and soul cores, which meant he needed supplies from Green Ghost Desert. Swan Bujin's identity also had to be kept a secret. This was a chain of needs. Oh, right, I can't let this matter be exposed easily. Fang Yuan chuckled and immediately spread a rumor in Jewel Yellow Skies, saying that Sleeping Lady had embezzled and schemed against Meng tribe, but she had actually obtained the front-back divine obstruction needles to prepare for tribulation and advance to a higher cultivation level. With the truth being mixed up like this, it was even easier for Fang Yuan to conceal himself. As for Sleeping Lady, after she learned of this rumor, she immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood from anger. It had almost reached a stage where it could not be improved. The crucial steps of the Gu refinement were reduced to the limit, there were only 3 steps. The other steps had over 10,000 steps, most of them were processing the immortal materials. Fang Yuan processed the immortal materials to their optimal state, he spent most of his effort on this, even if the consumption of immortal materials increased greatly, he did not care. Because these steps could be controlled by Gu Immortals. And the crucial steps of the Gu refinement could only be controlled by the collision and conflict of Dao marks, they were not controlled by the Gu Immortals. Through this method, combined with Langya Sect's Gu refinement ability, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe had a success rate of 50%. That was to say, Fang Yuan had a 50% chance of success, the other 50% chance of failure. A 50% success rate was too terrifying. For the vast majority of Gu Immortals, if they had a 1% success rate in Gu refinement, they would be happy. However, this was mainly because he was a refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster. How many refinement path quasi-supreme grandmasters were there in the world? Throughout history, people like Fang Yuan could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 3 people who surpassed his attainment level. And in the world, there were very few Gu Immortals who cultivated multiple paths. How many of them cultivated refinement path? Looking at it from another angle, most Gu Immortals were like amateurs when it came to refining immortal Gu. If the success rate of Gu refinement could be raised, that would be absurd. In fact, even Fang Yuan did not dare to believe the 50% success rate when he deduced it. However, he immediately thought of Long Hair Ancestor. Long Hair Ancestor had refined many immortal Gu in his life, there was no lack of rank 7 and even rank 8 immortal Gu. He was a refinement path supreme grandmaster. If he did not have such a success rate, would Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable ask him for help? Also, I borrowed Langya Sect's strength to refine this Gu. In the current world, in terms of Gu refinement attainment, Langya sect is without a doubt the #1 sect. Besides this, the third reason is my strong luck. First was his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, second was the help of the #1 Gu refinement force in the world, and third was his strong luck after inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance. These three reasons contributed to the 50% success rate of myriad self-immortal Gu's refinement. There is finally such a day, I am free from the curse of refining immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was deeply moved, he had the urge to cry. He knew that the main reason was that he had achieved refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. The other two reasons were also helpful, but they were more or less present when he refined Gu. The 50% success rate was mainly brought about by his refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. This is only the immortal Gu recipe that I deduced and modified. In the future, if I make up for my foundation in Gu refinement and personally lead the refinement, the success rate will increase by a lot. Or, the power of Giant Hand is limited by my strength path Dao marks, it can be increased continuously. Right now, Myriad Self Giant Hand only has rank 7 battle strength, it is not at its peak, that is because my sovereign immortal body's strength path Dao marks are not enough to withstand greater power. As for Myriad Self Giant Hand, Feng Yuan had only modified it initially, he replaced the core immortal Gu, there was still a lot of potential to be unearthed in the future. In the past, the killer move's content was too heavy and complicated, activating it required a lot of thoughts and time, if he added in Gu worms, its practicality would fall. But now, Myriad Self-Killer move was condensed into one Gu worm, the steps were extremely simple, he could add in more mortal Gu and immortal Gu to form an even stronger and more powerful Giant Hand. Feng Yuan's test this time was not just on Strength Path Giant Hand, he also targeted the Super Immortal formation that defended Langya sect. This immortal formation had made a huge contribution during Feng Jioga's invasion, it allowed many variant human Gu immortals to protect themselves and help Langya sect get through the crisis. Feng Jioga used Separation Song on the immortal formation many times, but Feng Yuan had already predicted his methods. The immortal formation had many layers, Feng Jioga dismantled one layer after another, he almost coughed out blood. This time, Feng Yuan returned and not only modified Myriad Self-Giant Hand, he also modified this immortal formation, allowing its power to cover every corner of Langya sect. Earlier, when the Strength Path Giant Hand landed on Cloud Cover Continent, it was because of this super immortal formation that the destructive power was greatly reduced. After testing the Strength Path Giant Hand, the next step was the main point. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This killer move determined the upper limit of Feng Yuan's battle strength, it was also the only thing Feng Yuan could rely on to resist rank 8s. Right now, the core of the killer move was the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Reverse Flow River, Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, Perseverance Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, and 100 Supplementary Mortal Gu. Even though it was much more complex than Myriad Self-Giant Hand, compared to the previous Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was much simpler. After the killer move was simplified, the success rate of activating it increased greatly, it became much more practical. Earlier, during the battle with Green Ghost, I was ambushed and could not activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal in time. But now, I can activate it at any time, the preparation time is greatly reduced, I can easily deal with normal sneak attacks. But I cannot use Reverse Flow Protection Seal as a disguise now. Earlier, I deceived the celestial court and set up a trap to harm Thunder Ghost True Monarch. I can only do it once. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. Using food path methods to use snack immortal goo to create killer moves like eat strength to increase Dao marks was also a good method, but the efficiency was low. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst, thus, Fang Yuan turned his attention to other secluded domains of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan had many secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, and City Well, for secluded domains of heaven and earth. Among them, Reverse Flow River had already been used to form Reverse Flow Protection Seal. It allowed Fang Yuan to resist rank 8 existences. As for Dang Hun Mountain, it was broken and was still being repaired. City Well was used to raise variant humans, and in terms of rule path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was low. The most suitable place was Luo Pa Valley. Fang Yuan's soul path attainment level was ordinary, but he had Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the #1 soul path inheritance in the world, nobody could deny this. With such a foundation, along with the inspiration that Fang Yuan gained from the 3 lifetimes in the Dream Realm, and now myriad self-immortal goo. But Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield's advantage was in concealment. It was isolated from the outside world, it was very strict. The disadvantage was that it needed time to set up, so preparations were often needed. Goo Immortals were not fools to use it in battle. By the time they succeeded, they would have already escaped. As for Yama Battlefield, Fang Yuan used many battlefield killer moves in Spectral Soul's true inheritance as well as his own situation to create it. Yama Battlefield was inferior to Zichen Life Destruction Immortal Battlefield in terms of concealment and isolation. Its advantage was that the time needed to set it up was very short, it only took 3 blinks of an eye. During this period of time, even though Fang Yuan could not move, he could already use it in battle. In 3 blinks of an eye, as long as Fang Yuan could grasp the opportunity, Goo Immortals would not be able to escape from this trap if they were caught off guard. After being enveloped by Yama Battlefield, Fang Yuan's advantage was much greater. Right now, against most rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals, I can kill them and take their lives. Fang Yuan sighed. Goo Immortals could be defeated, but it was very easy to capture or kill them. Firstly, there were all sorts of escape methods, it was hard for Goo Immortals to cultivate many of them. Against other paths, some escape methods were easy to use. Secondly, Fang Yuan was alone, he was wanted by Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, and other righteous path forces, he had to end the battle quickly. Thus, Fang Yuan had been very careful when choosing his opponents. If not for Meng Tu having an immortal battlefield method that could trap himself and his enemies in Autumn Blade Plain, Fang Yuan would not have chosen such an enemy. After Yama Battlefield was formed, Fang Yuan first thought of his other method, Great Thief Ghost Hand. His theft path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. Using Great Thief Immortal Goo and Ghostly Concealment as the foundation, he deduced the Great Thief Ghost Hand killer move that could steal rank 8 Immortal Goo. This move was modified by Fang Yuan and became even sharper. He only used it twice, one was to steal rank 8 Immortal Goo Soul Beast token, the other was to steal rank 7 Immortal Goo Blade Wing. It caused the battle situation to change instantly. Meng Tu was quickly defeated, it could be said to be an outstanding achievement. Previously, I could not use Great Thief Ghost Hand too much, it would expose my identity. If news spread, people would be alerted and try to break Great Thief Ghost Hand, it would endanger my arrangements in Green Ghost Desert. But now, with Yama Battlefield, I can completely trap people and use Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Immortal Goo. Even if the enemy wants to escape, there is little chance, I can silence them and quickly accumulate cultivation resources. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a fierce light, killing intent surged in his chest. With Yama battlefield, a bloody path of kill and steal gu, then devour apertures to gain Dao marks was presented to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt in slaughtering innocent people, he did not feel any guilt. Fang Yuan licked his lips, shaking his head, it is a pity, now is not the time. If Langya blessed land was not exposed, without Celestial Court's pressure, Fang Yuan would have left and killed people everywhere. But the urgent matter now was to protect Langya blessed land. At this moment, Langya's sect's existence was far more helpful to Fang Yuan than if Fang Yuan stole immortal gu. There was no doubt about this. As time passed, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart increased. Celestial Court would not let this go. Once it made a comeback and invaded Langya blessed land, even if Langya blessed land made ample preparations, it might not be able to defend itself. This was because Langya sect's trump cards and secrets had been exposed in the last battle. And Celestial Court's foundation was deep and unfathomable. If they used some trump cards or schemes to deal with Langya sect's situation, Langya blessed land would be in danger. The best situation was to relocate Langya blessed land before the second Celestial Court's invasion. But during the relocation, Celestial Court would definitely ambush it. It might be Prince's impatience. Fang Yuan had already deduced this clearly. Against a rank 8, Fang Yuan had enough defense but not enough offense. His situation was quite awkward. Right now, he had two paths in front of him. One was to use a secluded domain of heaven and earth to create a rank 8 offensive killer move. The other was to use a rank 8 immortal gu to create an offensive method. Among the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Luopa Valley was the best choice, it was almost the only choice. Fang Yuan also had the inspiration to deduce Luopa Seal, but unfortunately, there was little progress these days. Even after using the light of wisdom, the result was the same. Fang Yuan was very vexed. In terms of rank 8 immortal gu, Fang Yuan had 4, they were Attitude gu, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. Attitude gu was the core immortal gu of Familiar Face, while Years Flow Like Water produced Year gu, it was not suited for battle. Soul Beast Token had to be used in Yama Emperor's killer move, it could not be used. After thinking about it, there was only Wisdom Sword immortal gu left. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had already obtained this rank 8 immortal gu for some time. In order to raise it, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort and resources. Unfortunately, he could not use it. Activating Wisdom Sword immortal gu required rank 8 immortal essence. This was an immortal gu that Zishan Makoto had designed for Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had rank 7 red date immortal essence now. This was a hard rule, it could not be changed. Actually, most rank 8 immortal gu needed rank 8 immortal essence. The other 3 in Fang Yuan's hands were a special case. Attitude gu could be activated by expending mental energy. Years Flow Like Water could be activated with any immortal essence, but its power would fluctuate. Soul Beast Token expended Soul Foundation. Just in this aspect, these 3 immortal gu were all top tier among rank 8 immortal gu. Thinking about it, even though Fang Yuan had many immortal gu and countless inheritances, to have a rank 8 offensive killer move, he had to start with Luopa Valley. I was able to think of Reverse Flow Protection Seal earlier because my water path attainment level was at Grandmaster. The Celestial Court's attack was too sudden, even though Fang Yuan had made ample mental preparations, there was no helping it. The Celestial Court's method, in truth, had already surpassed Fang Yuan's imagination. That is why such an enemy is the scariest. Because it has too many trump cards, its accumulation is too deep. Fang Yuan sighed bitterly in his heart. Scoundrel. At the same time, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She hated Fang Yuan to the core. Fang Yuan sold her 3 rib bones on jewel yellow skies. He even played that video non-stop. It was the greatest humiliation she had ever suffered in her life. Thus, Thunder Ghost True Monarch directly charged at Fang Yuan. She attacked while emitting intense killing intent that could make one's heart palpitate. But at the next moment, golden light flashed as Fang Yuan vanished on the spot. Thunder Ghost True Monarch missed. She immediately raised her head and stared at the sky. That was the foundation of the super formation. Bam! Fang Yuan was inside the super immortal formation. He controlled it personally. The first thing he did was to activate the formation and bring in the variant human Gu immortals scattered all over Langya Blessed Land. Just as he made his move, the Celestial Court also made their move. Immortal Killer Move, Separation Song. Feng Jioge used his signature killer move, Separation Song. It countered all the immortal Gu houses and immortal formations in the world. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He split his mind and activated the immortal formation, causing it to burst out with a lump of reddish-brown light. Within the red light, the Separation Song weakened rapidly. Its voice became fainter and fainter. To deal with Separation Song, Fang Yuan had modified this aspect of the immortal formation. Now that he used it, he received great results. Feng Jioge had once destroyed several layers of this immortal formation. He had relied on Separation Song to succeed. But now, before Separation Song could even attack the immortal formation's foundation, it was weakened and destroyed. He frowned slightly. Let me do it. Fairy Myrtle stretched out her finger, shooting out a starlight rainbow. The starlight rainbow was like an arrow. It pierced through the wind and clouds. It shot into the super immortal formation and turned into a field of star sand. It was dazzling and dazzling. The faster the immortal formation was activated, the more this star sand mixed and moved along with the immortal formation, showing all sorts of wondrous forms. Sometimes it was like clouds or mist, sometimes it condensed into the shape of a water jar. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. Thoughts surged in her mind like huge waves in the sea. Oh no! This Wisdom Path Killer move not only helps the enemy deduce the pattern of my immortal formation, it can also obstruct the coordination of Gu worms, causing the immortal formation to become more and more sluggish. Among the variant human Gu immortals who arrived, some noticed something amiss. What do we do? What do we do now? Almost all of the variant human Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had panicked expressions. Their hearts were filled with the fear and pressure of the apocalypse. Celestial Court's lineup was too strong. It could be said to have 4 rank 8s. Even excluding Feng Jioge, the other 3 were all elites among rank 8s. Any one of them could pose a huge threat to Langya Blessed Land, not to mention the fact that there were 3 of them. Strange, why is Fairy Myrtle not using Star Constellation chessboard? Fang Yuan had already calmed down. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He had fought with Fairy Myrtle once before. It was during the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm. It is a pity that Star Constellation chessboard was left in Celestial Court to support Star Cast. Otherwise, with its help, it would be dozens of times easier for me to decipher this super immortal formation. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself, but her hands did not stop moving. Another Wisdom Path Killer move was used. It was silent, colorless, formless, and traceless. Fang Yuan did not know how to defend against it, but the formation was hit again. The star sand that entered doubled in size. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Celestial Court, do you really think my Langya sect is easy to bully? Kill them all.